Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1101 of the War News stream. And today we saw a very historic and disturbing event. Zelensky, or the United States ally, was kicked out of the White House during talks and told not to come back in a very disgraceful moment for U.S. politics. Also, the U.S. is threatening to cancel all active Ukraine aid, and Europe is unifying in security crisis mode. And today was a hell of a day, a very disappointing day. And, it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we were able to hear that in the meantime today, Ukrainian armed forces were able to conduct attacks around the Tver region and the North Moscow Oblast region, while at the same time, a major diplomatic incident occurred inside of the White House in Washington, D.C. today, in between the meeting of the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. The meeting quickly went to blows, and the President of the United States gave orders to remove Zelensky from the White House at once, and at this moment we understand that Zelensky is boarding another aircraft, the Ukrainian Airbus A319, to now travel to London to be ready for the European conference that will be happening on Sunday as a response not only to today's actions but to larger statements that the United States has been making over the past several weeks. We were able to see today that the United States apparently has absolutely no spine or backbone to stand from, apparently from the office of the President of the United States, as we were able to see that a strong-arming, almost ambush-style tactic was used against the President of Ukraine to attempt to force them into practically unconditionally accepting any kind of a peace that could be achieved, and not only that, signing off on the mineral deal without any kind of security guarantees being provided by the United States, a key and critical component, according to the President of Ukraine, that has been saying this for weeks, if not years, at this point. We have a major amount of news to cover over the course of tonight, but I do want to say that tonight is going to be a little bit of a special night. Many of y'all do know that today the headlines have been dominated by the situation that occurred inside of Washington, D.C., in between the President of Ukraine and the President of the United States. I'm not going to even try and hide the fact that I was incredibly dissatisfied with the actions of the office of the President of the United States today and the end result of that failed meeting that occurred over the course of the past few hours. We are going to be covering that most likely a great deal tonight, but we will have a decent amount of frontline news and information coming out from the areas of Moscow as well as the areas along the line of contact within the state of Ukraine as well. We have also been able to hear, in other words, from the French President Emmanuel Macron, that a statement has now been made today by the French President, apparently as a response to the U.S. action today, that the European Union needs to set its own course into the future and separate into its own individual sphere of influence. The statement being made incredibly clear just only around an hour or two ago. But moving on into the actual news that we have inside the United States, we have been able to hear some fairly interesting things that have come out so far. And moving on into that news, we were able to hear that just this morning, Zelensky and the president did meet inside of the Oval Office and discussed some things, or discussed more so, went into a stabbing match almost instantly. And to quickly explain a little bit of what we saw, because I sadly can't really show any of the footage, because the footage was usually made by some sort of a larger media company, which could copyright us for showing it, so I will largely try and summarize how the actual meeting went, as Matthew and me were following it with a fine-tooth comb and trying to make sure that we were following along as much as we could about the situation that was going on. President Zelensky arrived in normal attire. You can actually see a picture from the meeting today. Zelensky arrived in the button-up shirt that you can see right here with the Ukrainian trees up on the side of it, along with some black pants. When he arrived at the White House, the President of the United States exclaimed, "Wow, look at that. He's dressed up in his little outfit. Isn't that great? Wonderful. Look at that." And apparently, from what we're understanding, the President of the United States practically ordered the President of Ukraine on the dress code to show up to the White House and said that he should wear a suit, and Zelensky decided instead to wear his normal attire to the White House, apparently already angering the President of the United States before the meeting even began, and that frustration could be heard in the actual televised meeting at the very first moment under the portal to the, I believe it was the West Wing of the White House, in between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine. The President of the United States and Ukraine then went into the Oval Office and sat down, and inside of the Oval Office was the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the Department of State, or the Secretary of the Department of State, the Secretary for the Department of Defense, and other government officials that were sitting around outside of the periphery of this picture. The Vice President and the Secretary of State were both to the right of the President of the United States, and the U.S. Secretary of State was off to the left. I wasn't able to see any other U.S. government officials. The Ukrainian ambassador was also present to the left of Zelensky, pretty much in the mob of media reporters that were surrounding the two as the discussion began. During the discussion, the President of Ukraine showed some pictures of war crimes that had been conducted by the Russian Federation over the course of the war and made it incredibly clear that the state of Ukraine would like to see a peace. However, they don't really trust the Russian Federation and their intentions as being upfront and honest. And President Zelensky requested from the President of the United States that inside of the mineral agreement there be some sort of a security assurances in actual written form in the treaty to protect the state of Ukraine from future Russian aggression. The President of Ukraine stating that the action would ensure that the Russian Federation would not violate another ceasefire agreement. Over the past 10 or 11 years, since the beginning of the Ukrainian invasion in 2014 by the Russian Federation, where the Russian Federation illegally annexed Crimea and the Donbass, we have seen that the Russian Federation has violated nearly 25 individual ceasefire treaties negotiated under the presidencies of Obama, Trump, Biden, and also, once again, Trump, although we have not seen a current ceasefire agreement attempted to be made at this point. However, it has been clear that even under the current president, it has been seen that the Russian Federation has not respected a single ceasefire agreement that has ever been laid out in the past, and the President of Ukraine insisted that the reason for that is that the state of Ukraine had not been given any kind of security assurances by the United States that would generally deter the Russian Federation from conducting another aggressive action. At that very moment in time, the Vice President of the United States began to pipe up a little bit extra with the mascara and eyeliner around his eyes. Once again, a little bit odd, but nevertheless, I digress. Then began to immediately state that the President of Ukraine should be grateful and be kissing the feet of the current President of the United States because his country is being destroyed, the state of Ukraine, that is, according to the Vice President, and that the state of Ukraine wouldn't have survived without the United States at all. The president of Ukraine then tried to largely try and create some sort of a counter response to the statement by trying to state something along the lines that the state of Ukraine was incredibly grateful to U.S. support, and they did understand that the United States was a large reason for Ukraine's success on the battlefield in terms of military support. But then the Vice President of the United States started to go on to what could be described nearly as an attack against the President of Ukraine, and then we saw that the entire thing devolved into pretty much an ambush that was constructed against the President of Ukraine by the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States as well.
I'm telling you, for Zelensky to be an ungrateful guy, I could have sworn, since we watched every single nightly speech that Zelensky's put out, he said thank you more times than I can count on his nightly addresses. I can pull up at least 20 or 30 examples of him tweeting out from his Twitter account, big thank you to the United States for supporting the country. He's made speeches on television saying he's been thankful. He's been thankful all the way. And honestly, if he wasn't thankful, I would say something myself. I'd be like, hey, Zelensky ought to say thank you. I think a year or two ago we had said that, but Zelensky realized I need to thank the people for supporting my country so much. And he's been doing that. It's clear. There's evidence backing up he's been grateful the whole time. So to say he's not grateful and try to pin him down in one little instance right here after they got him furious because of course they were lobbing Russian propaganda at him, that's just unfair as hell.
Yeah, we've been covering this practically daily, religiously, for the past 1,101 days. And I've seen the president of Ukraine say thank you to the United States of America more times than honestly I ever thought could be said. I've honestly gotten to the point that it's almost a non-statement that the state of Ukraine is grateful and appreciative of American support in the past. It is a little ridiculous that the statement was being made at this point. And also the other thing that was a little bit interesting, because there was an interesting point, once again we can't show any of the clips, but there was an interesting point where the president of Ukraine was asking about the security assurances, and the vice president of the United States said, why in the world are you pretty much so pessimistic on the Russians and Putin? It seems like you just hate them and you're so full of hatred. And Zelensky said, no, I'm not full of hatred. He just happens to have this tendency of killing my people. And so far, he's violated about 25 ceasefire agreements in the past. So what kind of diplomacy is that from his end? So then immediately the vice president of the United States went into the attack mode of saying that the president of Ukraine is incredibly ungrateful for U.S. support and just pretty much hates the United States, hates the Russians, and is full of hatred for everything and everyone living and non-living. And then that was when everything practically fell apart at that point. And for the next few minutes, it was literally just pretty much a yelling match in between all three of them. But the President Zelensky was actually then kicked out of the White House, according to additional statements that we got later, about 10 or 20 minutes after the spat. I believe it was only about 10 minutes after the spat. The Secretary of State, along with a national security advisor to the president, walked into the room that Zelensky and his entourage were in, and then told him that he was no longer welcome at the White House and was then told to leave. The president of Ukraine then left and apparently traveled to the Fox News studio to then conduct an interview with Fox News, which the interview was conducted on national TV, and multiple times the fella I call Fat Andy Griffith, y'all will probably know why if you ever look at a reference picture, insisted 3 times that the president of Ukraine was to apologize to the president of the United States. An apology was not largely given. There was an attempt to smooth over the situation and say that tensions ran high, but there was no apology issued. And then the president of Ukraine left the Fox News studio, and I believe at this point is now near to Joint Air Force Base Andrews, just south of Washington, D.C., and may be getting on board the Ukrainian A319, or may already be on boarded, traveling back to Europe to be ready for the Sunday summit that will be held as an emergency meeting amongst European nations. But
honestly, though, you got to give Zelensky his props. Though he got chewed up, like we have to admit, he got chewed up during that White House meeting right there. And honestly, watching it was a disgrace. They really ambushed him good. And Zelensky, I will say, he didn't handle the situation perfectly. I'll be perfectly honest with you. but that's an extremely tough position to be in. He had literally a room full of the U.S. president's allies in one big room. They were all literally staring at Zelensky the whole time to put pressure on him, and Zelensky still held his ground. Granted, it wasn't the best response because Zelensky got very flustered, and that probably wasn't the most strategic way to go. I understand why he got angry because, of course, he was getting cornered, but he held his ground exceptionally well, considering that situation would have actually caused most people to fold. He held his ground, which you got to give him props for that.
You have to give props. I would generally say that props have to be given for that because I've never really seen anyone get in a similar situation to that. But something that I would like to bring up here is that we are starting to hear that the United States, well, the office of the President of the United States, I want to make that fairly clear because at this point I would say that they're almost operating in their own realm outside of the United States itself, is now looking to end arms shipments to Ukraine pretty much at this very moment. Any support that has not been delivered to Ukraine, the President of the United States is now looking to see if they can stop any further aid from being sent. We also were able to hear that apparently, according to the President of the United States, his expert geopolitical analysis or foreign policy analysis is we're either going to end this war or let them fight it out and see what happens. That usually is what's called continuing a war because no one's able to find common ground at this point, which is what normally happens. So I don't really know why that's being worded as a threat nearly, because that's what happens in a war. It keeps going until everyone's able to come to an agreement or one side collapses and the war ends because the other one's able to claim total victory. So honestly, a very adept statement. I have a feeling that he finally just read Sun Tzu's The Art of War or The Prince by Machiavelli, one or the other. But nevertheless, moving on from that, we were also able to hear that Zelensky wants security guarantees before the peace talks. That was once again reiterated because President Zelensky did state that Ukraine will not enter peace talks with Russia until it has security guarantees. And we also were able to hear that apparently at this point, the mineral deal, which the President of the United States insisted was incredibly important and beneficial for the United States economically and strategically, is apparently completely off at this moment. And it doesn't appear that the President of the United States is saying that they'll ever be revisiting the plan. So at least for now, at this moment, it does look as though the entire diplomatic situation between Ukraine and the United States went the way that we said would be highly unlikely last night, because we put out two options. I said either the mineral deal that we saw that was a draft is going to be signed and agreed upon when they get to the White House, or there's going to be some sort of a cussing match and he's going to start bashing Zelensky to his face, and then he'll just leave and the deal won't be signed. Crazily enough, it was actually the latter option, not the former, and I said that the latter was going to be highly unlikely because that would be the most irrational sort of an action to make at this point in the diplomatic process. And for some reason, the office of the President of the United States took the most irrational option that could be made and largely escalated the situation that has been seen, at least at this point, that all of you all know about, and we're talking about right now on air. But before we get on into that, and the rest of the analysis on that, was Zelensky intentionally led into an ambush by U.S. officials during today's White House meeting? A lot of people have had many different opinions on this one. Some people say that this was completely unplanned, and in fact, Zelensky was planning on coming over here and cruising for a bruising to the country that he's asking support from, which I'll be honest, that doesn't even make any sense. And others have been saying that the President of the United States and his Vice President and cabinet was largely looking to create this sort of a situation so that way they could try and strong-arm the Ukrainian state on TV for some reason, or to largely make it look like the Ukrainians are a terrible group to support to try and turn public opinion against the state of Ukraine. A lot of people have had different opinions on this, but as far as I'm seeing here on the channel, it appears that everyone almost has the exact same opinion on what actually happened so far. So Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like 71% of the audience said yes, it was a very clear setup and an ambush set up to basically put Zelensky into a spot of humiliation, while 19% said it was spontaneous and the arguments just erupted naturally, and 6% said it seems odd, but I'm not really sure. And honestly, I am pretty certain at this point, this was a pre-planned ambush to bring Zelensky in and make him look like a fool on the world stage. Once again, Zelensky is not an enemy. He's an ally. He's in Ukraine and he's fighting for his country's sovereignty. This guy is not a dictator. He is not Putin. This guy is a democracy, freedom-loving individual that should be a friend of the United States. And he was brought in as if he was some type of mortal enemy of the United States, which is very disappointing and insane to see that. And I actually said last night it was very possible that this was going to happen today. They could bring him in and once again put a lot of peer pressure on him, and they actually ended up doing that. And I said last night, if that happens, my mind is going to be blown. And honestly, today's events quite literally blew my mind. It was very disgusting what happened today. And Zelensky held himself as well as he possibly could under the circumstances. He clearly got angry, understandably, and he was basically going up against several different people at once, and he was holding his ground. So he did good, but once again, there is going to be fallout from this. And the Ukrainian ambassador was actually breaking down in tears during this entire instance because, of course, she's put a ton of work into trying to keep relations positive, and she saw that crumbling before her eyes today. I was very disheartening to see that, by the way, because she's been putting a lot of work into it, and, of course, she was visibly upset. So, very disappointing to see this. I would say to the United States government, why are we not bringing in Putin and doing this? Putin should be the one dragged into that hot seat and put on that hot seat, not our allies. That's not the place for an ally to be. And it's about time that we wake up and realize that and stop going down this path of stupidity, because Zelensky was just berated in public and made to look like a fool on the world stage while he's literally the victim of a war. But Enforcer, what say you?
And look, I gotta point out some hypocrisies that I'm seeing here that people keep bringing up, and I just want to point out how dumb and stupid a lot of these are. One, people are saying, well, it is disrespectful for Zelensky to not wear a suit when meeting the president of the United States. I don't know if people are forgetting this, but isn't there some jackass called Elon Musk that keeps hanging around the Oval Office wearing a t-shirt and a blazer? That's not a suit. So how in the world is he getting away with it, but Zelensky doesn't get away with it? Where in the world is the double standard there? Because it's clear and obvious to anyone who's got brains that there's a double standard being put out there, that Elon can get away with wearing whatever the hell he wants, but then the president of Ukraine can't get away with wearing what he normally wears to pretty much every single diplomatic conference. Another thing that I found stupid, because, I just want to point this out, not getting political here, but this is a good point, is that if the president of the United States can threaten the governor of Maine on national TV and put them on the spot on something that should be behind closed doors, why in the world is it that the president of Ukraine just simply bringing up the fact that there should be security assurances within the mineral deal for the state of Ukraine to the press to let them know what the Ukrainians are looking for? How is that putting the president of the United States on the spot? Because if we are sitting here and saying that you can't put these closed door discussions out there onto national TV and put people on the spot, then the president was entirely out of line by their own logic today for putting the governor of the state of Maine on the spot over a domestic political situation that should have been discussed behind closed doors between the president and the governor of Maine, if we were to talk about it like that. That just doesn't make any damn sense. And I don't like looking at stuff and being a hypocrite and applying absolutely no logic to something or not. If something looks like dumb shit, I'm going to call it what it is, and that is stupid shit. The two big things that were supposed to, that tore this whole thing apart, the president either just did it or they allow it for someone else. So you can be anyone that's friends with the president or has given them a whole bunch of money during their presidential campaign, and then you can wander around practically naked through the Oval Office and no one would give a damn. And you can also be a governor of a state inside of the United States in an opposite political party, and then you're going to get roughshod and ramrodded on national TV, just like the president said the president of Ukraine was trying to do to him today on national TV. Although I'll be entirely honest with you, I didn't see that one bit. I didn't see the president of Ukraine go, excuse me, I am the federal law and you're going to do what I want or else you're going to get screwed. I didn't see him do that. I heard him say, we would like to have some sort of security guarantees to make sure that the Russian Federation doesn't conduct another act of violence against us again once a ceasefire is signed. And also on top of that, let me point out another point here. I feel like this one makes a good bit of sense, so I'll run it by y'all and let y'all see. If the president of the United States is so adamant about stopping the war in Ukraine and stopping people from dying, wouldn't security assurances as a part of that mineral deal leading up to a ceasefire actually stop any conflict from that point forward forever? Because what idiot in the Russian Federation would sit there and go, well, yes, it's a great idea to attack Ukraine now that they actually have a real ratified treaty of security assurances in writing. Now let's break the ceasefire. That would make no sense. That is a stupid line of reasoning. In fact, the United States, if we want to truly stop the war and stop people from getting killed, ought to have been behind a ceasefire, because that would have ensured that the Russian Federation wouldn't have touched Ukraine, because the United States would be sitting there, lock, stock, and missile, like we've always been, sitting there right behind Ukraine, and would stop any further aggressive acts against the state of Ukraine, even if they were neutrally aligned and not NATO. That didn't even make sense. What that was doing today was pretty much trying to once again pull a fast one, in my opinion, on the state of Ukraine, which we should not be doing on countries that we claim are Western aligned and our allies, which was to sit there and try and get the mineral deal ratified and then never give any security assurances to the state of Ukraine when that's all they're asking for in exchange for giving over an agreement to this mineral deal. That is ridiculous. That is stupid. And the assessments and statements that have been made by the office of the president today, and in particular the office of the vice president today, in my opinion, are absolutely harebrained, asinine, and make no sense at all on a diplomatic and foreign policy standing. I think it's ridiculous, and and of course, we are non-political on this channel, and I do not say that I support one political party or the other. But when a president makes a stupid action, we've been apt to call it out many times in the past. I've been apt to call out the stupid actions of the prior president, for example, letting a Chinese balloon fly over the entirety of the United States without shooting it down. I called that out as being absolutely harebrained and stupid. It was. This is one of the most harebrained and stupid actions that I've ever seen in a foreign policy standing being made by the United States. What's even worse on top of that is that Macron has made it very clear, and made it very clear today in actual public stated words, that the French Republic will be leading the European Union into a separate sphere to where they will be able to manage their own affairs and will be able to have their own strategic and economic partnerships with whoever they want around the world, and the United States will not be getting preferred status in any kind of tariffs or trade agreements into the future. That was made clear incredibly well today, as we were able to hear that Macron said amid the foreign policy shifts that he is calling upon Europe to rediscover a taste for risk, ambition, and power, meaning that they are now moving, because of the U.S. actions over the past few weeks and of today, they are now moving completely into trying to separate the Europeans from an American-led Western sphere, and we're now going to see that the Western sphere is split in two because of harebrained and asinine foreign policy decisions that are being made by a president of the United States that, in my opinion, at this point, has no damn clue what the hell they're doing in foreign policy. Another question that I have, what are we doing to deal with Iran at this point? Once again, we've sat there and we pretty much given off the task of dealing with a nuclearizing power to a regional power within the region, Israel, to deal with American security concerns in the Middle East against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We aren't even willing to stand up for the most important oil region that is pretty much neutrally aligned at this point, the Middle East, to ensure that those oil resources don't fall into the hands of the Chinese at some point in the future. Not only that, we are still sitting there and waffling on Taiwan. The Secretary of State made a statement today that we still stand behind the sovereignty of the Taiwanese government on the island of Taiwan, but that doesn't mean a damn thing anymore, because we know that those kinds of statements can reverse overnight. So the Chinese could start to threaten the Taiwanese with an actual armed invasion, and then we'll start blaming the entire conflict on Taiwan for even existing in the first place. This just makes no sense, and this is a way that we're going to start running every single ally that we've ever had, that we've built over the past 100 years, since the end of the First World War, since the end of U.S. soldiers fighting and dying in the trenches of France, and the U.S. soldiers in the Second World War fighting and dying over the surface of the entire face of the planet to secure a Western-led sphere that is led by the United States, that has led to the most unprecedented economic and military progress that has ever been seen in the world. It is an alliance that beats the Holy Roman Empire, the Roman Empire, the great empire of Genghis Khan and his Mongol hordes. We have seen that the United States and the Western sphere, due to the actions of the past 70 years in foreign policy, has become the most powerful and prosperous nation around the world, and our allies are prosperous and also well-equipped for the modern age, much like we are as well, because of our combined friendship and abilities to be able to face down our adversaries around the globe. We are selling it away at this point, wholesale, at this time, right now, today, for the ability to appease some old, dying, decrepit fool in the Russian Federation that runs a country that takes up 15% of the land mass of the world, and with that massive land wealth, can't even produce a smidging of wealth equivalent to that of South Korea. That is a stupid reason to sit there and give up what we have right now. And what we are doing with the tariffs is even worse. What we are doing with the tariffs is absolutely horrendous. We are putting large tariffs on the European Union, Canada, and Mexico. Out of the three Western-aligned trade partners that we have, those are the biggest three. And not only that, Well, you're putting tariffs on the Chinese, but whoa. Easy there, folks. We don't want to get too heavy-handed on the countries that are actually open adversaries and enemies of the Republic. Oh, no. We're only going to put a 15% tariff on the Chinese, but we're going to put a 25 and 30% tariff on all of our allies, so that way we can sit there and ensure that every single American business is once again shoved down their throat that the only trade option they have is with our actual enemy, the People's Republic of China. That makes no damn sense on any level. If anything, we should be leveraging tariffs against the People's Republic of China and incentivizing even further trade with Western allies. That would make the most sense. That would produce the most wealth for the United States and for our allies. That would be the most beneficial thing that we could do. And what we are doing is literally the ass-backwards way of going around that. And not only that, we got the Russians sitting there rustled in their jostles today because they're sitting there and watching the United States once again go around and start beating the shit out of everyone that we say we're aligned with. And for what? Like, we are going to give up everything. We're going to give up Europe for the large part because of this. Because what the Europeans have got as a message today is that the United States isn't going to be there to back them up when they need it. They're going to be, like any leader, for example, Andrzej Duda of Poland. Andrzej Duda is going to be on Fox News in about 3 years' time, also having to say, look, I don't really know if I want to apologize to the president or not, because they're going to be left high and dry if they count on the United States, based off of the actions of today, if anything happened. And so, what in the world, here's the question, if the United States is the most powerful country in the world and everyone wants to deal with us, why in the world would anyone want to deal with us if we're not ever going to leverage that power and wealth to give people an incentive to want to deal with us? That doesn't make any sense.
All hope is not lost, by the way. It sounds bad, it looks bad, and honestly, the current decisions being made on foreign policy, they are horrific. Once again, I'm not making any comments about the politicians involved personally. The U.S. president may be a great guy, but the decisions he's making in foreign policy are horrific. It's really bad. We could fix this by doing one simple thing. Talk to our allies on a position of mutual respect. Talk to them like they're equals, because they are, and don't treat them like they're underlings just because we can get away with treating them like shit. We shouldn't be treating our allies like that. We should talk to them as equals, like I stated. And also, we should make sure that we hold that alliance as close as possible, NATO and also our trade alliances, and make sure we don't lose that. Like the enforcer was saying, that is the biggest and best trade alliance and also defense alliance we've ever had in the history of the country. And to act like it's worthless is silly. And also another thing is when we turn on our allies like that, we are sending a message to Russia, China, and Iran, North Korea, that it's a go time for them to invade wherever they want. That's why China is getting all hyped up and doing stuff around Vietnam, Australia, and also Taiwan. That's why Russia is over there laughing their asses off right now at Zelensky getting a shellacking in the White House. Our allies are laughing and gloating, or excuse me, our enemies are laughing and gloating, but our allies are in basically tatters right now because they're not sure if they're going to be protected into the future, but with the alliance that we currently have. It's just a mess. It can be fixed, but it requires a mindset change here. Like, the mindset has to change, or this is going to go down a bad path.
And what's even more stupid at this point is that what we heard from the President of the United States today, I want to put this out there too, is that the President of the United States said Putin actually says that he wants peace, according to what he said to the President of the United States, but Zelensky doesn't. Here's the caveat. Russia is saying we want peace because they think they can achieve an absolute victory in Ukraine. They only want peace if they are going to win. That's what they're looking for. The state of Ukraine knows at this point that going into negotiation, that's what they're going to be looking at. So they want a war to continue, so that way the Russians get beat down enough that they actually are able to meet, even in the middle at this point, on the conflict, and actually see that the Ukrainians don't get shafted. And on top of that, the arguments that were made by the Vice President of the United States today, you would think that they would have been a fifth-grade idiot that didn't even know what he was talking about. Because to sit there and say that you need to end a war because your people are dying and your country's being destroyed is the goofiest argument that I've ever heard against fighting a war. Yes, there is devastation and death in war. But if you sit there and give up, you're giving up sometimes to far worser things. What if we made that same argument to the United Kingdom in 1940 after France had been steamrolled and the Blitz began, where the Germans started to bomb every single major city across the United Kingdom? What if we were to tell them, why don't you just give up to Hitler? Stop getting your country destroyed and your people killed. You know, the British Army, they're hardly even fighting. You got these old men in uniforms because of the manpower shortages that you're having, because you're having to rapidly mobilize. Why not just give up and let into Hitler? In fact, just ship the Jews straight into Hitler's hands so that way they can be put right into the camps right now. Why didn't we just tell them that back then? Because it was stupid, and that's not how the world works. What if we sat there and told Poland back in the day, why don't you just give the free city of Danzig to Nazi Germany? Why don't you just give it to Hitler? Or better yet, why don't we just let Hitler run the entirety of Europe? Why not let everyone give up? Because they might give up, and sure, they might end up getting killed in a concentration camp, but at least their people wouldn't be dying in some kind of a needless war to defend their family from being genocided in the future or being subjected to some sort of a horrendously corrupt and brutal regime. That would be far better an alternative than actually fighting and dying for your freedom and independence from some sort of a brutal tyrant or a dictator like the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany. That makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense when lined up with anything. Why in the world wouldn't we have just told the founding fathers, look, the British are taxing y'all without representation, and that kind of, might be a little bit annoying, but look, that's far better for y'all to deal with this equal injustice that all of y'all are seeing in the United States than to actually start a war. Imagine how many people would die and how many cities might get destroyed across the 13 colonies to try and declare independence from the United Kingdom. Why not just give up and hand over George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and all the other founding fathers, the countless dozens of them, so that way they could be hanged by the crown for their crimes of treason against the crown and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, so that way we can sit there and make sure that there's peace. We don't want all of these Americans dying in this conflict. They're not even Americans, really. They're British subjects of the crown. That makes no sense. Nowhere at all does that kind of line of reasoning make any sense in any other kind of a conflict except for this one. The statements of the vice president were not only dumb, but they were repugnant. To say that Ukraine takes people on propaganda tours around the country about the war crimes that have committed. I have seen a decent amount of the war crimes on film. I'm not like the vice president. I don't sit around drinking cocktails all day and standing around at little rallies and conferences where I listen to idiots ramble onto each other and pretend how smart they are. I actually do a job. I work 70 hours a week at this, and for 1,101 days, I've seen some of the most horrendous shit that has ever been imagined. I've seen kids with half of their skull ripped off from shrapnel. I've seen Russians mowing down people in basements sometimes. I've seen some guys castrated and their heads kicked in. I've seen some of the most horrendous things over the course of this war, and hardly any of y'all ever see any of those clips because they don't make the light of day here on this channel. I have seen all of it.
Also, how can it be a propaganda tour? Like, this is just universal. Like, it doesn't matter what political party these senators are from. If anybody ever goes to Ukraine to go visit, and Zelensky or someone from the Ukrainian government takes them around and shows them where these torture centers were that the Russians were operating and actually conducting torture on the civilians, these senators come back every single time saying that what they saw was mind-boggling. It was horrific. It was like stuff that hasn't been seen since World War II and the atrocities of the Nazis. And they come back traumatized from it, and they immediately want to support Ukraine. So how the hell is that a propaganda tour? And also, he stated today that he sees on TV, he sees videos of people talking about what happened, but yet he won't actually step foot in Ukraine to go see what happened. It's like Zelensky offered to take him there. He said, if you want to go see where these atrocities have taken place and come take a look, we'll show you. And instead, he called it a propaganda tour. It's clear the guy's got his mind made up. He's not, the vice president apparently doesn't want to change his mind, even though the evidence is clearly out there to show him that he's wrong. He's not willing to change his mind.
And also, the gall to sit there and make it sound like Ukraine is Pyongyang in North Korea, like you go around on a state-sanctioned tour. You can go into Ukraine and travel wherever you want. You can't do that in a place like North Korea that actually does have propaganda tours of the country to show you their greatest things. You can go to cities in Ukraine that are still devastated from the conflict. Cities that are getting hammered every day at this point, like Kharkiv, that is still getting hit by Russian drones as of just 2 hours ago. You can go and look at the damage there. You can go and find fresh corpses and fresh burial grounds of Ukrainian civilians that are being killed by the Russian attacks right now at this very minute across the entirety of Ukraine. The fact that that would be made out to sound like some sort of a propaganda tour is ridiculous. And also, another thing that I have to say, there's something else that isn't really adding up to me. Ukraine is supposed to give up and just let the Russians really get whatever they want at this point. That seems to be the clear kind of a talking point that the office of the president's going with these days. How come that same argument isn't used with Israel? why not let Hezbollah have what they want? Or better yet, Hamas. Let them do whatever they want and carve up Israel however they want, because that would be better than going to war and seeing a whole bunch of people get bombed and having to have everyone shoot at each other. Why in the world is that same logic not being used there? Because Hezbollah and Hamas, just like the Russians, are terroristic bastards that will kill and maim and conduct genocide to an unprecedented degree because they believe that they are in the right. They have been radicalized to the point that that their enemy is less than human, much like the Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists look at the Israelis, and they will conduct untold atrocities against those countries that they do not like. So why in the world is it that with the current U.S. administration, Israel can conduct whatever actions it needs? It can really conduct whatever war it feels like to protect itself. And most of the time, that's actually done in preemptive invasions, for example, occupations of the Gaza Strip or southern Lebanon. But with Ukraine, it's the opposite way around. They can't even defend themselves from an actual armed invasion from a foreign country. That doesn't make any sense at all. I'm one to say that if you want to say one thing across the board, then go at it. So if they want to say that Israel's actions against Hezbollah and Hamas are not right because that's war and war is bad all across the board, but at the same time, they also said that about Ukraine, then I go, well, at least they have their prerogatives straight, and they generally get the concept, or the idea at least, that war is bad all across the table. Or if war is good, support the Israelis bombing Iran, and in fact go over there and bomb them as the United States, and then support Ukraine with military arms and equipment to be able to continue to fight the Russians. But the thing is that the statements are not clear, and they're hypocritical at best in every single way, and they completely contradict themselves in every single aspect, because with Ukraine, war is bad. We can't have war. In the Middle East, Israel can bomb literally anyone. Like, they pretty much have a blank check to bomb anyone and everyone that they want. They pretty much ran the Syrians right back into Iran's lap as soon as they overthrew Assad, because the next day, Israel bombed several hundred military targets throughout all of Syria to make sure the interim government wouldn't have military equipment, and ended up killing a decent amount of the interim government's armed fighting forces that just got done overthrowing Assad. So that's entirely justified, according to the U.S. administration. And to be entirely honest with y'all, I largely would say that Israel's actions against Hezbollah and Hamas are entirely good. They are against the enemies of the West, collectively. Not just enemies of the state of Israel, they are enemies of the United States, and a proxy force of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a sworn enemy of the United States. But at the same time, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm also in support of Ukraine as well, because the Russian Federation is a sworn enemy of the United States of America. Not by our reasoning, but by the Russians' reasoning themselves. They look at America as an enemy. On national state TV, they talk about nuking and killing Americans every single day. Don't believe me? Go pull it up and you'll see it. It's literally on Russia 1, which is Russia Channel 1, and they talk about killing Americans every single day in Russia. It's a wet dream of theirs. They wake up really excited from it a lot of times. And then we're supposed to sit there and say that they seem like somewhat reasonable and decent people. That is ridiculous, because I don't see that on Ukrainian state TV, that they sit there and say that Americans are terrible people and they want to kill all of them. I see that on Russian state TV, not Ukrainian state TV. So there's a little bit of a big difference there. But this is just absolutely absurd. Like,
You know something else that I think is a disconnect here, and once again, I think the president is misunderstanding, or either he's intentionally misunderstanding. I don't know what the case is, but he keeps making the argument that this war in Ukraine must end because the killing must stop and the war must stop because too many lives have been lost. Ukraine wants to end the war, but they don't want to surrender and capitulate to Putin. Once again, he invaded their territory wrongfully, and he does not want to give away land to someone who basically stole the land. That's understandable. So, to take an issue with that is a bit silly to me. But I would say that by stopping the war right now and letting Russia regroup, that's not preventing World War III. In fact, that's making it more likely, because if Putin is able to rebuild his equipment and rebuild his military and put more people into it, he is going to go at it again. I'm very certain about that, especially if Ukraine is not getting into NATO, and also there's no security guarantees, and also there's no EU peacekeeping troops in Ukraine. Putin is 100% going for it again. Why wouldn't he go for it again? There's nothing stopping him. And of course, he's already shown he's willing to do it. He invaded the first time, which was a shock to a lot of military experts out there. And he'll do it again. I'm pretty confident about that. So that's actually making World War III more inevitable, is by letting Putin rebuild. And by keep repeating this line of we need to stop it right now to save it, that's that same mentality of let's kick the can down the road a little bit further and the next guy will handle it. That can't be the current mentality right here. We're going to end up in another World War II type situation here, where we've basically let a monster grow until it's gotten so powerful that the whole world has to go to war to stop it. Right now, Ukraine's fighting them, and they can take care of it if we keep arming them properly. So Ukraine's showing they're willing to do it. I say let them keep going at the task, let them protect their territory. And on the same hand, we get a benefit from it because Europe's protected. So it's just common sense to me. I think the president doesn't currently understand that.
I don't think the president understands that at all because he's made it fairly clear he doesn't listen to any advisors whatsoever on any topic because he just knows everything, which is a very bad way to go about things because nobody knows everything, and even I would have foreign policy advisors. It would make no sense to just make decisions unilaterally and not run them by a group of hopefully learned and intelligent people to be able to help you to make these kinds of decisions. What kind of leader throughout history has ever sat there and actually bragged that they don't listen to their advisors and they tell them to kiss their ass and then do whatever they want? I don't think Churchill ever did that. I don't think FDR ever did that in World War II. Hell, I don't even think Stalin did that. I don't think, at some point, I believe Stalin actually started to listen to advisors after the first few months of Operation Barbarossa to figure out what they actually should be doing. It's a little bit goofy to sit there and say something like that because it shows that this isn't really actually looking for the best actions of the United States. This is more so trying to follow along the lines of pursuing ego to make it sound like it was only me who did it, and that's just not how anything in the U.S. government has ever worked, or in any government or governance model anywhere around the world. Even kings of old, in the feudal era of medieval Europe, had advisors of the king's court where they would call upon lords or knights or just well-learned people of the realm and ask them what they should do or run an idea by them and say, does that sound smart or not? Because the king, crazily enough, even at that level, even just ruling out the lords in general and the power that lords held inside of a kingdom combined, usually the king wasn't even an absolute power within his own court and usually would ask around for what kind of ideas or analysis these people had of his decisions that he was going to be making. It's a really goofy thing at this point that we're dealing with, and some people are sitting here thinking, or saying in the chat, oh, the enforcer's going political, because now he's making a comment on it. No. Sorry. Let me clarify this again. Yes, I am bashing the president of the United States and the vice president. Tonight, I'm going to say that is fairly obvious. I think a lot of people can get that. But that is something that I've had to take a moment to decide on, because we've been watching for weeks as the flip-flops have been going on, and we've heard one thing and then the next day. We have seen terrible foreign policy plans being made. They're just not within American interest. I can promise you that. And time and time again, things have been getting worse and worse every week. And at this point today, we're sitting here and watching that, quite honestly, an explosion happened in the Oval Office. No one even treated premiers of the Soviet Union this way, ever. And that was actually probably America's worst enemy throughout entire history. Nobody even treated the premiers of the Soviet Union that way, and now we're seeing this. It's getting worse. I'm not going to speak on the domestic political topics ever, and I'm not ever going to get political in that realm, but what I will say is that the President of the United States at this point, this one in particular, has absolutely no clue what they're doing in foreign policy, and if they had any kind of a clue, they would support Ukraine and bombard the Russians into submission so that way we could actually get a kind of a peace that actually would ensure that the Russian Federation wouldn't do something like this again, and there wouldn't be another war on the face of Europe for at least the next couple of decades. That seems to me what would make the most sense. And also, by the way, I want to make this clear, because just because I'm disagreeing strongly with the current foreign policy decisions of the current U.S. president, people like to go overboard with it. Like they'll start, getting extreme and things like that. I'm simply making a comment on his decisions on foreign policy. I'm not commenting on what he's doing domestically or anything like that. We don't touch domestic politics. I'm simply speaking about what he's doing in the foreign policy side of things. And I will say unilaterally that it is horrific what's going on in the foreign policy. Some presidents understand foreign policy and some don't. I would say that currently, right now, we're stuck with one that either does not want to understand how it works, or either he just simply doesn't know and he's not capable of managing it properly. Whatever the case is, the point behind making my statements is hopefully someone out there will hear this and simply get the word out that we can't turn on our allies like this. And, if you want to say something about it, you can always write to your senator, write to your representative, or say something. So that way, hopefully somebody will hear this. And maybe if they realize enough people feel this way, like the way democracy is supposed to work, they will simply change their minds on things and simply start supporting our allies like they should be doing. So that's my point behind saying this. I'm not saying I hate anybody in politics. I personally don't hate anybody. I don't get that deep with it. It's just, this is basically business right here. And right now, bad decisions are being made for our country when it comes to the foreign side of things. So
hopefully this situation gets fixed, because it's just not going good. Today was honestly wild. That's why we're so fired up on the stream right now. Today was wild. I was expecting it wouldn't go like this today, quite as bad as it did. I figured it wasn't going to be perfect, but shoot, today was a doozy. I'm not going to lie.
It was a doozy, an entirely doozy one. And also, let's see here. I'm trying to see. Some people are saying in the chat one thing or another. Once again, not wanting to go out of my way to say that, we are leaning one side or the other. Once again, make it a little bit clear. I think some of y'all can kind of get it a little bit more today than ever. I'm not really a fan of the current president, and I really wasn't a fan of the last president either at all, for different reasons, but nevertheless, equally not a fan of either. But I have never seen, in the course of history, such bad foreign policy decisions being made. And I see some people saying things like, oh, this is certainly political. And no, it's not, because let me ask you this. When over the past 70 years has either political party done something like this? Never. Like, never. Neither side has never done this. Both sides actually would try and foster some form of diplomatic relationship with each and every single country that they could, and try and open up trade relations with them, because it makes us money. The movement of goods, no matter whether they're coming into the country or going out of the country, makes us money. It is business, and it's good business at that. To jeopardize all of that on... I don't even know what the concept is, but to jeopardize all of it for nothing, from what I can tell, isn't making any sense. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all, and it's just absolutely goofy. On top of that, I don't know if y'all heard this. Maybe I ought to run this one by y'all as well. Mexico is our second largest trade partner behind Canada. I believe Canada is currently the largest. Mexico is the second. China, I believe, is the fourth, and the European Union is the third, if I remember it correct in order. But beyond that, Mexico actually is a little bit concerned, because apparently recently the U.S. Secretary of Defense told Mexico's top military officials in late January that if they didn't deal with the collusion between the country's government and the cartels, the U.S. military was prepared to take unilateral action, possibly involving limited ground invasions by the U.S. Army, occupying areas along the U.S.-Mexican border, and pretty much invading Mexico. Like, that's pretty much what it is in a smaller sense. And that is going to sit, just to let y'all know a little bit here, if that happens, I cannot go against the idea of taking out the cartels. That's a great idea. But invading the Mexican border is an absolutely insane idea. You were literally turning the Mexican border, which is where all of these goods generally enter from Mexico and exit into Mexico, into a war zone. So how in the world are the goods supposed to travel when most of the border would be a war zone at that point? That would be absolutely nuts. Like, we may as well just chalk up all of Mexico's trade to non-existent, or completely overburden our maritime trade routes with the Mexicans through the Gulf to be able to try and deal with that sort of a situation. Like, that is absolutely insane to even think that was floated to the Mexicans, because if any, I'm 100% behind taking out the cartel, but not in a way that's just absolutely stupid and is practically, the door is locked in front of me, so I'm going to slam a 2,000-pound J-dam onto it to open the door. That's not how we work it. Usually we want to do things with largely scalpel-like precision, where we try and deal with them, but we also don't cause a great deal of disruption. This would be like saying the mafia runs New York City back in the 70s, so let's start carpet bombing blocks of New York City that are under mob control, because that'll deal with them. That's just a complete overblowing of the situation, and a terrible way of trying to deal with it. It's insane. Like, it's just absolutely insane at this point what the foreign policy realm's looking like. And the French are already smelling the blood in the water, and they're already moving on into creating a separate European sphere, which is probably what we'll hear announced this Sunday, or we're going to start hearing the movement of that, as Europe is probably going to unilaterally state that they are going to be economically supporting Ukraine, and as well as militarily, and let the Ukrainians continue on the conflict outside of U.S. involvement. But anyways, with that, a lot of people have been talking about the United States and Ukrainian relations that have been very well seen on TV today. And a lot of people are saying, are the U.S.-Ukrainian relations salvageable, or will Zelensky's hopes rest entirely on the Europe now, as pretty much a completely separate sphere? And a lot of people are saying, no, U.S. and Ukrainian relations are over. Some are saying that it's salvageable. Others are saying that only time will tell. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So it looks like 41% of the audience said no, U.S. and Ukraine relations are over effectively at this point, while 29% said yes, it remains salvageable, and 22% said only time will tell. And this is a tough one because I would hope that the right decision was made and that cooler heads would prevail and that both sides, both Zelensky's side and the U.S. president's side, would decide to come back together and discuss this whole situation. The only thing that makes me doubtful about that is because the U.S. president made a statement late this evening and told the press that Zelensky was already begging to come back, and he kept calling basically the White House's phone and saying, "Can we please cool off a little bit and discuss this again?" And the U.S. president turned him down every single time he called. So that makes me a bit concerned. It could be a tactic, maybe it's possible, because that seems to be the line of strategy here at this point, is sort of playing these type of games. But, with the flip-flopping that's going on, it's hard to tell which way this is going to go. I'll be honest with you. If the strategy here is to confuse people, the strategy has worked extremely well because at this point, it's hard to predict anything. Of course, in my opinion, I would say it's not a good way to run a country, but that's sort of the way it is right now. So I'm going to say only time will tell on this one because to say either way or another, it's just a guessing game at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, just to let y'all know how my analysis is going to have to work from this point forward on the office of the president. The office of the president, as far as I can tell, just want to make this a little bit clear. This is my analysis, so if you disagree with it, feel free to unsubscribe. Is lying out of their teeth almost on everything. Like we can't ever take a single statement that they say as true because they'll usually do the opposite than what they're saying, or they'll completely reverse it the next day. So we have no clue what they're doing, and at this point, I'm pretty much having to analyze the actions of the U.S. government a lot like the actions I analyzed with the Russian government, that we generally have to assume that their public statements are untrue and assume otherwise. So at this point, I have no clue what U.S. Relations with Ukraine are going to be looking like in the future. They could end up being smoothed over, and they could end up continuing, or they may end up completely collapsing and falling apart for good, and we just see that Ukraine has to rely on Europe from that point forward. That's really what we're looking at right now, and I have no clue which way it will go. I'll be entirely honest with y'all, the office of the president keeps on telling me to hold my beer and keeps on proving every single one of my analysis points wrong at this point, usually going with the analysis option that I give, and I say it's the least likely. That's the path that they take. So I would say that the least likely option would be that Ukrainian relations are restored. So that means that we're going to have to largely assume, I don't even know at that point, because you would largely assume that then would be the case, that Ukrainian-U.S. relations would be restored. But we have absolutely no clue. I hate to tell you all that. As far as it's going right now with the U.S. government, I have no damn clue what they're doing, and I have absolutely no idea or any ability to analyze or understand what kind of actions they're going to be taking. It's just impossible at this point. So I hope that does address that somewhat well. Not to sound
And
like
also,
a defeatist.
and also, I don't know why there's people in the chat saying that Zelensky did not call in. The White House made the statement themselves. This was from a White House official that the Zelensky associates and also Zelensky himself was begging before they left the White House to stay and keep talking about the situation and not to simply throw the negotiations to the curb. They then left, and they still made those calls to the White House to keep coming back and discussing things. And they were told, no, I cannot allow you to return right now under these circumstances. That is what they were told. So, no, that is what happened. That's not a lie. That is the series of events that actually took place. And he was turned down from that because even though, obviously, I could see this argument. Some people are going to disagree with this or not. I could see where both sides could have decent arguments as to why they were heated and angry with each other. I personally think Zelensky was in the right, but playing it fair and playing it real loose, I would say that generally speaking, they both could have an argument for saying that they were somehow disrespected or another. But whatever the case is, Zelensky was trying to be the cooler head here. He said, let me come back and try to make this right, and let me come back and speak. That apparently fell on deaf ears, according to the reports here. So hopefully that changes tomorrow, but right now it sounds like it probably isn't going to change.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go with this at this point, I'll be entirely honest. But beyond that, one thing I do want to say, because some people don't know this, some people don't get it, that whenever we talk on this channel about these kinds of topics, this is the second time that I've ever publicly stated my wildly great displeasure with actions of the U.S. government. That doesn't mean just to make this a little bit clear, that doesn't mean that I'm one of those sellouts that you hear in the United States that are willing to sacrifice the entire country for some sort of an overseas country like Ukraine. I'm not one of those kinds of, in my opinion, lunatics that say that the United States should provide our nuclear weapons or give our aircraft carriers to Ukraine to give them some sort of a leverage in firepower. That's absolutely stupid. Like, I don't know where those people get those kinds of ideas from. That's a little goofy. When I speak about what is going on in the world, or I say that I'm incredibly unhappy with something, that is because at the end of the day, I care for all of y'all. Even the people here in the chat that cuss me out and then call me a snowflake or something like that because apparently y'all drank some sort of political Kool-Aid, can't take a different opinion. I care about all of y'all, and I care about y'all's daily lives because I'm one of y'all. Believe it or not, while I'm just a voice behind a microphone, I'm one of y'all. We get out there in the world every day. We have to eat food, we have to buy groceries, we have to pay our bills, and we have to keep the lights on. And so we understand the trials and tribulations of the average American citizen because unlike others who have billions of dollars and practically don't ever have to worry about bills or paying anything, we do just like y'all. So with that in mind, I generally care about what y'all are going through each and every day, and I generally have an understanding, a very limited one at that, and I don't have a massive pool of advisors to work from to tell me if my ideas are good or not, but I generally have an idea of what would be the best for the United States in foreign policy and in domestic policy. It's just that we don't bring that up, to be able to make sure that y'all are as successful and prosperous as you can be. The domestic political decisions, the ones pertaining to morality, I generally believe that those decisions belong to the states, and the states ought to be able to make up their own decisions on that, so that way it's more on a case-by-case basis instead of a federal overarching sort of a domestic policy objective. Nevertheless, as far as y'all's prosperity, I largely care about that a great deal because y'all's prosperity is my equal prosperity. So when I'm looking out for y'all's interest, I'm looking out for my interests. And so when I see things being done, like sanctions being levied against our largest trading partners, like for example, leading the Europeans to go and create their own separate sphere, I know that at the end of the day, that's going to be hitting my pocketbook as bad as it's going to be hitting y'all's. And that's why it gets me riled up to say things like tonight, like these are stupid decisions being made by the office of the president, and we're going to be paying quite dearly for them. And that's another thing that gets me a little bit aggravated, I'll just be entirely honest, is that I know that all the people who are making these decisions are not going to be impacted by this at all. Everyone in the House of Representatives and the Senate gets speaking arrangements and fees, and they pretty much live off of all of these kinds of pretty much investments that private companies make into them, so that way they'll vote the way they want them to. So these people have enough money to live off of that they'll never be affected by a price increase on eggs or groceries or their power bill or anything like that. I know that the President of the United States, with the personal wealth that they supposedly have, surely will not be affected, and neither will the non-natural born citizen of the United States that happens to be his advisor slash actually running the government human resources department will never be affected either because he's the richest man on the planet. So out of all of them, they can make whatever decisions they want. We end up suffering, kind of like we would under the last administration, which also had enough money to not give a damn. We all end up suffering. It doesn't impact them at all, and it may as well just be a hill of beans to them. And that's why it ends up bothering me a great deal, because I see actions that inherently will not be in the interest for the large majority of us who are down here having to pay our bills and actually look at the amount of money that we're spending, and it's not going to end up doing us well. If you believe me or not, that's up to you. But I promise you this, that when things get more expensive, and shockingly enough, your quality of life is not improving, this will end up being right. I get no satisfaction from that at all. Not one bit. I actually am going to be suffering right alongside of you. So I don't really care if I get to say I told you so, because the bills are going to be a lot more expensive for me as well. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that these actions that we're seeing here today with the state of Ukraine are going to end up impacting a lot of things economically that benefit the United States internationally, and a lot of us are going to end up paying for it, and it's not going to look incredibly good for us. I'm not speaking at all to try and get you to vote one way or another in the next election. One thing I am saying, though, is that I strongly disagree with the actions that the office of the president and the office of the vice president made today that will start to impact us average citizens like you and me, and we'll end up paying quite dearly for it, while all of them will largely be unaffected by these kinds of decisions. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least in my opinion. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the next part of the stream where we actually talk about everything on the front lines themselves, inside of the Russian Federation, on the Ukrainian front lines. And of course, the news was a little bit limited today. We didn't really get a lot of it because pretty much everyone in the Ukraine war reporting sphere was having their attention turned to the battle that was fought in the Oval Office today. But we still have some to cover, and it does look like the Ukrainians are still doing fairly well. But before we get on into that, I do want to make sure that we address a couple of questions before we move on into the Ukraine war frontline segment tonight. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and the chat has been running off the rails tonight when it comes to how fast it's going. It's been going 100 miles a minute pretty much every second right now, so it's been going wild. And our first super chat of the night is going to go to Enforcer Dog Jaya, who puts in a very generous $100 donation. Thank you very much, Enforcer Dog Jaya, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And they said, Dear Enforcer, today is our 3rd anniversary together, and the sheer integrity of this channel has my eternal respect. And may the war end quickly and the channel continue for years to come. And shout out to all my friends in the chat. And the Leaf Spring Army will never die in LSA.
Hey, and thank you for the massive amount of support tonight, Enforcer Dog Jai. And I also got to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that has been shown in the chat and in the super chats all night long about the kind of statements that we've been making. I've made pretty much a grandstand speech. I would honestly say almost an Enforcer-style rally for nearly an hour at this point, and I'm glad to know that a lot of people are receiving it well. I'll be honest with you, though. I'll be completely honest with y'all. That little rally cost us about 120 subscribers. Not that bad, actually. We'll manage. But still, I got to thank everyone so much for enjoying our take on it. Hopefully it makes people feel a little bit better to know that there are concerned citizens out there that are looking out for American citizens' prosperities, even if it seems a little bit abstract in the way that some actions will be impacting us common citizenry here in the future. But I got to thank you so much for enjoying the integrity of the channel, and I hope that the war does end quickly. But nevertheless, a war is a war, and sadly, once one starts, you've got to be in it lock, stock, and barrel. There really isn't a way to get out of them until both sides are brought down to pretty much the same level thinking-wise. And I would have to say that hopefully we'll be able to see something like that soon. But I do thank you so much once again for the support and really enjoying this channel, Enforcer Dog Jaya. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we wouldn't be able to have said and done the things that we have done on air and have been saying on air for 1,101 days. And hopefully well on into the future. Even after the war ends, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people out there that will still enjoy this channel for the kind of coverage that we'll be giving. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And I see some people, before we move on, I see some people saying that they're very sad and depressed about the actions that happened today. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people unhappy with them. I'm unhappy with them. Many of y'all can tell. But one thing I do want to tell and say to all of the American viewers that we have here tonight, European viewers, just to let y'all know, y'all are pretty much on an island of your own. Y'all will largely be fine, really, no matter what happens, because y'all will be, actually, if y'all separate into a separate sphere, y'all probably will be better in a even better position trade-wise, because y'all will really hold the power of having China and the United States competing for your hand in economic marriage at that point. So y'all will pretty much be okay. So y'all don't even really have much to worry about. And not only that, the UK and France are nuclear armed. So if the U.S. withdrew from NATO, NATO is still a nuclear-backed alliance. The only thing that may be brought up that is a bit of a consideration is that Europe may not have incredibly large ground armies country to country, but collectively it has an army that is still as large as the U.S. Army currently in terms of reserves and active personnel. So y'all are generally fine. But for all of our American viewers that seem to be troubled by this, and I haven't really seen many that have bucked it that much, what we've been saying tonight, and I know that a lot of people are very unhappy with it, is that at the end of the day, we are not going to be unhappy and not proud to be citizens of the United States of America. I know that. I can speak about that personally. I'm very proud to be an American because I know that there are hundreds of millions of Americans out there just like me, and I'm generally very proud of what we've been able to do with this channel, and I'm equally proud of each and every single one of y'all and the accomplishments that y'all have been able to make. I've always said over the history of this channel that no matter what kind of a position you're in the United States, whether you're a janitor, a bus driver, a cook, or some sort of a CEO or an executive of a major company, every single person in the United States plays their part to make this nation as great and grand as it has been for 248 years. And well on into the future, that is where the pride of America truly lies. It does not lie in the Congress. It does not lie in the Supreme Court or the office of the president. It lies within the common citizenry of the republic themselves. Y'all are the people that make this country something to be proud of. It's not the government whatsoever, and that's why I will always remain incredibly proud of the United States of America, because if I was ever to not be proud of the United States, I would not be proud of y'all. And that's the actual people that I'm proud of here in this country, are the common citizens, those faceless ones that are never recognized, but continue to carry this country on their backs every single day and make this nation a reality. And so with that,
And that is something important to remember, by the way. Tonight we vented quite a bit. Honestly, a lot of people have vented today because honestly, the situation warrants it. People are very angry about the situation, and it's understandably so. But at the same time, I say this all the time, I want to say it again. It's not time to start hating the United States if you live here. If we live here, we are citizens. We are all Americans. It's not time to say that we hate the United States. We hate the country. This is our home. It'll always be our home. And just like the Ukrainians are over there making sure they're maintaining their democracy, we need to make sure that we're maintaining our democracy. So that means in our country, you have the right of free speech. You can speak your mind and let your elected representatives know how you feel about these issues. And hopefully the word climbs up the chain of command or up the ladder and gets all the way up to the executive branch. So that way, at least these citizens' voices are being heard. And, you know, for if it changes their mind or not, at least we got to speak our mind and say our piece. That's our right as Americans. That's what we should do. And of course, everybody in this chat and everybody here on this channel has been doing that for ages. So we're going to have to keep doing that, keep letting our voices be heard. And maybe one day our voices will actually be acted on one day by the president in power right now. And he'll realize this is the will of the people. The people do not want to abandon our allies. And we want to make sure that we have friends for decades to come. So that way we don't find ourselves as an isolationist country, which is only going to cause harm to our economy and our well-being down the road as a nation. So, you know, it's just time to keep speaking up. It's not time to go, hide in a corner or cower or something like that, or get scared that the country is going to go downhill. Otherwise, the country will go downhill if we start having that mindset. That's not the mindset to have. So never lose pride in being an American. It's still the best country on the face of the earth, even if bad decisions are being made. But once again, it's a 4-year term. If you don't like it by the end of the 4 years, vote for the next person if you want to change it. But, you know, in the meantime, we're going to have to deal with what we got because it just is what it is. But, you know, hopefully things change for the better.
and so with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And also, if Enforcer Dog Jaya did not want a live chat, we'll be moving on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here is going to go to, and also let me check and make sure there was no live chat requested. And I think there was not. So with that, thank you very much, Enforcer Dog Jai, for the support. And our next one goes to BC Skyman, who puts in a $100 donation as well. And huge shout out to BC for that 100. And we appreciate it very much, BC. And he said, I will tell everyone why the current U.S. president has sided with Putin. The Russians bailed out his failed businesses in the 90s. And he is, therefore, will always side with the dictator. And we are a laughing stock of the world now. And great job, Enforcers, and Slava Ukraine. And BC, if that is true, I actually did not know that. If that is true, I'll have to do some research into it and check that out and see. But very interesting. And thank you very much for the kind words. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually have to say I have not heard of that myself before, BC Scammon. And if that is true, Matthew, let me know when you research into it if it's true or not. That is actually interesting to me. I never knew that. So that may actually be kind of like an internal motive to do those sorts of things. But still, very interesting here, BC Scammon. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And as far as I'm concerned, I never really close the door as far as a president of the United States goes. I would always like to think that a president can be reasoned with, no matter who they are, and possibly see the other side or see that there is an inherent, maybe to them, a necessary evil of a certain kind of a thing that has to be done. But the issue that I generally have is that elected officials these days act like buffoons and jackasses. I'm sure you know that personally, BC Scammon, because of the CNN clip you were in. You were dealing with one yourself. Once they get elected, they act like they're untouchable. And I feel like, honestly, I feel like this should be an initiative of the Enforcer channel. Y'all ought to go, if you're an American citizen, the next time an election comes around for your representative. If they aren't doing exactly everything that you want, you need to go vote for whoever the other person is, even if you don't like that party, just to screw that guy over. Because people are going to start learning in politics that they're either going to do what we want to do or they're not going to have a job. That's what people need to start understanding around this country, is that when you get elected, you're not some sort of an elected lord of the land or lord of your realm. We will put you out as quickly as we put you in through the vote. And I think that is absolutely crazy these days, especially with the kind of disrespect you were dealing with from your own representative, BC Skyman, in Georgia, that they had for their own constituents. I sat there and thought, the damn gall of that. Like, if you have concerned constituents, you ought to listen to them instead of telling them that they're stupid and they were coming here to bash you. Because damn right we're coming to bash you if you did a stupid action that's not in the representation of your constituents. You might as well expect that all those people you just said that to are going to make sure not to vote for you the next time the elections come around. And that's what people ought to start wising up to here in this country, is that no matter what side of the political aisle you're on, if your representative is acting like they're going to tell you how it is, you're going to show them how it is by voting them out of their office and letting them go live under a bridge. And then you tell them, just like they'll tell some of their constituents, why don't you go out and get a job and work like everyone else? Why don't we start doing that for a change? But anyways, I hope that does address that well, BC Scam, and I thank you so much once again for support. And once again, folks, if y'all do like what you're hearing here tonight, that's generally the Enforcer way. That's just kind of what I do. So if you like it now, hopefully you'll like it when I start running for election. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one. But a huge thanks to you once again, BC Scammer, for that massive support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here, and our last one of the segment, goes to Kiwi Girl 1111, who puts in a $90 donation. And thank you very much, Kiwi Girl, for that support. And they said, I agree 100% with every word you're saying, and you speak with passion and truth, and love you and love the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for agreeing. Tonight, I'll be honest, I was not coming into this thinking that many would agree. I was actually thinking that many would probably disagree, to be entirely honest. That's what I was largely expecting. So I was coming in with a mindset that if I had to, we were just going to toe the line, and that was that. Like, that's what I was thinking tonight. But I do thank you so much for the support and saying that you agree with everything I said. That was honestly, that's honestly great to see that a lot of people have agreed with it. So an equal amount of people I've seen in the chat have disagreed with it. Some of those people have shown that by unsubscribing. But the reality of the matter is that the situation that we're in as a channel is one that we never expected to be in. Like, I never expected that we would have to be in a position where we actually have to go against an action of the president of the United States because they would do something that's inherently not in American interest. Like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all, I seriously did believe a year ago when I told you all this that the current president would pretty much carry on the exact actions of the prior president. This is the only thing that would make sense within American interests that would ensure that our strategic partners, economically and militarily, are insured well into the future. That's what I actually thought. Never thought that it would turn out this way, and it is just extremely aggravating to see something that would be so sensible and so reasonable being worked against. It's just really bizarre to me. But nevertheless, I do thank you so much, Kiwi Girl, for the support and really enjoying this channel and enjoying what we said. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And on top of that, another thing that I have to say is that we are keeping this thing as non-political as we can. Like, I cannot promise y'all that another one of these, like, rant-style speeches will not happen again in the future at this point because of how the U.S. government is operating. I can't really guarantee y'all that. One thing I can guarantee y'all is that regardless of your political affiliation or wherever you are, if you're not in the United States or if you're around the world or anything like that, as long as you're in support of Western and American interests, as we've laid them out here on this channel, not what the president's saying, but what we say, you're entirely welcome here, and we are happy to have y'all here. But if you're someone who doesn't like to hear that we have something negative to say about your guy, because we had negative things to say about the last guy, and some people didn't take that well, and if you don't really take what we're saying right now about the current guy too well, you probably don't belong here. Like, just gonna be honest. Because if you cannot see the disaster that's going to be formed out of the actions that are happening right now, this might not be the channel for you. Like once again, you can leave.
Well, Honestly, Enforcer, I will say this. I will say this. Some people, like, I'm not going to say necessarily if you disagree with it that you have the wrong opinion. You might just not fully realize exactly what the situation is just yet. Because I'll be honest, I was believing a certain thing for quite some time, and I've turned out to be completely wrong on it. And I look back and I think, that's weird. How did I not realize that ages ago? I don't know how I didn't realize that. And I should have listened to people that are trying to tell me differently. I was like, well, I guess that just proves that even though no matter how convicted you are with your beliefs about something, you can be wrong. Some people may not have had that like light bulb moment to realize they are wrong. And the light bulb moment might come for them later on down the road. Hopefully it comes sooner than later because, of course, as many people as possible that realize this is going a wrong direction, hopefully their voices will be heard by the government and the government will change their minds about the actions they're taking. So, it just is. It is what it is, man. But it's just a crazy time.
But one thing I do want to say, because of course there's been raving people. I want to make this clear. Back when the last president was in charge, and we would say things about actions that he would make. Because I want to be a little bit clear here. This isn't my first rodeo with this sort of a deal. Back when the last president was in charge, which was Biden, and we would say the things that he did were not good, we would always have angry emails coming in where people would be foaming at the mouth and calling us MAGA Nazis or something like that, and saying that we were bastards. And look, here's what I got to say. If your guy's doing a stupid action, he's doing a stupid action. Sorry that you worship him or you worship the ground he walks on just because he happens to be a person. But I'm not one of those people. Like, if I see something stupid, it's stupid. I don't care if it's Biden or Trump or who. But what's happening right now, it's absolutely goofy. Like, it makes no sense. I don't understand where it's coming from. And if you don't like to hear that, then you might want to go watch a really political channel, because this might not be it. Because I'm not going to ever get into cult worshiping some guy in politics who's supposed to just be a civil servant that was elected. Like, that's not going to happen. So if that's what you're expecting, this is not the place. If you're expecting me to say things are good and bad individually, depending on not really mattering who's the president or what party they're affiliated with, then this is the right place for you, because you're going to get that here. But you're not going to be getting just unabashed worship or condemnation of particular people just because they're of a political affiliation that you may like or dislike. That's not what happens here. It won't ever happen here. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I hope that puts it in a way that some people can get a little bit more clearly. But with that, it's time for us to move on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into our actual frontline news.
And that was our last question of the segment.
Oh, shoot, yeah, I forgot.
An insane amount, by the way. I think the spreadsheet is actually beyond my template that I usually use for the spreadsheet. So not only is the chat keeping up, let's see here. Chat's keeping up at 140 chats a minute, which I've been feeling it the whole night. It's been going wild. Also, the spreadsheet is beyond its limit at this point as well. So crazy night by far.
Yeah, I would have to say it's a crazy night without a doubt. Like, absolutely insane. I've been watching the chat flying, man. I can't even read most chats. I hate to tell that to all of y'all because usually I try and read them. I can't even read what most of y'all are saying. It's going that fast. So I'm sorry to anyone who's like, can you please slow down the chat? Sadly, we've tried to slow it down, and this is the slowest we can get it to at this point. Is like about 200 chats a minute. So anyways, with that, it's time for us to move on into the frontline news. And we have a decent amount of it. Not a lot, to be entirely honest with you. Also, although we only have like 25 minutes to cover it, that actually probably will be enough. We were able to see a proof of a Ukrainian Mirage today. That's a Mirage 2005F inside of a Ukrainian hardened shelter. Really cool to see. I personally like the Mirage 2000s. I just think they're neat. They look like Dorito chips if you see their top-down profile. So let me go show you that really quickly. Here is the Mirage 2000. That's it. It looks like a big flying Dorito. I just think they're neat for that reason. It's Delta Wing design. You don't really see that often. But the Ukrainians have about 5 of them at this point. The French have promised more, so we're probably going to be seeing more in the future. But moving on from that and into the area of the border region, we were able to see the Ukrainians destroying a border checkpoint near the Belaya Borovska today, where there was a small buildup of Russian border guards near to the area of the Ukrainian-Russian border. And we were able to see the Ukrainians slammed it with a couple of JDAMs. Look at that.
Isn't that crazy that in the midst of all this other crazy crap of Zelensky getting kicked out of the White House and stuff like that, a lot of people will think, oh my God, it's over for Ukraine. The truth of the matter is Ukraine is still like slaughtering the Russians when it comes to the battlefield situation. Like they're pushing the Russians back, and the Russians know that. That's why they're getting so giddy about the whole situation, because they're like, oh, look, we're losing so bad on the front lines, but there might be hope if we can try to get this other guy here to basically get led down the wrong path. So, it's just the Russians are in a bad spot. That's why they'd be kept in the bad spot.
Yeah, it's a really funny thing, man, because people will sit there and say Ukraine is losing, and it's like they don't even have any proof for that claim. Because if you actually look at the frontline situation right now, it's actually one of the few times, I actually will admit, in the last few months that the Ukrainians have actually pushed the Russians back instead of holding them where they are or falling back. This is one of the few times we've seen it recently. So at this moment, unlike the past few months where that claim could be made and maybe it had a little bit of validity, this is not the time. For the past 2 weeks or so, it's been the complete opposite. But moving on from that and into the area of Tver, or really North Moscow, we were able to hear the sound of Ukrainian drones as they were coming on in. Man, that honestly sounds like an Alco RS3.
О, нихуя,
It
видно!
does.
Yeah, it sounds like a chopper.
Ебать тварь,
And
блядь.
we don't really see it that well, but it's somewhere up there. It just flew right over him. And that's the end of that clip, but a little interesting to see. Moving on from that and into our next clip within Moscow, we also get to see the drones swarming around Moscow right here.
О, видите,
Oh, and the ground fires opened up.
Видали?
Oh.
Прям над домом. Вон он, блядь, сука, летит. Урод.
And the drone just flew over him. We can't really see it, but we can hear it.
Пиздец. Я в шоке.
Dude, Snoopy's coming in on the doghouse about to hit Moscow. Like, dude, it's crazy. But also, oh, by the way, we want to save that one for last. We were able to hear that the foreign ministry was eating up the statements of the President of the United States today. We were able to hear that Maria Zoranova, who is one of the spokespeople of the Russian Foreign Ministry, said, I think Zelensky's biggest lie of all of his lies is a statement in the White House that the Kyiv regime in 2022 was left alone without support. How the president and the vice president restrained themselves and didn't punch the scumbag is a miracle of endurance.
Oh my God, like, please.
It looks like the Russian Foreign Ministry really loved what the United States did today. They were a big fan of it. And Tucker Carlson was too. He was going, well, they might be a dictatorship, but at least the groceries are cheap. Or whatever laugh he makes. I don't even know. Like, but anyways, moving on from that, we then got to see the Germans moving their ire for one day at least from wanting to kill Americans to now they're wanting to kill Germans. So here's the clip. Germans are not ready to act like adults. They really want to see the arresting missile bloom in the main German cities. The new madman who has been elected, Friedrich Merz, has already stated that he will be an absolute priority for him. My absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that, step by step, we can really achieve independence from the United States. I'm very curious how we're going to make it to the NATO summit at the end of June, whether we will still be talking about NATO in its current form, or whether we will have to establish an independent European defense capability much more quickly. This is my absolute priority. That is, it is no longer about the German people and what they need, and the support for Ukraine is a priority. At the same time, he directly stated that he is now a party to the conflict. If he is a party to the conflict, then we can consider Germany as a part of supporting a terrorist state. And now we have a lot of legitimate targets on German territory. Now, I mean, I'm not wanting to say this here, but Russia never fared well against Germany, ever. They kind of hardly won World War II by the skin of their teeth. But World War I was a shit show for them. Like, they literally lost their whole country and turned into a communist-led dictatorship as a result of World War I. So maybe not the best thing to threaten the Germans, because if anyone has a good idea of how to give a shellacking to the Russians, it probably is the Germans. Historically, it's almost like genetically within their blood to give a good shellacking to Russians. So maybe not the best thing to threaten them. But we'll wait and see how that works. But moving on from that and into, actually out of Moscow and on into our location unknowns, we only had one. But once again, the Russians are running out of so much equipment again, proof shown here. They're beginning to use horses because they have no vehicular transport.
Did they have to buy these horses, or did they get them for free?
They probably had to buy them. They probably had to buy them, because at this point, I don't think they're issuing any horses or donkeys. You have to buy them from the commissariat, and then they issue them to you after you've bought them.
Jeez, man, that's just tough. That's tough to have to buy your own equipment, and it's not even equipment; it's animals.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, I'm not going to lie. And we were also able to see the Russian casualty report as well. And the losses were pretty significant.
Oh my God, they got 4 Bobcats too. Look at that, Jack. Look, whoa.
Whoa, Jack, whoa! And also, Miss Deesa, Keeper of the Records, had an additional troop loss statement right here. And I want to make sure to read all of it because Miss Deesa actually included all of the actual proper counted numbers. So, 172 drones is the 7th highest daily loss. Daily amounts are reported as usual, but adjustments were made to the totals, plus 1,650 troops, plus 21 APCs, plus 38 artillery, plus 3 MLRS, plus 1 anti-aircraft, plus 21 cruise missiles, plus 26 vehicles, and minus 1 special equipment. These are the actual representative totals of the losses that have been sustained by the Russian Federation, but to give you all the daily losses of equipment and vehicles, we will be reading it off from right here. So 1,060 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 17 APCs, 126 supply trucks, 13 main battle tanks, 54 artillery pieces, 172 drones, 1 MLRS, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. Today was actually a pretty decent day in terms of losses, and that is coming on the cusp of the Ukrainians continuing to give the Russians a nice good shellacking all the way from the Severonsky Forest and down to Pokrovsk and Velika Novosilka. So moving on into the area of the Severonsky Forest, we were able to see the Ukrainians whipping out enough stopping power to literally put a BMP-3 dead to rights. Or I could say rights to dead. But we can see here the BMP-3 moving through the snow. Dashing through the snow in the 1 horsepower BMP. Like, we try to run away, we get hit by RPG, and there it was. It got hit right there. And the BMP got stopped instantly. That's a lot of stopping power right there.
That's some good brakes in that thing.
Man, that thing went skirt! Like, it's like, dang. Oh, and the fuel's cooking and it got hit twice. Calling a drone strike the way we're hitting that, double tap. And that's the end of that clip, but very nice to see. We also were able to see a motorbike. Oh, well, sorry, that motorbike assault was apparently a little spicy, so we won't be able to look at that one. But a motorbike assault was attempted near Toretsk today, and it was completely stopped. But we were able also to see within the Seversk area, the 108th Assault Battalion of the 10th Mountain Assault Brigade taking out Russian drone operators within the Seversk area. And there he is. There goes the drone, blade.
He ran away from that drone like it was going to come back and get him.
Like, dude, he ran off like he was conducting some shenanigans. And we can see the Ukrainian drone coming on down. They now found out where the Russian drone operators were, and it looks like the drone is going to be returning. Maybe that's why the Russian was scared of the drone.
Also, by the way, I see someone in the live chat here that asked something here or said something very interesting. It was Connor in the live chat. He said, these are non-starters on both sides. Just to understand what y'all think the best path to peace is, and please prove me wrong. Honestly, here's my best path to peace. And it's kind of like if you hear gunfire, like you run towards it, like if you're a soldier or something like that, and you go fight. Putin is invading Ukraine. He invaded it because he has imperialistic ambitions. It's not because of NATO. That's a bullcrap story he keeps putting out there because he was already invading Crimea before the NATO talk even came up. So that's bull that he keeps saying about invading because of NATO encroaching on Russia. And also, NATO's a defensive alliance. NATO doesn't go out offending on people, and especially not Russia that's nuclear powered or nuclear armed. So they wouldn't do that. Me personally, I think the best path to peace is to keep arming the Ukrainians, keep them fighting the Russians until finally the Russian economy can't take the strain anymore, just like we've been saying for ages, and it collapses and Putin gets ousted as a result. That is the best way to handle it. That's the way to peace. Otherwise, if Putin stays in power and his country is able to rebuild and rearm, it's going to be the path to war, basically. That's not preventing war. That's starting it.
I'd say. I agree. I was just realizing, man, those statements sounded like I was starting to say something, but it was just like the whole statement. But anyways, moving on from that, nice to see the 108th Battalion conducting their works out on the battlefield near to Seversk, and moving a little bit further on down the lines past Chasiv Yar, because we didn't get any clips from there today. We were able to see down near Pokrovsk some FPV drones hitting Russian equipment within this area. Credit to the 65th Brigade and the Ronin unit.
And also, by the way, I give the fellow credit, Connor in the live chat. So thank you for the response. I thought I was going to get a nasty response from that because based on the question, I was like, oh, I think that's why I turned into a confrontation. But no, I got to give the guy credit. He just listened and accepted it for what it was. That's rare. Honestly, I'll tell you this, Connor in the live chat. Most of the time we address a question like that, usually it devolves into debauchery after that. Usually goes very, very sideways because people don't like what we say about certain things. So even if he agreed or didn't disagree, at least he kept it civil. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was very commendable, actually. We don't see that often. And we can see here it appears to be an MLRS that was stricken and is burning at this point. We now see them being targeted by another Ukrainian drone. It appears that it is a T-62 main battle tank that's being targeted due to how forward the turret is onto the hull. And we can see it getting hit in the engine bay, and now it appears to be smoking and on fire. Also, Feeling Groovy said, "Do we get a politics pass today?" Nah, not really. Like we don't want people like bringing in domestic politics. Like statements that we are totally fine with. By the way, just to let y'all know, is that if you do not like the foreign policy actions of the president, like we're totally fine with people saying we don't like that action and we disagree with it. Like I'm totally fine with that. The thing I'm not fine with is when people want to sit there and say something like, "Oh, the Republican or Democrat Party is perfect and the other one is a dogged devil." Like that's where we draw the line on the political stuff, especially when it's talking about domestic political affairs that have no impact on foreign policy. That's really what the no politics rule is speaking about.
And also no extremism either. Like even if you disagree with what politicians are doing, that's not like a free pass to start, wishing harm on people and things like that. Like we don't allow that either, because some people get way too out of hand in the live chat. We don't do that.
Yeah, like that usually starts to spiral out pretty quick, because you'll eventually go from I don't like so and so to we should create a communist utopia, and it's like no. It's like no, that's not the answer. It's like because I'll just be generally honest with y'all. I'm not I hate communism and fascism equally. Like I'm never gonna support those kinds of ideologies. I'm a straight down the middle believer in elected democratic governments like the United States. I believe in those, but we were able to see here the Russians also getting another little cooking. An ammunition depot got hit and blew up. Oh my god! It's going nuclear. Oh, well, there went something. Like a little rocket out of the pile. And also, y'all don't even need to worry. Our voices hold no weight or carry any significance out there in the world, to be entirely honest with y'all. What we say here will probably just end up shriveling up and dying here on this channel. It'll just be a one-and-done kind of a deal. But we can see the Muramasa hitting other Russian forces down here. And we can see them continuing to slam Ladas, used Ladas. We want real Ladas, used up Ladas.
We want real Lada, real peace, real respect.
When I was growing up on the streets of Kryvyi, they said, "What kind of a Lada would you like?" And I said, "I would like a whole lot of money." And so I started working as an actor.
I got to tell you that even though Zelensky was one time a comedian and was a joker, that man is one tough nut, I will tell you.
Honestly, really is, because weaker people wouldn't have been able to stand up to that ambush that happened today in the Oval Office. Like I honestly got to say, he did fairly well because, the situation wasn't handled perfectly, but in that kind of a situation, when you're in that chair, that's very hard to deal with, to be entirely honest.
Oh, man. So, honestly, that Zelensky like held his ground extremely well. You got to understand when you've got the eyes of every single person who's actively out there saying that they want to take you down, basically, they don't like you, which that's what basically Zelensky had all these people staring at him that said these statements like this. They don't like Zelensky. They think he's stealing the money. They were repeating all this Russian propaganda, and they basically want to see Zelensky gone, basically. And he's sitting there with all these people staring at him and still has the courage to say what he needs to say. And hold his ground. Like most people would have folded. I think 99% of people would have folded under that. And also, you got the most powerful person in the world, the president, sitting right next to you. So that's a lot of pressure right there, because the United States is the most powerful country on the planet. So you got to give it to the guy. He was a comedian, but he's not a joke. He's not a joker anymore. Whatever. He's a solid guy.
Yeah. Oh, look, here comes someone. Sounds like the enforcer came out as political tonight. Look, man, I've been called everything under the sun, man. Like, you must like the current guy. I'll be honest with you, his actions today are absolutely abhorrent. Like, I still think that maybe he can end up being a good president, but certainly with the actions that he's making right now, that'll go down in history as a disaster. So, if you think that, you think that. I mean, that can't really change your mind. But moving on from that now to Pokrovsk and down to Velika Novosilka, we did get to see the Russians getting hit as well. Also, by the way, I don't mean to harp on you for too long, fella, Jebud. That's your name in the chat. But you must be one of those kind of people who must worship everything that's done. Like I'm not one of those people. Just want to make that clear to you. I'm not one of those people. I didn't worship the last guy. I don't worship this guy. They either make actions that are good or they don't. That's how I look at it. The current actions that this guy is making right now in foreign policy are terrible. So if you don't like me saying that, sorry, I mean, you must be blind, because anyone with eyes could see that. Like with the last president not shooting down the Chinese balloon over the United States, that was absolutely stupid and really made us look pretty weak. This is a pretty stupid action, and not only is making us look weak, but it's jeopardizing alliances that we built for decades. Someone said, I'm a veteran, you asshole. I don't care. Like, that's the thing. You could be the president, and I would tell you that. I would tell you that it's stupid. Do you think I care that you were a veteran? Does that give you a pass to say whatever you want and get away with it? That's like saying, let's see, what else? That's like saying, I'm a janitor. It's like, well, if you have a stupid point, you have a stupid point. Like, I don't care what you did or who you are. Like, if you're stupid, you're stupid, and if you don't have a point, you don't have a point. That's how I assess things. So, thank you for your service, but your point's stupid. But anyways, with that, we're going to be moving on into our next clip, where we got to see the Russians down here at Velika Novosilka getting a little piece of it. Man, I tell you, man, that's one thing that gets me going. I'll be honest with y'all, is when people sit there and say something like, I was a policeman or a firefighter or I'm a veteran or something like, it's like, does that matter? It's like, if your opinion is stupid, it's stupid. It doesn't matter what you did. Like, I'm a YouTuber. That doesn't mean that I have some sort of special deference when I'm in a conversation with someone. It's not like I can sit there and go, well, I think the sky's red. And they go, no, it's blue. Shut up. I'm a YouTuber. Like what? Is that supposed to win the argument? That's a little stupid to me. But anyways, with that, that's the end of that little clip right there. Nice to see they were holding off the Russians down at Velika Novosilka. And meanwhile, we also got to see near Ivanivka a command post getting hit. And here we go. Here's the clip. I don't know what was up with the color tint. Like, it's like piss yellow. I don't know why.
Real piss.
Long-lasting piss. And they got him. They pissed on him. But still, that's the end of the clip right there. Very nice to see. And moving on from that and into our next clip near to the Kherson area, we were also able to see some drones getting shot down by the Ukrainians from the 208th Brigade. And there it goes. The Shahed is down. And that's the end of the clip right there. Very nice to see. And good to know that the Ukrainians were still continuing to defend their skies. And with that, folks, you wouldn't believe it, but we almost ended the news on time tonight. And wildly enough, I'm sure many of y'all expect this, we didn't have a speech from Zelensky because he was in the United States today getting ramrodded by everyone. So sadly, he was not able to make a speech. He was too busy trying to fight off everyone who was trying to shove a rod around him or something. But one guy actually was shoving his rod into a couch. So at least one of them was taken care of. But beyond that,
Zelensky didn't make a nightly speech, but he, also another thing I give the guy credit for. Also, I'm not trying to glaze Zelensky, by the way. He's not a perfect guy. And once again, he's also a politician, but I will say, I will give credit where credit is due. he got done getting, berated in the Oval Office. He left there clearly rattled from that. Most people would be rattled. Doesn't matter how much experience you got. Then he left there and went on to do a Fox News interview. And once again, Fox is not exactly what you'd call friends with Zelensky. In fact, they've said things very anti-Zelensky in the past. And he went on there and then held his ground on Fox as well. So just honestly, that dude's got some stamina, because, he's been dealing with hell for 3 years throughout the war, trying to lead the country. And also he's dealing with us now as well. So he's still ticking along. It's crazy.
Dude, he went on to Fox and they said, hi, we're here to talk to you, and we're going to completely spin everything you say after you get done with this interview. Are you ready for it? He's like, look, call me a sewer man, because I've been up to my hips and shit today all day. Hit me with it. Like, he was like, go ahead and hit me with it, whatever it is. Because one thing I gotta say that was a little bit annoying to me is that the entire interview with Zelensky on Fox, I was expecting that there was going to be like some actual questions asked. The entire interview instead devolved down to, are you going to apologize to our Lord and Savior, the President of the United States? And he was like, well, I mean, like, it was just kind of a tough thing. Will you apologize to our Lord and Savior, the President of the United States? Like, I got to say this, y'all. I just got to say this. It drives me a little bit crazy. Why are we treating the President of the United States like he's some sort of a out of body, out of human being? Why are we treating him like that? Like, I don't get it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. People treated Biden like that as well, and I didn't get it, because I was like, these people are pretty like scummy people, like in reality, when you actually look at like their personal lives and stuff. And also on top of that, their policies might be good or bad from day to day depending on what they're talking about. Why in the world do we treat these people like they're perfect? Like, because they're not. Like, I don't expect y'all to treat me like I'm perfect. I hope that y'all don't. So I don't know why in the world presidents get that kind of preferential treatment these days, because they used to not. Like, back in the day, people used to rip on the presidents for everything. I mean, like, JFK, just to give you all an example, told some Air Force guys in the Air Force to go out and get a maternity bed for his wife Jacqueline, who was pregnant at the time, and they spent a little bit too much money on it, apparently, according to the media. And the media started ripping him, like everyone started ripping him for it. So then he called up, I believe it was the general, the general of the Air Force, Matthew, and cussed him out on the phone.
I think so. I remember hearing the phone call. I don't remember who you're speaking to.
Yeah, like, people have been ripped for everything forever as the president and never have gotten preferential treatment from nobody. But nowadays we have to act like when they're the president, whoever their supporters are have to treat them like God and act like they can't do anything wrong. And some people are saying, no, it's just the party that's in charge right now. Oh, no. I saw what was happening during the last election. Everyone was treating Kamala like that too. And I was like, I don't get this, because like, these people are not perfect people. Like, each one of them, you can name like a moral vice they have, or you can name things that they've done over their lives that are questionable. These people are not perfect. So I don't know why in the world we keep on acting like you can't criticize something that they do because you voted for them and maybe you still like them. It's like, I don't really get that.
And also, nobody expects them to be perfect people either. It's like, just because somebody's the president doesn't mean they're like the model example of a human being. In fact, most of our presidents have been very imperfect people, and that's pretty much everybody. But that's the reason why, for the history of the country, all 248 years, or at least some of the history of the country, most people have basically kept a scrutiny on these presidents and on these politicians, and they make sure that they're actually representing their interests and not just blindly saying, this person is the great dear leader and that person can do no wrong. It's like, this is not North Korea. So, we don't have to go around praising the great supreme leader. You also don't have to go off the deep end either. Just because the guy makes a mistake or does something stupid, you don't have to go crazy and bonkers and extreme either. It's like, you can vent, you can rant, you can make your voice heard. But that is the way democracy works. You simply say your piece. If it changes something, then great. And if it doesn't, then you vote them out whenever it's time to vote them out. That's that simple.
Yeah, that's what I think. And it's just not really how it works these days. And we deal with that all the time. I wish y'all knew how much we dealt with it behind the scenes. Because with the last president, as you all know, like, I'll speak about this clearly here because it's going to remain non-political, but name calling things a little bit does help out. The last president was a Democrat. So whenever we would say anything about their actions in foreign policy, like we didn't think they were aggressive enough or he wasn't really doing anything with Iran, people would come up and they would call us like MAGA or Nazis or like ultra hard right, far right, whatever they're called. And now with the current president, when we say that their actions aren't that good, and then people want to come out of the woodworks and call us a liberal or a snowflake or something like that. And people just like, these people have to either be blind or stupid to not see that we criticize everyone equally on the channel if we see something's being done that isn't within America's interests. Like, that's something that you have to be blind not to see, especially for people who've done that to us after being here for years. And then also not understanding things like we have the common concern of the United States and its citizenry in mind. So when a disaster happens in America, we feel for everyone. We don't care if it's the hurricane that ripped through North Carolina near to Asheville, or whether it was the fires of LA. We care about all Americans equally and hope that they're doing well and wish them the best. Like, we don't try and make differentiations on saying, oh, well, that city might lean this way politically, or these people might be the other way politically, because they're all our people. They're Americans like me. Why in the world would I ever wish harm on people that are just like me? Like, every single one of them is. So why in the world would I ever try and say, oh, I hope that that city burns, or I hope that those people drowned in that hurricane that came through and wiped out most of western North Carolina? That makes no sense to me. I don't work like that. That's not how I roll. And so if people are ever expecting me to roll some other way, or to be a cult worshiper like most people are getting into in the political world these days on both ends, you're just not going to get that here. I just want to make sure to keep on hammering that home to folks. That's not what you're going to get here on this channel. If you've been around for years and you're just realizing that, I don't know how it took you that long to realize that, because that's the way it's always been here, and that's the way I'm always going to be. I don't even care if I get into politics in the future and and I end up being a Republican or a Democrat representative, or whatever representative I have to end up becoming. I'm still going to have the exact same talking points and stances I have right now. And I'm going to make sure that however I run the campaign, whether it even means if I lose, that I'll be able to maintain the kind of stances and talking points that I take, because I feel like these are the kinds of stances and talking points of a reasonable person. Like, I'm never going to say, oh, it serves them right for having voted red or blue, that they're getting hit with a hurricane, or they're on fire, or that they're going through a local economic depression. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. And also that's incredibly cruel, and just really crass. I mean, like, it's like, you know, if you really want to, like, this is something so stupid. People do that, and then when a political party comes in charge and they kind of do that back to them, they go, look how unfair. And it's like, yeah, it's unfair because you're one of those people that are unfair. Be fair. Like, come on. Like, they're your own people. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. They're your own people. Have some love and respect for your fellow citizens, because when you need it the most, they'll come back around to help you out. No matter what affiliation they have. That's how it's supposed to be working here. Our enemies aren't everyone else inside of this country that doesn't agree with you. Our enemies are overseas. They're the foreign powers like Russia and China that keep on trying to meddle in our internal affairs. Those are our enemies, not the people here. And that's another thing that I want to make clear again, is that just because the office of the President of the United States, by most people's account, did something that was bad today, doesn't mean that you have to hate America and be ashamed of the United States and everything that it is, because the United States isn't the President of the United States. That is the elected representative of the United States for the next 4 years, but that is not the United States of America. The United States of America is people like you. So if you are proud of yourself and the accomplishments that you have made in your life, be proud of other people, because they have worked as hard as they can and have done the same things, and they are very alike to you as well. That's what the whole country is at the end of the day, is a bunch of hardworking people trying to get by. And we ought to be proud of those people, and in a sense be proud of the country that all of those people come together to represent every single day. So with that, I hope
that's going to be a damn good fundraiser on Sunday. I can tell you right now. It's going to be a good one, because after all this stuff that's happened and stuff like that, I think Sunday is going to be huge for raising funds for Ukraine, because, you know, this has gotten people fired up. So I'm excited for Sunday, I got to say.
Yeah, I'm excited for Sunday. Sunday, hopefully we see a blowout here, I would hope. Because if anyone's going to make sure to support Western American interests, it's going to be this channel, and it's going to be the Lee Spring Army. I know that without a doubt. The Lee Spring Army will always be there to back up and support Western American interests around the world, without a doubt, without question. I know that for sure. And so with that, Matthew, I understand that we probably have at least 100 super chats right now. It has to be some sort of an insanely high number, and we better get to knocking them out, because we're probably going to be here for the next 2.5 hours just trying to address super chats. So what do we got, Matthew?
So we currently have, between the live chats and also super chats, about 120 in the spreadsheet, which could be a record for the past year, actually. So
Wait, how many?
huge thanks to everybody for supporting the channel again once more tonight. But it's about 120 or so.
Oh my god, dude! Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy. All right, so I hate to tell you, folks, we're gonna have to be rationing the time that we use to address super chats. We're going to have to try and make them a little fast because we always want to make sure to get to every single one of them. But with 120 of them, if we give a minute to each one, we're definitely going to be here for 2 hours straight. So we're only going to be able to give about a minute to each. And some of them, if we can, we're going to be trying to cut it down to be a little bit short. So if you say something like, thank you so much for running the channel, I'm probably just going to say thank you so much for the support and thank you for the kind words, and we're on to the next one because I want to make sure that we have enough time to get to everyone tonight, and also some live chats, because you never have to pay for us to answer your questions here. It's just that sadly, with this many amount of super chats, we're probably not going to be able to say a lot to the live chat tonight. But anyways, with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and also another disclaimer from me as well. If it was your first time super chatting the channel tonight, which actually we had quite a few first time super chatters tonight, huge thanks to you for that first time support. Sadly, I won't be able to go back and check every single one of them because I think YouTube's gotten so many in its system at this point, it's not even letting me scroll back up to the top of it. So sadly, I won't be able to go back and check that. But just a big, wide sweeping, big thank you to everybody for supporting the channel for the first time, and also huge thanks to our longtime supporters as well. But jumping in to actually our last poll of the night, it says here, will today's White House meeting cause Europe to expedite creating a new alliance without the United States of America? So a whopping 81% of the 4,000 people that voted said yes, it will accelerate the EU alliance, while 9% said no, the EU won't be able to unify, and 5% said it's going to be a close call. And on this one, I would say this. We've already heard from pretty much every European state that they stand behind Ukraine 100% and they were not happy about the events happening in the United States today. Europe is probably viewing this as basically a wake-up call that they could be in the hot seat next if the U.S. decides to turn on one of those countries. And they don't want to find themselves in that position. So I would assume they're probably all thinking we need to band together and create our own alliance to ensure that European security is properly protected. So I'm with the 81%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say the European alliance is probably going to be spearheaded at this point rapidly because they're seeing at this point with Ukraine, they're pretty much left high and dry and on their own. And, you know, who in the world, like, just to be a little bit frank with how we talk about it behind the scenes, what European country wants to be in a position where they have to pretty much conduct fellatio on the President of the United States to hope that they can get some defense support if the Russians attack them? So they're probably going to be way better off in their own discussions on their own from this point forward, representing their own economic and military interests without the United States being involved. Because one thing that is being shown and proven at this point is that the United States Office of the President wants to make it very clear that as far as they're concerned, Europe's problems are their problems, but the United States also gets to come in and tell them how to deal with their problems, although we don't want to be invested in them any single way, which doesn't make any sense. Like, think about that. Like, here's another thing. If the United States says this is Europe's conflict, why are we the ones talking to the Russians and trying to negotiate an end to the war? So we're going to tell Europe, y'all have to shoulder all the financial burden of everything and pretty much act like you're on your own and fend for yourselves. But then the United States is going to step in and take all of the glory of getting all of the diplomatic benefits of actually pretty much deciding what y'all's fate will be of the future of Europe. It's like, isn't that a little stupid? It's like, honestly, man, it's a little stupid how this whole, America is going to be put first objective is that we're going to be isolationist and on our own until it comes to global decision making. We're going to let the Israelis bomb Iran, but we're going to come in and resolve everything diplomatically and tell everyone how it's going to go, but we're not going to put any financial investment or any military backing behind any of this. We're just going to tell everyone else to go deal with it and then ramrod them and roughshod them at the end and then tell them diplomatically how it's going to be.
Yeah, and also, that's essentially pulling rank. It's because the United States, here's the truth, people. I'm going to say it, and Europeans are going to be mad with this, but it's the truth. The United States is the most powerful country on the planet. And it does, I guess you could say, if we're going to rank countries when it comes to power, the United States would be number one, and then probably European country or maybe China would be maybe second, and India's in there somewhere as well. So the truth of it is, we don't need to go around pulling rank on our allies, like, trying to yank their chain and say, oh, the United States is more powerful than you. You don't have to get equal treatment. why are we going around yanking people's chains? There's no need to do that. It's like, just talk to them. Like, once again, like we're all friends and allies. Yes, the United States is the most powerful country, but we don't have to go around reminding Germany, France, and all these other countries that that is the case. What's the point? What are we trying to do? Just like get a jab in on them or something?
Also,
we're not trying to do that. That's not the point.
Also, by the way, here's something else I wanted to bring up. I didn't get to hit these points, but I just wanted to hit them really quickly. In the White House today, they said that Zelensky came over in the United States during the presidential election of 2024 and campaigned for the opposition that lost. And they made that sound like that's wrong. But when Viktor Orban supported them, then it was okay. That, like, I found that a little bit weird. It's like, isn't that a little hypocrisy? It's like, are we for foreigners, like, you're getting involved in our campaign and trying to sway public opinion, or are we not? Is that across the board, or is that only for them, only for the opposition? Also, one other thing that I was thinking, that struck me very interestingly. And I just completely forgot the point. Like, sadly, I literally forgot it. It was going to be even better than that one. But
it struck you interestingly.
It struck me interestingly. Like, it struck me in a way like it was a upper forehead blow that, struck me interestingly. I mean, that's an interesting kind of a move right there. But that was one that was interesting to me. Also another thing. Hang on. And now I got it. So it's wrong for foreign leaders or anyone of influence from foreign countries, according to the president of the United States right now, to come in and try and campaign for the other political party, although they also have people that campaign for them from places like Hungary, for example. But then Elon Musk can go into Germany and pretty much meddle directly in their election and openly support a political party, and that's supposed to be fine. Are the rules supposed to be across the board, or are they rules for thee and not for me? That's how it's working these days all the time. That was the bigger point, is that if it's wrong for foreigners to come to the United States, like foreign leaders, for example, and try and influence U.S. elections, how come it's perfectly fine for the richest person in the United States to then waddle their way in a Zoom call over to Germany and then openly support a political party over there? And also, isn't that against the whole America first kind of like a mindset that we're supposed to be on our own and manage our own business and everyone's to themselves? But apparently that's not the case so much, because then we can actually go and campaign for people in other countries and try and make them win through our involvement.
Not to repeat the old cliche line at this point, but honestly, the U.S. really is operating like the high school bully at this point, because the high school bully will easily go pick on the runt of the group, or the person that's viewed as the weak one. They'll go find the weak link and they'll start beating the hell out of the weak link because they get, enjoyment out of that. That's the sickness of a bully. But yet if someone else comes along that might be a little bit more powerful or more strong than the bully, and they, face down that same person who's picking on the weak, all of a sudden the bully acts like they're the biggest coward you've ever met. That's basically the way the United States is operating at this point. If we come up against Putin, we won't call Putin into the Oval Office and, dress him down like, today they did Zelensky. But the Zelensky being viewed by the current U.S. administration as sort of being the weak one and, quote unquote, not holding the cards, will drag him in and basically put him through the ringer because they know they can get away with it. And there's not going to be anything that Zelensky can really say about it, because Zelensky is reliant upon the U.S. For support. So, that's just like, it's like, are we really at that stage where we're doing stuff like that on a country level? It's like, this isn't like high school. Geopolitics isn't like your like high school gym or something like that. It's supposed to be, we're all adults, we're all mature, and we understand that we're all working together to ensure that the real evil people, which is the Russian government, the Chinese government, the North Korean government, and the Iranian government, aren't able to come over and kill us, basically.
Also, one more thing, by the way, because some people have actually wanted to say in the chat tonight that the whole thing fell apart because of Zelensky. But I want to say this, okay? I'm going to say this up front, that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a lot of people don't like him. Some people like him. I'm not going to say whether I like him or not, but he came here a few days ago, not literally, I think it was just yesterday, wasn't it, Matthew? It was like right before the Zelensky came here. And
who came? Who are you saying?
I'm just going to have to say his name so Starmer.
Oh, yeah, he came over the other day.
Yeah, he came over yesterday, I believe, and he was here, and he said, I like to see some sort of a military relationship continue between the United States, Britain, and Canada. I think that'd be great. I don't think it'd be good for us to go alone. And then the President of the United States interrupted him, literally just interrupted him. That's enough. Like, he's going to tell a leader of a foreign country. Now, I got to say this. Whether you like him or not, as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He pretty much holds the office of the President as far as our governmental system is concerned. Who the hell is the President of the United States to be pretty much yanking around foreign leaders like that Who the hell is he? Like, these people hold equal positions to him in their own home countries. Like, just because the United States has some sort of relationship with them doesn't mean that we get to sit there and start yanking people around and jerking them around. Like, that's a little stupid, you know? Like, that's like if I was Zelensky or Starmer, I would have had to look over and say, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Like, honestly, I don't think it would have gone well if I was in that position, because in the world,
like Zelensky's whole meeting went.
yeah, because in diplomacy, talking like that's akin to trying to go to war with someone. It's like, who the hell are you to talk to me like that? I'm representing my entire nation and its people. So you're not only disrespecting me, you're disrespecting my entire country and treating them like a joke, like you can yank everyone around. Who the hell do you think you are? Like, that would, like honestly, that pisses me. And then also another thing is that the president of the United States gives all of this disrespect. Like, it's an insane amount of disrespect. And the only person I didn't see him give that kind of disrespect to completely was Macron, because Macron got him by the balls and was like, Monsieur, like, oh, mon ami, we are going to screw you over. So that's the only reason he didn't get jerked around completely. But we jerk everyone around, and then when the president gets a little bit of smack back, he goes, the disrespect that was given in the Oval Office, a sacred place. It's like, you can't do that. Like, you can't shit on people, and then when someone just gives a little bit of heat back, you sit there and cry foul. That's what we've run into across most of YouTube, is that people will give us shit, and then when we give like one shot back, then they want to cry foul and act like they're a beaten up party. It's like, that's not how it works. Like you
I see some people saying that maybe the president wasn't talking to Starmer, maybe he was talking to a reporter. I see some people saying that. I'll be honest with you, I didn't see that exact clip, so I don't know if maybe he was, maybe it was misinterpreted that he was talking to Starmer or whoever he was talking to. I mean, it wouldn't be out of character. I've seen him say that to foreign leaders before. That's not shocking. In fact, we just saw him do it to Zelensky today. He told him to be quiet. You said enough, which is insane to say that to another world leader, because it's like, Ukraine, even though it's not as powerful as the United States, it's still a country and they're still sovereign. So, to go and sort of like act like it doesn't matter because they're not as powerful, that's just an interesting perspective to me.
No, he actually said that to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Like, he said it in the microphone at the podium. Like, they were at the podiums, you know what I mean? Like, they were speaking to the press. And he was, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was saying what he believed future security pact could look like, or a security relationship. And the President of the United States just cut him off. That's enough, and that was it. Like, that was all that there was.
I wouldn't be shocked. I personally wouldn't be shocked. I just hadn't seen the clip myself.
But like, look. Like, you might like the guy, but that kind of disrespect only goes so far. Like, I'm going to be honest, if some random Joe Blow gave me that kind of disrespect in the street, there would be a cussing match going on, or fists would be flying. Like, no, like, who in the hell expects that people can disrespect someone like that and get away with it? Like, I don't know, because you're not supposed to do that. And also, I don't know who the hell that reporter was today asking Zelensky why he didn't wear a suit and acting like he came in a thong. Like, he was like, why aren't you wearing a suit? Where is it? It's like, first off, if I was Zelensky, I would be like, first off, you're dressed up like you're a used car salesman or a washed-up pastor, and second off, I wear what I want. Like, okay, like, just being entirely honest with you.
Zelensky got some zingers in, though. I think at some point, the U.S. president said to Zelensky, you don't have all the cards right now. Zelensky said, I'm not playing cards. It's like I'll give him credit for that. That was a little zinger. Ultimately, it didn't end well, but, he did get a zinger in.
I'm not playing cards. I'm playing chess. Like, it's a totally different game. Like,
oh my god.
Like, while people are playing checkers, I'm playing chess. I'm out here getting that dough. Like, it's like my pieces are made of bread, so that way I'm getting that bread when I take another piece. But beyond that, like, those are my takes. Like, those are my takes. Take them for what you will. Like I'll be honest with y'all here. The amount of disrespect that goes around in the office of the president under the last president and this one is insane. Like, especially to reporters. Like, reporters are supposed to ask tough questions and sometimes stupid questions. Like, they have a right to do that as a journalist. So the last president would sit there sometimes. He would go, look, shut the hell up. I met more foreign leaders than you have in your life. It's like, who the hell is the president to talk to someone like that? It's like, excuse me, you're not the king here. You're just you're an elected public servant. You may as well be one of those people working down at City Hall. It's just that you have a little bit more notoriety than them. That's the position you hold. So who the hell are you to be talking to a reporter like that, whether you like them or not? Like that's my question, because everyone's getting into the act of disrespecting reporters these days.
Well, let's see. Is this true or not? Because I had said to the enforcer earlier, I said the reporter that asked Zelensky why he was not wearing a suit, he came across with such an attitude. I was like, there's no way that guy was just like randomly there as like just a normal reporter or something. It seemed like he was waiting to like jab that question in, like with a little bit of a like a point behind it instead of just merely asking a journalistic question. I see some people saying that was the boyfriend of one of the president's allies.
Oh, wait a minute. Was it the woman that was given the schmoozing in the theater and was caught on camera in Colorado?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but apparently that's what some people are saying. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is true, that would make sense because I was saying earlier, I was like, that seemed like that was like planned or something, like they had sort of like got that set up. I see some people saying, let's see here.
It is. Wait a minute, no. Sorry, correction. No, that's someone else. Yeah, sorry.
It's someone else, but apparently everybody's repeating that. I don't know if that's true or not. I'll have to research that as well, because if that's true, I wouldn't be shocked about that one bit.
Oh my lord. Well, it is what it is. But there's all kinds of beautiful characters like that all around the United States in politics. It's crazy. But yeah, like it was like, what is the point of asking me that kind of a question? It's like who in the world, like if not wearing a suit is offensive, I'll be honest, what that guy was wearing was an offensive fashion. Wearing a light blue, like sky blue blazer with like whatever pants he was wearing, it's like, don't you know that this isn't like a wedding or some sort of a function where you're supposed to have like silly tie day? Like this is like the Oval Office. So if you're going to be one preaching about suits, why don't you not be the black sheep in the room of wearing the only suit that doesn't look formal in color and wear something that's more on a gray scale, where, it's some form of gray or black or something instead of wearing whatever the hell that was. And then on top of that, it's like, who the hell is he to even be asking about suits? Because Elon walks in every day looking like trash, honestly, wearing a t-shirt and some sort of a shitty looking blazer. So who in the world is anyone at this point to talk about whether someone's wearing a suit or not in the White House? Because that guy can. And he's there every day. He's got an office there, by the way. So that's a little stupid.
Do you think that's what kicked it off? Like, to most people, it would seem like, the suit thing is not that important. Like, to be honest, I've said in the past, I think Zelensky should wear a suit, but ultimately though, it's not a reason to go off the deep end and start treating Zelensky like trash or something like that just because he didn't wear a suit. If the president was irritated by it, I could understand it, but it's not a reason to sabotage the whole thing over the suit. I saw a report earlier that apparently when Zelensky got out of the motorcade and stepped out of the White House, that was the first instance that caused the U.S. president to get upset and angry, and that set the tone for the rest of the whole event, which went sideways very quick. So that might have been what kickstarted it.
But also, by the way, I just want to throw this out there. Like, look, I'm going to say this. I'll be honest. Like, Musk has always usually dressed somewhat okay. Like, it wasn't bad. And, like, the grooming standards were decent. So, usually, most of the time, I didn't have a complaint. But these days, after he's gotten into the Oval Office, he literally looks like a homeless guy, nearly. Like, he almost looks like someone I'd see sitting by a waste management dumpster. And I go, oh, here's $5. God bless you. I hope you, like, get in a better, like, being or something like that. You look bad. Like he's looking, like, have you seen some of the pictures lately, man, that have been coming out? Like, it's rough.
I try not to look. I try not to look.
Yeah, it's rough. Like, they'll be taking pictures of him and talking about, like, whatever the Doge is doing. And I'll be like, my God, he's getting worse looking. Like, how? Like you would think you think he'd glow up. Like, you would usually think when someone gets into that kind of a deal, they glow up. And he didn't. I was like, what is... Ugh. I was like, that's rough. But anyways... With that, we still have loads of super chats to address, and I think we've only gotten to, like, 2. So, with that, it's time for us to get on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see, it's going to go to Pooker1228, who puts in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Pooker, for being a longtime channel legend and supporting the channel once again. They said, truth's bitter medicine is often spat out, not for its taste, but because of fragile egos, accustomed to the sugar water of affirmation, can no longer stomach what does not conform to their carefully curated reality. People can't take criticism. Musk blocked Bill Burr.
What? Yo, come on. Like, you got to have some thin skin to get blocked by Bill Burr. I mean, he goes off on everyone, but that's the thing. He goes off on everyone. Like, it's like...
I think Musk blocked Bill Burr. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, I know. Like, that's what I'm saying there. It's like, how in the world can you, like, block Bill Burr? Like, if Bill Burr roasted me, I'd be honored, because usually it's actually pretty funny, like, to be entirely honest. And also, on top of that, he does it to everyone. So it's like, to block him, it's like, you gotta have, like, you really do have to have a fragile ego. Like, I'm not, like, trying to attack Elon as a person now, but I mean, come on. Like, you know, it's like Bill Burr roasts everyone. So, you know, it's like if he has something bad to say about you, he probably likes you. Like, honestly, like, I guess that's how he works because he's from Boston. I've never really met a lot of Bostoners, but beyond that, I got to say thank you for the massive support, Pooker. And that is something that I largely say is true. Some people are just cruel though. Like I can get like banning some people or like muting them or whatever, or blocking them. Like I can get that because some people just take it to an extreme, like doxing and death threats and stuff. But with like Bill Burr, it's like he just says stuff. You know, he just roasts people to roast them. So you know, and he does it to everyone. I don't think anyone's ever missed his ire or his grasp, because that's his form of comedy. And I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that one time that he was in Baltimore and he just like roasted the whole crowd for like 20 minutes. You've heard that one before, Matthew. Like that was actually hilarious because he was just going off. I mean, like, he just went off. And also, he's gotten everyone. I mean, let's see here. He's gotten Ethan Klein. He's gotten Theo Vaughn. I mean, literally anyone he runs into contact with, he's roasting him. So it's like if you block him, it's like that's honestly kind of weak looking because it's like a lot of people, you know, for lesser or better have ended up dealing with it and they do fine, you know, or they end up becoming friends with them. So. You know, that's something right there. But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Marlene Mercer, LSA, who puts in a $70 donation. And thank you very much, Marlene Mercer, for that support once again, and we appreciate that very much. And Marlene said, thank you, Enforcers and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Marlene. And thank you so much for enjoying the channel and helping it to keep on running. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jenna, last name Tolls, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Jenna, for that support. And sadly, I can't read it off. Me personally, here's my thing. I respect your right. You know, obviously, you can say what you want, Jenna. You can have your own beliefs. It's a free country, and hopefully it stays that way. But me personally, I don't get into like, you know, getting profane and things like that when it comes to the sitting president or whoever it is. Even though the wrong decisions are being made, I still will say, in my opinion, this is just my perspective, some decorum should be respected, in my opinion. But at the same time, though, you know, we should scrutinize the politicians. That should be the way it is. So I understand where you're coming from, but thank you very much for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support. Jenna, last name told us as well. I would have to agree with Matthew on that. I understand a lot of people are incredibly unhappy with the actions of the president. But while I went into like a very impassioned speech or a rant, depending on which way you look at it, I still want to make sure that we maintain a little bit of decorum around dealing with the president, because I never want to get into, you know, just lacing something with profanity on someone. But still, I do thank you so much for the support. And now I say that, but I know this would be true, Matthew. If we ever went to the Oval Office and tried to ask the president something, I bet your ratings are low. I'd be like, oh, kiss my ass. Like, that's like, I would probably be like that would be it for me. It'd be like, it's time.
Honestly. We would get ripped apart if we were in the like press briefing, to be honest with you. If we asked a question and it was like a legit question and not a softball that was designed to be easy for the person to answer, we'd get ripped to shreds. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. We'd come out there as shredded as Zelensky came out.
Who are you with? I'm with myself. Oh yeah, what company is that? It's the Enforcer. I bet your ratings are low. I'd be like, man, kiss my, like, dude, I would be going off. I'd be like, man, I can't even tell y'all what would happen at that point. They would kick us out of the White House like they kicked Zelensky out today at that point, because like I'm all for people having differences of opinions, but if you disrespect me, that's when the lines cross. Because it's like, especially if I'm being polite to you up front and I'm not saying something like, you know, about a spray tan or some ugly ass hair. You know, it's like if you sit there and start trying to say stuff about me, it's game on. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Gerald Everett, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Gerald, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. And Gerald said, time for an alternate West. Canada should get a quick acceptance into the EU, and yes, non-European country can be in the EU, and Europe must be in the North Pacific.
And thank you for the support. I actually do not know a lot about the European Union and their ability to bring on new members, unfortunately. And also, I think they're a little bit selective these days. But I'm sure the European Union would start to open up those requirements and make them a lot less lax if they were on their own, because then they have to make sure to be economically competitive out there as their own separate sphere. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Greg Thornton, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Greg, for that support also and helping to keep the channel running. And they said, not much to say, just disgusted. Love Ukraine. And take one from the chat.
And I thank you so much for the support. I was incredibly unhappy with the actions of the office of the president today, not really within American interest or Western interest for the large part. I do thank you so much for the support, though, and helping this channel keep on running. And so with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, let me grab one more thing from the live chat here. And also, we will grab that live chat question in honor of that super chat from Greg Thornton. And this one goes to John Peacekeeper LSA, who says, what will happen to Ukraine? Will it stand alone or sign the agreement?
It will stand alone at this point, most likely, I would assume, especially with what's going to happen on Sunday, probably. We'll probably see that America's on its own in the end. That'll probably be the craziest thing. It's like we are the biggest country in the world, and then you have, hello, I'm Mr. Zelensky, aka Steal Your Sphere. We're gonna do our own thing now. That probably will be what happens. And at this point, like, I love the United States, but who could blame the Europeans for doing that? I mean, like, half our audience is European, and when you look at it from their perspective, because much like the United States, they're going to look out for their own interests, it makes the most sense at this point, looking out for their own interests, that they would probably create a completely separate sphere from the United States for defensive and economic reasons. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jenna, last name Tolls as well, who puts in another $50 donation. And they said, love you from the chat.
Hey, we love all of y'all in the Lee Spring Army, and you too. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Terrible Tyler, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Terrible Tyler, for that support. And he said, I am so proud of you.
Hey, well, thank you for being proud of us. It's really unprecedented times that we're going through these days, and we're trying to navigate it the best we can. It looks like tonight, at this point, just to give you all a live count, because this is something that is interesting here, we have lost about 250 subscribers today because of all this. It's not bad, actually. It's really a drop in the bucket. But, I thank you for being proud of us and really enjoying and supporting, because as far as we're seeing, it's actually leading us to lose subscribers. But at this point, we're losing subscribers anyway. I mean, if we support what the president's doing, people are not going to like it. If we're neutral, people are not going to like it. And if we disavow what the president's doing, which is what we really believe, people aren't going to like it. So, no matter what way, whatever we do, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't at this point. So we just kind of have to do what we believe is right, or what we think is right, with our statements, like we've always done. It's just that this time now, it's kind of getting a little bit closer to making, it's actually making comments that we've never made before on the office of the president. But still, I hope that does address that well, and thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, and also a lot of people are like, 258, nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. But usually in our channel's history, it's very rare for us to lose subscribers on any given day. So when we lose subscribers, it actually is noticeable. Well, it's not noticeable in the overall number, but it's noticeable in the fact that it happened. But nevertheless, at this point, it's like we got to say what we got to say. I mean, we're in support of Western American interests as the way we laid it out on this channel. If people don't like that and they have to unsubscribe, that's what it is. I mean, like, I can't sit there and try and hamstring myself or tie myself up to something that I don't even believe in or agree with to just appease 250 people. Like, that's how I look at it at this point. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Dalton McKee, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Dalton, for supporting the channel. He said, based.
And based. But still, thank you so much for support. I've never been called based before, but I'll take that as a high honor. So with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to none other than Jenna, last name Tolls, once again. And huge shout out to Jenna for the 3 super chats tonight. And we appreciate that massive support. And they put in a 50 once again. They said, I smell a Russian asset.
I smell bitch in here. Mamma mia. I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Now, I will not say that the president is a Russian asset. But one thing I will say is that he's certainly playing into the hands of the Russians at this point, without a doubt, with what's going on. Really, he's playing into the hands of the Russians and the Chinese collectively at this point with what we're doing with the Western sphere. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to, let's see here. I got to scroll so far up in the spreadsheet to get up to the top, but this one goes to Ari Sowini, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much to the Kiwi Walking Finn for helping to keep the channel running yet again. And they said LSA.
And LSA, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel a reality. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Matthew Rod, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Matthew, for that support as well. They said 5-time draft dodgers. Am I right? Cowards hate what they can never be.
And I thank you for the support. I don't know about the whole draft dodging thing. I don't really know if I have if I can click my spurs quick enough. My spurs are made out of bone, by the way, to be able to give you an assessment on that. But beyond that, I would have to say that some people do things like that. But at the same time, some other people did it, and they're praised for it, like Muhammad Ali. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis with that thing. But I generally will say I'm not a fan of draft dodgers. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Weatherby Studio, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much as well, Weatherby, for that support. They said rip something. I'm not sure what the initials for, but they said rip to someone.
And I thank you so much for the support, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and excuse me, our next one here is going to go to Charlie Pants, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Charlie, as well, for helping to support the channel. He said, I'm grateful for this channel.
And thank you so much for being grateful for this channel, because we're grateful that a lot of people really appreciate it and really enjoy what we do and how we cover things and what we say sometimes. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Bex Chitwood, who's a longtime channel legend also, and puts in a 50, and thank you very much, Bex, as well. They said, Slav Ukraine and preach, LSA.
Hey, and Slav Ukrainian, long live the United States and long live Western interest. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kirill Danilo, who puts in a 50 also. Huge shout out to Kirill, who's also longtime channel legend, and we appreciate it very much. And it said opening monologue, they said, is good. And I appreciate you doing your part for helping America end up on the right side of history.
And thank you so much for the support. Only time will tell if we were on the right side of history or not, but I support wholeheartedly what I believe in, which is an American and Western interest. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support, and I got to thank you for enjoying that monologue. I told Matthew, I was like, Matthew, I'm just letting you know, I told him like this while we were in the countdown. I was like, I got a speech tonight I want to make to everyone, and hopefully it'll be a humdinger like we used to make way back in the day, years ago, when the war in Ukraine started. And hopefully we knocked it out of the, well, hopefully I knocked that out of the park. Matthew also had some very good speeches that he made as well, but hopefully I knocked my speech out of the park, and hopefully it was one that a lot of people were happy with. But still, thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And can y'all believe that I have to come up with all that stuff up on the spot? Like, I don't have like a pre-written speech or anything. Like, I don't have a teleprompter or a script or anything like that. It's just all done on the fly. So if you like that, I could like do impromptu rallies. Like, maybe we'll start doing that here in the future. Who knows? But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Joe's RV Home Turtle, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Joe's RV Home Turtle, for that support. And it said, love the channel, guys.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Thank you for loving the channel and supporting it and keeping it running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marin Ducastian, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Marin, for that $50 support also. They said, Enforcer Matt, what are the possibilities that, let's see here, that maybe one of the U.S. officials here, maybe the top one, is owned by Russian oligarchs due to past bad business dealings? Honestly, I wouldn't know. Like, if you're asking me specifically, I wouldn't know. And also, generally speaking, of course, even if I don't like the moves they're making, I don't want to start spreading something that I don't know for a fact. So, I mean, maybe I just don't have enough information to know if that's true or not. But thank you very much for that support nonetheless. We appreciate it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I could not really comment on that. I don't know a lot about the president's business dealings and his history with that to be able to make a comment on it right now. That sounded like the most political thing I could have said in response to that. That almost sounds like something someone in Congress would say. But sadly, I really don't. Like that might sound political. I actually don't know enough to even make a comment on that, so I'd have to declare ignorance on that, unfortunately. But still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And the entire U.S. Air Force just came in and said stupid comment. I don't know to who or what, but anyways, look at that, man. It's the U.S. Air Force in here.
Man, they're crazy coming in with a stupid comment. Is that not sponsored by the DoD?
Man, like that ad that we saw today, we're coming for you. Like, it's like, oh, and it's on Fox nonetheless. What? How bizarre. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you once again for the support.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here goes to, and also let me get rid of the bots here. I'm very disappointed in you guys tonight. I didn't agree with you, and I'm sick of it. Thank you very much for that, by the way. But anyways, jumping on to our next one here. This one goes to Wes Fry, who put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Wes, for always being around the channel as well and helping to keep it running. They said, no question, LSA, and take some rest, and hopefully it'll be better tomorrow.
Hopefully it will be. I would say that people have just got to kind of like hunker down and get ready for it, because I don't really know if it will get better. You know, I don't know. Like, I hate to tell y'all, I would like to be optimistic, but you never know. So, you know, we just kind of got to take it day by day, but keep your chins up, folks, and keep your spirits high, because we will get through it. And hopefully we'll be able to see that we have better days in foreign policy ahead of us, even if it takes a couple of years to get to it. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Corsair F4U, who puts in a 50 as well. Thank you very much, Corsair, for supporting the channel. Big League also. They said, have you guys checked out this William Brockman? His sub, the USS Nautilus, found the Japanese fleet in Midway, and he fought with the destroyer for an hour, and later the destroyer's wake guided the Yorktown dive planes to the Japanese fleet, and LSA, and woo-woo.
And woo-woo! And thank you so much for the support. And I'd actually have to say, unfortunately, I don't know about that fella. And sadly, due to the amount of super chats that we have tonight, I'm sure it's still over 100 at this point, because more keep coming in as we keep answering them. I sadly might not be able to pull that up right now. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And that is incredibly interesting to hear about that captain. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to BC Skyman yet again. He put in a 25 this time. And thank you very much, BC, for that $25 donation. I think he's already left for the night. So if BC's listening to this tomorrow, big thanks to you for that support once more. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support, BC Skyman. I got to thank you for being an absolute legend of the Lee Spring Army. You've been here since its founding days, and you've been a core, integral rock of the foundation of the LSA in the community. I got to thank you so much for being here tonight. I got to thank you for really enjoying and supporting what we had to say tonight. And I got to thank you once again for always sticking with the Lee Spring Army through and through. So with that, along with the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Daniel Turnell, who puts in a 25. And thank you very much, Daniel, for that support. He said, I stand with Zelensky and the Ukrainian people, and I stand for freedom and the rule of law against tyrants, and I stand against fascism and open corruption.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I stand with the United States and Western interests, and that means that we have to support Ukraine, because that's inherently within our interest because of the broader strategic and economic picture that we're seeing in Europe at this point. And so, as a result of that, I support Ukraine and President Zelensky because of that. And still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because I'd have to say that those sentiments are admirable for sure. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Santiago Flores, who puts in the 20. And huge shout to Santiago for that $20 support. They said, good evening, and American foreign policy is on PMS. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow, and apparently the VP is either stupid or low IQ, in Santiago's words, or the Manchurian candidate that reads Putin's propaganda. But the U.S. has lost it.
Nah, Look, I'll be honest with y'all. I'm not really a fan of the vice president. Like, I'm just not a fan of him as a person, because one, I'll tell y'all why. It's all over one thing, and it just irks the shit out of me. So the Appalachian Mountains is a thing that Matthew and me grew up near to, but we're not in it. Like, technically though, the town that we were in was on the very edge of the Appalachian Mountains. But this guy wrote a book, apparently it's a very popular one out there somewhere from what I've heard, about his life growing up in rural Appalachia. So let me tell you where he lived. He lived over here, I believe in Hamilton, Ohio. I think, if I remember, no, it was like Middletown, Ohio, or Hamilton, Ohio, somewhere around here, according to the book. Now, let me ask you all this. Does that look like it's anywhere near the Appalachian Mountains, which is all the way on the eastern border of West Virginia? No, like that's not even close. So that like the book he wrote was literally just suburban life near to Cincinnati. Like that's not even near to the Appalachian Mountains. We have a better argument of being raised and growing up in the Appalachian Mountains because we lived in the foothills of the Appalachians here in Alabama. We actually did. Like the foothills of the Appalachians started where we were. So if we wanted to make a book saying that we lived in the Appalachians, we could. This guy literally lived in the freaking plains of Ohio and then wrote a book like he lived in the Appalachians. Like, honestly, that whole thing just irks me so much with the guy. Like, nothing, like, speaking of nothing else, I have no things to like him or dislike him on, just on this topic right here, over that. That just pisses me off because it's like you're not even from the Appalachian Mountains. You're from the Midwest. Like, that's the Midwest. Why in the world are you making it sound like you're some sort of a hillbilly or something? You're not. And that just, like, I'm not a hillbilly. Like, oh yeah, hillbilly elegy is what it's called. And that's the stupid thing about it. It's like, he's not even a hillbilly. He's from, like, the suburbs of Cincinnati. It's like, come on, let's be real. And that's just that's like a flat up lie right there. Like, that's not, that, like, the Appalachian community doesn't even recognize that county as being a part of the Appalachian Mountains. Like, they counted our county that we were from, that we grew up in, as a part of it, and I wouldn't even consider that the Appalachians, and that's not even in the Appalachian community. So what was the point of that? That doesn't even add up. But anyways, that's one thing that's always annoyed me with the vice president. I had to make my peace with all of y'all tonight. That's like what annoyed the hell out of me with him from the start. You know, it was dumb. But anyways, with that, I do thank you for the support and help of this channel to keep it running, and hopefully we'll see foreign policy wise that things do improve. And so with that, we are on oh yeah, it is Middletown, Ohio. And that is obviously, well, let me go pull up, like, I'll take some time to do this. Appalachian Mountain Community. So let me get the map for y'all. So this is the Appalachian Mountain Community, and these are all the counties that are considered to be a part of the Appalachian region. And so if you look right here, this county is the farthest west in Ohio that the Appalachian region goes. So if he is from Middletown, Ohio, which is up here, that county, the last one that's listed, is east of Cincinnati. So if you are north of Cincinnati right there, technically you're about right there, which isn't even a part of the Appalachian Regional Commission. Our home county of Elmore County down there in Alabama technically is. So we have a argument to say that we were born and raised in the Appalachians, but I can promise y'all that nothing in Elmore County even came close to the kind of like hillbilly stuff that you actually see in the Appalachians. Like that kind of culture, it's not even close. I would more so consider that lower Alabama, like flatlands culture than anything, although technically it's a part of the Appalachian region. So it's a little bit stupid to write a book called Hillbilly Elegy about growing up in the Appalachians when your hometown that you actually base the entire book in isn't even in the Appalachian Regional Commission and is considered by nobody to be in the Appalachian Mountains. Like that entire book is literally built on the fabric of one lie of being in the Appalachians when you're not. So, you know, that just annoys me like so much. Like it's
The couch did it for me.
yeah, the couch too.
But man, forget the Appalachian Mountain things, man. Don't forget the damn couch.
And also someone said his family is from Kentucky. Yeah, but my family's from Britain. Like generally, well, I'm 90% British by my DNA. So does that mean when I write a book of my life in lower Alabama, near to Montgomery, Alabama, do I write a book called Living in Somerset? Like, no, that'd be stupid because I don't live in Somerset. The last time my family lived in Britain was it was a couple of generations ago for the latest one. So that would make no sense. Like, yeah, your family's from Kentucky, but if your family's from Kentucky, but you're born and raised in, say, Colorado, then you have more of a connection to the west of the United States than the Appalachians. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, well, you know, my family's Irish, so I'm like a leprechaun. It's like, no, you're not. Like, you're an American. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. And that's what just irked me with the guy. But the couch also got me too, because like I've never looked at a couch and went, man, that thing's just begging to get it. Like, you know, I've never done that personally. So anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Bex Chitwood, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Bex, for that $50 support and helping to keep the channel running. They said it was a humdinger speech, and I'm starting the Lost Subscriber Fund and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the speech, Bex Chidwood. And as far as subscribers go, losing them and gaining them, I can't really be bothered anymore with that because at this point now, like, we step on a landmine no matter if we remain neutral or if we say what we really want to say. So at this point, it's like, I can't really care. It's like I'd rather just say my peace of mind on the whole thing in what I'm thinking about it than, try and sit there and appease some people who honestly don't really have enough sense to work with in the first place, because we dealt with these people under the last president. They were in they were different politically affiliated. Under the last president, we dealt with like liberals that would be offended, and under this president we deal with Republicans that are offended. It's like, I'm sorry, like, y'all drink Kool-Aid and y'all worship your political party, which is kind of stupid. It's not like a football team or anything, but if you do that, you do that, and I can't really be bothered with it anymore. It's like that's how I have to work it. I'd rather lose subscribers and have a really well-rounded, reasonable, and very intelligent community that actually looks at things on a case-by-case basis than a whole bunch of political cult worshippers on the channel for either side, whether they be Republicans or Democrats, just to be entirely frank. But still, thank you so much for the support, Bex Chitwood, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the Truth Sleuth, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much to the Truth Sleuth for helping us to get to that truth and that $30 donation as well. We appreciate it. They said the Enforcer was on fire today. Losing subscribers is just house cleaning.
And I thank you for the support, and I'd have to say it is house clean. Like, I can't really be bothered with it too much. We lost like another 4, so it's like, it happens. We'll regrow, and of course we'll end up having another golden age of the channel, just like we did in the past, and we'll probably get up to 500,000 that time, instead of being around 350 at this point. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Leora Abigail, who's another longtime channel legend who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Leora, as well, for the support. They said, Enforcer, thank you for calling it out like it is. And all Ukraine wanted was security. And I don't think that's much to ask. And to give away minerals without security is wrong and screwed up.
And I thank you so much for the support. I just saw Peter Chanel say something in the chat, Matthew. Read that. That is actually a pretty good one. Like, honestly.
Oh, jeez.
Man. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep on running. Thank you for enjoying our statements that we made today, because, every time we do that, we're kind of going out on a limb as far as channel precedent goes, but we're happy to know people really do enjoy our honest take on things. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Jose Diaz, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jose, as well, for the support. He said, we support Ukraine and freedom.
And I would agree. We support American and Western interests, and those are obviously ideas ingrained in freedom and liberty-loving mindsets. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Steve T, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Steve. He said, do you think the EU will invest in producing their own weapons going forward and providing security of supply and the ability to make decisions in their best interest without U.S. control over their policies in the future?
They largely already do, for the most part. The only category in some countries where they really don't do that is in terms of air power. Usually they'll buy American missiles or maybe American aircraft, depending on some countries. But the larger ones like Europe, France, and the UK either have their own ground vehicles or their own aircraft for the large part, or a multinational cooperation like the Eurofighter Typhoon to create a European aircraft. So generally, yes, they'll probably start moving towards that even further. And once again, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting move in the future to see what Europe does and develops, considering that they'll have to do it pretty much on their own. So with that, I thank you so much once again for the support. And also, oh man, one guy said, you guys are listening to two hick brothers that hate freedom of speech, not American at all. How do we hate freedom of speech? Like, I'm not getting it. Like, where's the punchline? Like, do we hate freedom of speech or do we hate stupidity? I think I hate stupidity, not freedom of speech. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brian Justin, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Brian, as well, for the support. He said, what happened today is an embarrassment to the U.S. right in front of the world. And we look like backstabbers. And who could trust the U.S. in the future?
That's exactly what we're saying. Like, that's why this is a terrible thing to do. It lays out a bad precedent, especially for everyone in Europe. Like it's a bad thing, and that's why no one might be able to trust us in the future, and everyone's going to start pretty much fending for themselves and leaving the United States on an island of its own. So it won't be a good move. So with that, I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Oh My, or
Oh my.
who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support. They said it is important to understand that the current situation in the U.S. is pure chaos, and we can't believe what they say. And they change their minds constantly. And I stand with Ukrainian democracy.
I would have to say, I mean, that's not really that far off at this point. I hate to say it. But I do support American and Western interests, and inherently that means supporting our allies against our adversaries and sworn enemies around the globe. And that includes the Russian Federation, and that means that we have to support Ukraine. And so with that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that quite well indeed. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to John Person, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, John, for the support. He said, epic rant, and I 100% agree. And thanks for the coverage and insight, as always.
Hey, thank you so much. I just slid my hand on the thing there. I don't know if anyone heard that. But thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'd have to say, thank you so much for agreeing with me. That it's great to see that a lot of people backed up what I was saying tonight and agreed with it instead of just, going off, which is what some people did and are still doing. But, that's just the fallout of having an opinion these days. But with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Marion Demert, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Marion, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. And they said, Slava Ukraine, Heroes Slava, and long live President Zelensky.
And thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And long live the United States, long live the Republic, and hopefully Slava Ukrainian. Hopefully we'll be able to see the Ukrainians through to victory. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also someone said, chill with the American hate. American hate. Have you seen our intro? Like I paid
No, they were talking about the person in the live chat, by the way. The person I timed out.
I was gonna be like, did you hear about what we did with the intro? I was gonna be like, I spent a lot of money to make pro-American patriotic music. But sorry, I didn't know you were talking about that other person there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Gabby White, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Gabby, as well. They said, Slava Ukraine and LSA, baby.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and Slava Ukraini, and Herom Slava. And so with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one. Matthew, what do we have? Oh, go ahead.
And the next one goes to Sue Bunch, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Sue, as well, for the support. They said, frequent listener and first-time donor. And it's refreshing to hear common sense on YouTube and take a question from the chat. You've answered my questions.
And thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the common sense approach that we take to things. Something that you just don't find out there much anymore. I'm not even tooting our own whistle on that. That's actually kind of a shame. But honestly, it's always kind of been like this. It's just that, I hate to say it this way, but the internet really allowed a lot of the people who are really ignorant and stupid and never had a voice in anything on either side to have a voice. And they use it kind of like ignorant idiots would. I mean, that's not even just saying it towards the people who are anti-Ukrainian. That's really saying it for a lot of different folks, like the hot dog man. He's like a prime example of the opposite on the different political side, but he's also equally stupid, kind of like these people. They got to make sure to hit all the bases there with that one. But beyond that, thank you so much once again for support. And Matthew, what do we got for a live chat?
So the live chat goes to Domenis, who says, do you think Russian frozen funds is more likely to be released to Ukraine?
Probably not at this point. We'll probably just try and siphon those off into the U.S. economy somehow, or somewhere else. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I heard that someone's net worth has dropped a good bit. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Zyper Sniper 1, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Mr. Zyper, for that support. And also, thank you for sending the question 5 times, because I've missed it all times you sent it, except for the last one. So I appreciate you sending it again, so that way I could spot it. But they said coffee fund for the enforcers. And if the U.S. ever leaves NATO, then there's nothing stopping Ukraine from joining NATO after the war. Or am I wrong? And LSA forever.
Actually, crazily enough, yeah, you're right. Like, there would be nothing stopping him. I mean, the United States wouldn't be sitting there going, joining NATO isn't an option. It's like, who the hell are you to tell us? It's like, you're not even in NATO anymore. So, like, yeah, they could actually join NATO at that point. So, I don't know. Maybe that'd be the best way to get Ukraine into NATO is that the United States leaves NATO. So, yeah, I mean, but anyways, with that, I thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Avari Mendebratis, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Avari, as well. They said, how much do you think the dollar will fall when none of our former allies want to trade in it? And will that topple the billionaires who own the government? Or can we fix, or can we, the people, fix things before it happens, and how?
No, there's not really a way to fix it, and it wouldn't really bring down the billionaires, because the thing is that the only people who really would be affected by that is us common folks like you and me who have to pay the bills. The billionaires' weight would just crush us, and they'd be fine. I mean, they wouldn't be as wealthy as they once were, but they still would be wealthier than everyone else. So that actually wouldn't do anything but screw over the common folks, because there's no such thing as the wealthy being more affected than the common people. The common people are always going to be affected, and the billionaires largely will be unaffected by everything. So for them, it's like playing a little game, because nothing ever really touches them or really changes their lifestyles. But for all of us, it could mean a lot, because we could go from having something to having nothing. So with that in mind, it's if they stopped using the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it really would just devastate the U.S. economically, and that's about it. But nothing else beyond that would change. Pretty much everything that is here now would remain. And so I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to South Carolina Dear Girl, who puts in a 20 and says, stand strong, enforcers.
Hey, we are trying to stand strong, hopefully, and I hope that we did tonight. And so with that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Kevin Borg, also known as the Kiwi, who puts in a 100 New Zealand. And thank you very much, Kevin Borg, for that support and throwing in the 100 New Zealand. And he said, courage is not the absence of fear, but the unwavering resolve to fight for what's right. And your struggle is not just for yourself, but for the freedom and dignity of your people against the forces of evil. And stand firm, for hope is a light that guides us through the shadows.
And I have to thank you so much for the support, Kevin Borg, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for the kind words as well. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And I hope that we're standing to those statements right now, hopefully. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one is going to go to, let's see here, Adam McLean, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Adam, for that $20 support. He said, Vladimir Putin and Russia are anything but our friend.
That's exactly what I think. Like, they're literally enemies of the United States. They make themselves out to be that. So it's like, why should we ever give them concessions? We're playing with World War III. Like, did we tell, like, you know something that's crazy, man? You know, I just thought about it. Neville Chamberlain said that to Czechoslovakia when Germany wanted to take the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakia's like, we don't want to give it away. And they said, you're playing around with World War II. We don't want that. Give it to them. And then they got annexed later anyways. It's like,
It really is sick, isn't it? History repeats itself. It repeats itself in the most blatantly obvious ways too. And obviously we only have one life to live, so we don't have like multiple lives to see like what happened through the past generations. But it's like when you see it, it's like, how can people not see this? It's like we're literally repeating the history that led to a really bad situation before. So are we really going to fall into the same trap again?
Also, I like one thing though. Oh, it just drives me crazy. Oh my God. Is that the President of the United States, if y'all don't know, calls himself a history aficionado. Oh, you would think he'd see it. Like, you would think he'd see it. Like why America's successful, what happened leading up to World War II, you'd think he'd see it. It's like he's literally doing what Chamberlain did at this point. And then he doesn't. And then he says he's a history aficionado. It's like, it couldn't be if you're doing this. Like, you would know that this is literally the path to failure. Like, this is what leads us into World War III, because we kept appeasing instead of just facing him down and making a hard no. And then later on, when it happens, he'll be going, "What do you know? It was someone else. They did it. I resign," or something. I don't know. I don't even know what would happen at that point. What do we do? Let's give them Alaska. Everyone in Anchorage just gets screwed over because we don't want war. War is bad. Like, if you get invaded, you just give them what they want. Like that's a good thing to tell everyone. Like if someone breaks into your house, like a Crip or a Blood, and they break into your house to rob you of your shit, just give them what they want. Don't even call the cops because nobody wants any of this bloodshed or anything like that. Just let the criminal get what they want, and then let them go. It's like, that's crazy, man. Like, this logic applies nowhere. Like, it's just nuts. It's insane. But anyways, with that, thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Siri, who puts in a $25 donation, and thank you very much, Siri, as well, for that support. They said, "Do not miss the forest for the trees. Y'all did damn well tonight." And thank you, Siri. So I encourage everyone to listen and read to Norman Corwin's On a Note of Triumph.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I will try and read that book eventually. I got to get through some of my other books first. And honestly, I haven't gotten around to like any of my hobbies lately, like the little model railroad or the books or anything like that. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And hopefully I'll be able to get around to reading some more books soon. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Rick Gulinchin, I believe it said. Hopefully I'm not butchering that last name too bad, but thank you, Rick, for that $20 support, and we appreciate it. He said, "I'm Canadian, and I worry that the current U.S. position will damage its relationship with its allies, including Canada, beyond repair, and that scares me."
Well, yeah, I mean, it is scary. I would agree with you. I mean, it's scary for y'all. It's scary for us. I mean, hell, really, like, honestly, it's even scarier with y'all because y'all rely a lot on our trade and we rely on a lot on y'all's trade. So it's a mutually damaging affair for both sides there. And that's why it doesn't make any sense. And I would say it's incredibly concerning. Hopefully we won't see that any of this is acted on. But to be entirely honest, I have very little faith in this administration at this point on foreign policy. And it probably will be acted on and it'll have devastating consequences, not just for y'all in the short term, but for us in the long term. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support, but I really do understand where a lot of your apprehension, concerns, and fears are coming from. And if me personally, I was the president, I wouldn't be trying to pursue any of these sorts of actions, especially against Mexico and Canada, which are the United States' two largest trading partners in the entirety of the face of the globe. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Feelin' Groovy, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Feelin' Groovy, for that support. And they mentioned something about a protest. And I'll be honest, Feelin' Groovy, for some reason, my gut is telling me not to read that off on the air. Thank you for plugging it, but I'm going to refrain from reading that one off just because my gut is telling me otherwise. I'm just going to follow my gut on that one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'd have to respect that Matthew doesn't want to read that off. But one thing that I actually will run by y'all is that it's something that actually Matthew brought up, and I was like, that's not that bad of an idea. We were like, what if we actually had some rallies, like some Lee Spring Army rallies, where we went around somewhere and actually set up a place for everyone to gather around. We had a little rally about, what the Lee Spring Army finds important in American and Western interests. I was like, that'd be kind of interesting. But I don't know. I don't know if we'd ever have enough people in a single spot to ever make that worthwhile enough, because, we would have to have like at least 1,000 or maybe more people there to do something like that. But that would be interesting if we ever did. Like, honestly, man, that would be kind of cool if we were able to pull that off. But
yeah, that would be.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let me scroll back up once more. Let's see here. This one goes to, guess who? Guess who? It's going to be Neil Visinot, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Neil, for that support and that $20 super chat. He said, I agree with the Enforcer mostly, but I'm not those idiots who will unsub. If we disagree, awesome. Then let's get a coffee and talk and have fun. And while I side with Ukraine, I'm just a little bit disappointed in everyone in the meeting today. Honestly, Neil, I would tell you this. I haven't made a big deal about tonight. I would say that, like I've said before, Zelensky did not handle it perfect. Honestly, he kind of played right into the whole scheme that they had cooked up, apparently, by getting angry. And I'm not saying that Zelensky is a bad person for getting angry, because honestly, the situation he was put into would make most people crumble. So his way of dealing with it was to get a little frustrated, which I understand where I was coming from. But the scheme was to basically get some sound bites from Zelensky to make him look ungrateful, which he's not, but that was the scheme, was to make him look bad in the media, so that way they could try to basically paint him a certain way. So Zelensky didn't play that well very strategically, but he held his ground. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it wasn't done perfectly, but then again, like kind of like the man in the ring kind of a speech that Teddy Roosevelt make. It's really hard to really criticize him because you and me, we weren't in the ring there getting lefts and rights from these folks. So it's a little bit hard to say, because I would say it wasn't perfectly done, but then again, if I was in his kind of shoes, would I have done better? I don't really think so. I actually think he did fairly well under the circumstances. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I largely understand where you're coming from with that, though. It was a very disappointing display and really did make the United States, in my opinion, look like an embarrassment with how the president and the vice president handled themselves like they're a couple of street thugs trying to shake someone down. That's how I took it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next super chat. This one's going to go to RC1 Entertainment, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, RC1 Entertainment, for that support. They said, best show ever. And by the way, you don't need to justify yourself about the political subjects. It's your show. And like the 120 subs that left, if they aren't happy, they go somewhere else. And those people are ruining your show for us.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I thank you so much for the unabashed support of the channel and what we do and what we say. I can promise y'all we're never going to get domestically political. I don't have a stomach for that kind of thing. I find it to be goofy, really. But I will make sure to say if something that the president does, I don't agree with it, I won't agree with it. No matter what, because it just doesn't make any sense to sit there and make it sound like this is within American Western interest when it just clearly isn't. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running, so that way we can do what we want to do. And I also got to say a huge thanks to everyone who has supported the channel tonight in Super Chats. Tonight has actually been the largest night of Super Chats I believe we've seen in a year. Did not expect that, actually. I generally was telling Matthew that I expected extremely low viewership tonight and extremely low support in Super Chats. I was like, man, we might be eating potatoes with sour cream here soon. And crazily enough, it was the complete opposite. Like, we got a massive amount of viewership and we got a load of support. And I got to thank everyone for that, because that's not at all what I expected going into this tonight. I had honestly expected we would kind of be against the odds with what we were saying and doing, but we were going to do it regardless. I do thank everyone, though, for just being 100% behind the channel and 100% behind what we say and what we do, because it almost feels like we're on our own island out here on our own saying what we say. Like, we aren't like connected or anchored to some sort of a political ideology or a party. I just look out for what I believe are American and Western interest. I don't know, maybe one day I'll write a treatise or something like that on it, in like a book form of what I find to be important for the United States and the West. Maybe, but that would take a lot of time, so that probably wouldn't be anytime soon. But maybe we could make this into a whole ideology. I don't know, we could call it like enforcerism or something like that, maybe. But we'll see. Anyways, with that, thank you once again for supporting up with this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Jackal, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jackal, for the support. They said, you're doing a good job, and I don't want to be stuck in either a left or right echo chamber, and it's a beautiful Saturday here in Melbourne.
Hey, nice to hear from you all the way down in Melbourne, Australia. Pretty good ways away down in Victoria, in Australia. But beyond that, I have to say thank you so much for enjoying that we don't like lean left or right. Like, we just call things for what they are. If they're good, they're good. If they're not, they're not. Over the last 3 years, this is the thing that I just find so funny. All right, like, over the last 3 years, every single pro-Ukraine YouTuber, except for a few, which would be Sivdiv and Denis Davidov, and I think a couple of others, has pretty much completely isolated and alienated us because, and I'll explain this to all of you, this isn't going to be a shock, practically everyone in the pro-Ukraine sphere is a Democrat, so they can't ever say anything that bashes their own party. But then when we would say things about Biden, where we were like, we don't like what he's doing here or there in foreign policy, he doesn't really look to be representing the country well, they would call us like MAGA or Republican, or they just assumed that we're politically not like them, and then they would ostracize us. So that's why we have like no relationships or dealings with anyone, because they would just assume that we were of the different political party. Now a new president, Sam, that's Republican, and now we say in foreign policy we don't like what he's doing here and there, just like we did with the last president. And now people are coming out of the woodworks that'll come into our chat and tell us that we're liberals or snowflakes or something like that, because we actually think freely with a mind, instead of just blindly following a political party or a or an ideology, and we actually think freely. We get blasted for that from the other direction now. Now we're called liberals, and it'll be like that for the next several years. Then if a Democrat becomes the president after the next 4 years, and they are doing things that we don't like, and we say we don't like that, then we'll be back to being called like far right or a MAGA or something like that, because that's just how it works on the internet these days. People can't. Well, that's how it works in America these days. People don't think freely for themselves. They just think whatever their party tells them to think. And if you ever go against that, then they just beat you down. Like even if you have a clear record of just saying your mind and thinking whether something's good or not, they're still going to beat you down because you said something against their guy that they like. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. At least, I hope that I'm able to expound on that a little bit extra, as a matter of fact, because let's see. Someone said you guys are not liberal. Look, man, like I'll be honest with you, I don't really get into either side. Like I don't like the labels. Like I think it's stupid. And why in the world am I going to limit myself to one camp? It's like think about it. Like what if you like gun? Oh well, I'm not going to get into that whole deal. But why in the world, like the political parties don't sponsor you having your own opinions. You have to fit their mold. And it's like, I don't like that. It's like for the country to talk about how we're all unique, individualist kind of people. Like the political parties are collectivist in nature. They don't allow for individualism. You have to fit their mold and say their thing. Like you have to say what the politicians want you to say instead of the politicians saying what the voters want them to say. And that's just not how it's supposed to work.
I don't like mold anyway.
Yeah, I don't like it either, especially black mold, because that's like very toxic and nasty. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Also, by the way, the reason why I like quickly like floundered and was like, actually, I want to expound on that more, is because Matthew was taking a restroom break, and I just saw the text when I was saying that. I was like, well, actually, I was like, you know what? Let's add a little extra sentence to that.
We had no speech tonight, man. Yeah, you got to cut me some slack. I mean, no speech.
Dude, before long, I'm going to be like Bezos. We're just going to have to piss in bottles and like keep the show running or something. Once again, folks, best interest in mind. Pissing in bottles is good for your health. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Chase Maddie, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Chase Maddie, as well for that support. I said you guys are spot on. And Zelensky got a standing ovation previously when visiting the U.S., and our foreign policy of containment of our rivals has been the policy for decades, and the support and aid for Ukraine was approved by Congress.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like, I completely agree with that. Like, why in the world is the president acting like this is how it's been said by the current president. Zelensky has come over and he robbed old senile Biden. It's like, no, he didn't. It's like the Congress approved the money and then the president signed off on it. So it's like your own party, like if we talk about this, like, realistically, his own party, majority-wise, was behind these spending appropriations. They were not loans. They were just grants. Like, that's how it was the whole time. And everyone was behind that. So to make it sound like some old senile guy got ripped off by some conniving like Ukrainian, it's like that's not even what happened. Like he came over here, if that was the case, he ended up conning 536 people because there's 100 people in the Senate, 435 of them in the House, and then the president. He conned all 536 of them. Then it wasn't just one person that he was sweet talking or roughing up or something, however you put it. So it's like that doesn't even work. Like when you actually watched what was happening back then, that's not what it was. And now overnight, like, because this is how it works, the party that the president's a part of was all for Ukraine, and now that the president doesn't really look like he's for Ukraine, now they're all trying to suck up to him, and they're all going, oh, Zelensky, he might be a bastard. And it's like, no, it's like, come on. It's like, look, it's like you're probably going to get more votes if you just stuck to your guns instead of trying to, go with whatever is prevailing in the wind at this point. But also, I was just told by Matthew that we still have 100 super chats left, and that's blown my mind. So with that, we're going to have to speed it up, sadly, a little bit. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Gyro, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Gyro, for that support. They said, I miss when we were the country that people looked up to, and thanks for the truth and keeping it that way. And we may not always agree, but I'm happy to call you American brother.
And thank you so much for the support and the kind words, and of course, we'll always stand together as Americans. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Mr. Biscuit, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Mr. Biscuit, for that support. I do not see a comment attached to it, but thank you very much, Mr. Biscuit, for helping to get the channel running. And we appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support because it helps us to keep this thing running. And we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Philip Fix's LSA, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Philip, for that support. He said, y'all are mad for the right reasons. It's not about partisanship at this point. The West is too important to stand silent, as it is cracked in half. And the people need to stay linked, even if the governments aren't. And slum LSA.
And I completely agree with that. And long live the Leash Spring Army, and thank you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Live Laugh Toaster Bath, who puts in a $15 donation. And thank you very much, Live Laugh Toaster Bath, for that support. And we appreciate it. And said, I think old mate is playing foreign policy darts. And I'm glad you guys are equally as outraged as the rest of the world and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support. And I would have to say a lot of people are outraged. Practically every single leader in Europe went out of their way today to publicly state that they were behind Ukraine and supported them into the future. And so with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Canada is Sovereign, who puts in a $14 donation. And thank you very much, Canada is Sovereign, for that support. They said, my money's on you, Enforcer. I'm putting my money on you.
Hey, and thank you for putting your money on me, and hopefully, here in the future, I'll be able to try and run for a House of Representatives position and try and get into the slime pit with everyone else and slime around. But beyond that, thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
All right. And let's see here. Let me jump on to our next one here. Let's see. This one goes to Alexandre Potvin, who puts in a $14 donation. And thank you very much, Alexandre, for that support. They said, could Putin have some photos or info that the president does not want to be seen?
It's possible. Like, I can't rule that out. But one thing I will say, because this is something that's been going around the internet a little recently, I thought I'd weigh in on it a little bit, because some people actually thought we'd be live to cover it. Wasn't it kind of weird how the Epstein files were published and, like, the whole thing was censored? Like, literally everything in it was pretty much blacked out where you couldn't read it? Like, what's the point of publishing
and then the big event with Zelensky happens today, the day after. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There's no correlation.
Look, I'm just going to say this, all right? I'm going to call out two lies that the president made outright, okay? One of them was, I'm going to tell you what the things over New England really were, and then they came out and made the same statement that Biden's press secretary made, is that it was just recreational drones. So we didn't get any truth to that, because that's obviously not the case. And then with the other one, we're going to release the Epstein files, everyone's names are going to be exposed, and then literally the lists with the names on them were entirely blacked out. No one even got to see a single one of them. It's like, well, what the hell was the point of covering that? It's like, beyond the headline that they were released, if you look into that in any detail, the names were still completely obscured and hidden. So it's like, come on, man. It's like look, if you're going to say something, you actually have to follow through. And that didn't follow through at all. Like, I'll be honest with y'all. I haven't said that a lot on the channel, but I was actually thinking that would be released uncensored. Like, it would just be the raw release of it. And nope, it wasn't. And by the way, that would have to be done on his orders, because he's clearly told us multiple times, including on Ukraine, that he doesn't listen to any of his advisors at all. So none of his advisors that would have been involved in the FBI or the CIA that was involved in investigating that would have told him, let's censor it all, and he would have listened to him. He said to censor that and keep it censored, and then published it that way. So it's like, what was the point of even doing that? There was no reason to that at all. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Andrew Barbro, who put in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Andrew, for that $50 support as well, and we appreciate it. He said, the search for truths is not an unworthy journey. The rewards are boundless, and LSA forever.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you so much for the support, Andrew Barbro. I'm sorry, I almost said Barbo. I forgot there was an R in there. But thank you so much for the support, Andrew Barbro. And hopefully we'll be able to continue to keep this channel rolling well on into the future, supporting American and Western interests the way it's laid out here on this channel. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And also, I see someone in the live chat saying that they did tell us what the drones were. No, they really did not. They said it was authorized flights, and that basically tells us nothing, because they said it was authorized, but we don't even know what that means.
Oh, wait, hang on. Let me clarify. All authorized flights and recreational drones. So almost the same answer given under Biden. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was almost identical.
Yeah, it was basically a nothing burger, like with what they said. We were promised a full report on it. Now, that wasn't a full report. That was just an offhand statement.
Yeah, like like, look, if we want to act like we're like brain dead, we could say, yeah, he told us what they were about. But saying that they were authorized flights is nothing. Like, what were they? What were those things? And also, if they were authorized, why was everyone in the country at federal facilities and across the states that this was happening in did not know what was going on? I mean, wouldn't a federal facility, at a minimum, if this was a federal government project or a federal approved flight, wouldn't they at least know what it was instead of going, oh my God, what is that thing flying above our base? It's not authorized to be here. Like, that doesn't, like, none of that makes sense or explains at all what it really was. So that was pretty much like that was literally lying, like saying that we would actually know what it is. Because do you know what it actually was beyond it being an authorized flight? Like, do you know what kind of a drone it was, or if it was an aircraft, or it was anything like that at all? You have no clue, and I have no clue. All we knew is that they were authorized to fly, but beyond that, we actually don't know anything about them. So, you know, that was just straight up lying, telling us that we would know the truth about what those were, beyond the fact that they were authorized, and that was it, and no other details beyond that. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to CanBuy7X, who puts in the 14. And thank you very much, CanBuy, for that support. They said, testify, enforcers, testify.
And thank you so much for the support. And we were testifying tonight, I believe. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Michelle Van Driel, who puts in an $11 donation. And thank you very much, Michelle, for that support. And we appreciate it very much. It could be Michael, but I'm trying to make it sound fancy. But thank you very much for the support. And Forster, what say you?
And thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the... Also, by the way, some guy we've never seen before, C. Sean Riley, said, you guys are rookies, and you need to get a long-term vision rather than focusing on the short term. It'll come out in the end, AYM. Buddy, I don't know if you know this. I've been at this for 3 years. Like, you just popped up. Like you're brand new, from what I know. And also, by the way, man, just because you're like, I'm assuming that you're probably like 50. Just because you're 50 and you look at headlines that news companies puts out does not mean you're an expert. Like, I hate to put it that way. Like, most people who come on here and give lip like that in the live chat as a live chatter, I'll be entirely honest, usually they have no clue what they're talking about at all. Like that's why I don't even take those seriously. I find them funny. That's why I bring them up. That's why I'm bringing up what you say right now. But to say that we're rookies, I mean, like, you probably have almost no understanding of how the world actually works. Most people I run into who say stuff like that or have that kind of confidence about themselves don't. So,
Well, if we're such rookies, then it ought to be very easy to defeat our argument then. But he didn't make an argument, which is kind of telling.
Yeah, just telling us that we're rookies. It's like the typical spiel that someone gives that really doesn't know what they're talking about, but they disagree with us. Oh, you simpletons. One day you'll understand it. They don't even tell us what we're supposed to understand. So, you know, if you want to give it a shot in the limited amount of words that the live chat allows you to, I mean, knock yourself out. But I have a feeling that it probably won't stand up to scrutiny. So I'll still give it a shot. It's just that I have low hopes. Anyways, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Brian, for the support. He said, to my Ukrainian friends, I'm sorry, you didn't deserve that. And may your leader arrive home safely. And Macron, it's your turn now. What's is his turn to get berated? Like, no, he got away. He got away scot-free.
Mon ami, I made it very clear to Monsieur President that if he does anything to Francais, he suffer the consequence. Like, it's like he was not getting grilled ever. Like, Macron comes in. He makes it. Also, by the way, there may be a little bit of a modicum of respect that the president has for Macron because France has the Bastille Day, and for some reason that had like a big impact on the president previously. If y'all don't know, he went to the Bastille Day parade in 2017, and it, like, I don't know what it was, but it's like he like had an out-of-world experience watching it, and was just obsessed with it from that point on. So that might have something to weigh into it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one here goes to South Carolina Deer Girl once again, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, SC Deer Girl, for that support. They said, U.S. Air Force, Devil Dogs, grouped Penders, Squids.
Squids. But thank you so much for the support. And thank you for serving in the U.S. Air Force. Very interesting to hear. And I got to thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Darren Quinn, who puts in the 10 and says, I'm disgusted and ashamed at how Zelensky was treated, and this will only make Ukraine marshal Europe and even be more belligerent to Ruski. Crimea is coming home to Ukraine now, with or without the USA.
Maybe so. We'll have to see. But I do believe that the Europeans are about to pull a big one here on Sunday. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that it's addressed that well. And we are on to the next one. Oh, no. Wait a minute. No. We got a response from C. Sean Riley. Here we go. This is the expert analysis that us rookies don't have. Let's read it, Matthew. We got to read this one. Zelensky needs to stop the drama. Oh, come on, dude. You got it. What? You banned it. Dude.
Oh, just unhide it.
Man, well, it's too late now. But well, you know what? We'll unhide it. We'll let this go. This will be entertaining. Zelensky needs to stop the drama and shave, put on a suit like every other world leader, and show respect to those who have saved his country. Oh, now that's the lamest take that I've ever heard. Like, okay, so why doesn't Vance shave his beard then? I find his beard very disrespectful because it also has those gray little tinges in it, just like Zelensky's. And I honestly find that it's, well, it's better looking than his clean-shaved face, but it's still not that great looking. Like, I believe in goatees or mustaches, and that's about it. So why doesn't he shave? Also, another question. When Elon wanders around the Oval Office not wearing a suit, that's okay, but Zelensky wearing fatigues isn't. Like, is that what I'm getting? Because then we're having completely different understandings of what Elon can do, because he's a non-natural South African who is a multi-billionaire and the richest one in the world, so he gets to wear whatever the hell he wants, and he could practically run around naked. But when Zelensky shows up from a war-torn country wearing battle fatigues, pretty much to show solidarity with his people who are fighting and dying in the trenches, then that's a problem. So that's your expert analysis. I want to make that clear. You've been unbanned to be able to respond, but I want to make that clear that that is your expert analysis that us rookies don't have. And our entire foreign policy is supposed to revolve around whether someone can wear a suit or not, and then we're going to call a war that they're fighting on the defensive side because they were invaded a drama. That's all of your expert analysis is that. I got to be honest with you. That is the most amateur analysis I've heard so far. It has no grip or understanding on foreign policy or the actual implications economically and militarily that the United States is facing right now. Is that you're talking about drama and suits. That's like the absolute lowest priorities that you look at. That's superficial. So I'll give you another chance to come up with more expert analysis, and this rookie here will judge it. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Seba, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Seba, for the support. It said, when tempers run high, mistakes are made, and please let cooler heads prevail.
And I would agree. Hopefully we'll see the cooler heads prevail, but I honestly have little hope at this point of that. So, but we'll still see it through. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say, and we'll find a way. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Skip Tracer 007, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Skip Tracer, for that support, and we appreciate that very much. We also have a 10 from Commodore 2019, who said, thank you, Enforcers and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to, also the guy responded again. Let me read it. He said, excuse me, but what exactly has Ukraine done for the United States? Not much, really. Well, you see, buddy, here's the thing. We don't have to do something and get something in return every single time that's tangible. There are benefits to supporting Ukraine outside of receiving cold, hard cash back. If you think cold, hard cash is the only benefit we get out of it, then that's very short-sighted, and that sort of exposes your ignorance on it. But anyways, moving on from that, because we have super chats to get to. We have people that actually pay to support the channel that want to have their voices heard. So thank you for that. But anyways, jumping on to this next one here. This one goes to Scott Kemp, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Scott, for the support. He said, say it, Enforcer, say it. And thank goodness it's not Monday. And it's good to know we are not alone in this cause to Ukraine.
Thank you so much for the support, and I certainly agree with that. And we were saying it a lot tonight, but beyond that, thank you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And I'll be honest with you, Matthew. If you want to ban that guy, I don't really think there will be a productive conversation there, because if that's their quote unquote expert analysis of foreign policy, you're more lost than anyone else I've seen come rolling in here in the past day, and that says a lot. Usually we have a top village idiot coming here daily, and you've taken the cake today. So anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one here goes to JMan2112, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, JMan, for the support. He said, even Stevie Wonder could see this coming. I'm not going to lie, that one caught me off guard a little bit. But we are now in the find out phase. And unfortunately, things will get worse in LSA and Slav Ukraine.
Yeah, even Stevie Wonder. Dude, that was actually pretty freaking good right there. Pretty smart, actually. I like that. But beyond that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that doesn't address that well, but that was a pretty damn good one. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DMO Last, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, DMO, for that support. They said, maybe I'm missing something, but the second the aid needs to be paid back, it's no longer an aid. So grateful for what? And also to who? The guy who just called him a dictator and put his people's blood on him.
Exactly. Like, who in the world goes up to like Regions Bank, which is my bank, and be like, "Thank you so much, Regions Bank. Like, God bless you for like giving me money for a loan." Like, no, the bank gave you a loan. You're repaying it. There's nothing to be thankful for there. Like, it's like you got a loan. That was it. But beyond that, I got to say thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to WCatFN, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, WCat, for that support. They said, let's see here. They made a comment about they don't like the White House.
Well, I mean, some people are very unhappy with him right now, and I get where the unhappiness is with the foreign policy sort of affairs. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to not for one, yet for all, Ukraine, who put in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. They said, no matter who my president is, I will always stand for Ukraine. And I'm sorry, President Zelensky, for the way you were treated this morning. And Slav Ukraine. Hiram Slava, and much love from the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I largely agree with what you say. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Tyson Irion, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for the support. They said 2020 revenge, Ukraine scandal.
And, maybe so. Actually, I wouldn't rule that out. That might actually be possible. But with that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to S. Pedro, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, S. Pedro, for that support as well. They said countries don't have friends, they have interests. And nations primarily act based on what benefits them, most implying that alliances can shift depending on the situation and perceived advantages.
That's true, but the United States is in a good, advantageous position right now with our friends. Like, there's no other way to chop this up or split the hairs to where we could end up any better than where we're at right now. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to be jeopardizing all that to become friends with the Russians who have no money. And also really nothing going for them either. But beyond that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to JamFan WP Dad, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, JamFan, for that support. They said history says massive amounts of U.S. blood is spilled every single time the U.S. becomes isolationist. And the people supporting this one is not going to do good for isolationism.
Oh, it's not. Like, I agree. Isolationism is a horrific concept. It never works, and we'll learn it again, I suppose, sadly. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to S. Pedro, who puts in a 10. And they said countries don't have friends, they have interest. And I think that's a repeat of the last one. But let's see here. Thank you very much, S. Pedro, for that. And we appreciate the support. We also have another one from S. Pedro, who put in a 10 once more. He said, however, it appears that someone has leverage over someone else that can be detrimental to them and or family. And let's see here. They fear loss of influence and power and the money.
Maybe so. I mean, that might actually be a consideration, but I don't really know for sure because there's not enough hardcore proof on that. And we usually don't like to get into that sort of a thing if we don't have proof, and sadly we don't. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Zuby, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Zuby, for the support. They said, I'm glad that I'm not the only person in the U.S. that wasn't able to dissect this meeting with an understanding this way when the rest of the U.S. only clips stuff and laughs, and God bless.
And thank you so much for the support. And yeah, it was a lot of people take things in clips and pieces, but if you watch the whole thing, it was just horrific from the start. But with that, thank you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And we've got one from Gary Klinghoffer, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Gary, for that support and helping to keep us running. And we appreciate that very much. And we also have a 10 once more from Tyson Arayan, who said, best news station ever, very, very accurate. And I learned more from you than other one.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words. We love to hear it. And thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kim Ott, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Kim, for that $10 support. He said, you guys are on fire tonight, and you've never been this feisty, and good work.
And thank you so much for the kind words. And I guess you're throwing that in after we deal with the Sean Riley guy who was in here. But yeah, you know, like people who come in like that, like there are people out there who know what they're talking about. But if someone comes in, like if people in this live chat who tell me I'm wrong, like Walter Lakota, he's like right on everything maritime wise. So if he tells me I'm wrong, he's got the receipts like to back it up. I know I'm wrong. But people who come in here and tell us that our foreign policy analysis are wrong, I've never heard a single soul ever come in here and actually know what the hell they're talking about with that. And honestly, like to a degree, I get really tired of trying to entertain those people, or even, you know, like act like when they're saying that really like snarky but respectfully at the same time that they have a point. But it's just like, oh, come on. It's like, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's like, if you did, you would be running a successful show, like to these people, not to everyone, because, you know, a lot of people have good opinions out there. But to those people who come in and want to just act like, oh, these rookies, like, it's like, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. This is like, if you did, you would have a successful show talking about it like we do. But instead, you're coming in here into our live chat and then wanting to tell us that we're wrong. It's like, nah, that's not happening. That's like telling Gordon Ramsay he can't cook. So if he can't cook, he wouldn't have had Michelin stars. You know, it's like that's kind of like my assessment of those folks. And so when they come in here, it's like you gotta take a moment every once in a while to chop one of them down, just to kind of get the point across. It's like they don't know what they're talking about, and you can literally chop them to pieces verbally once they bring out their point, because it makes no sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you once again.
And the next one here goes to Digifix, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Digifix, for that support. They said, all right, folks, here's to the pizza fund.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the pizza fund, because we actually had pizza tonight, crazily enough. Stuffed crust and thin crust, too. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Zerum525, who puts in a 10 and says, in your opinion, what will be Russia's next strategic move? And this will undoubtedly reinvigorate Putin, and the momentum is with Ukraine. But how will this diplomatic disaster translate to the battlefield?
It's tough to say without giving a really long analysis and multiple different sequence paths of like what can happen. But in short, I think the most likely thing that could happen is that the European Union begins to support Ukraine. Ukraine will most likely still end up coming out on top eventually. It's just that the war will last a good bit longer, and this will separate the Western sphere and pretty much weaken the West against our rivals and adversaries like the Chinese and the Russians, because Europe will start to equally trade with China and Russia, which will truly create that multipolar world. The one that the United States has feared the most, and we're largely wanting to avoid the creation of, we're pretty much almost turning it into a self-fulfilling prophecy where we're creating that multipolar world out of the United States and not through the statesmanship or craftsmanship of the Chinese or the Russians. But with that, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jenna, last name Tolls, who puts in a 10 and says, you are what you eat. And they said some choice words there, but I can't repeat. But thank you very much, Jenna, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. And we also have a 10 from David Keith, who said, Enforcer, I would love it if you were the president right now. You're so right in everything that you say, and I will definitely support you in any way that you need.
And I thank you so much for the support. I thank y'all all so much for saying that y'all vote for me in 2040. I'll have to have every vote I can get because I'll be going up against the odds. Someone like me who speaks common sense, I get slaughtered in the political world. Like the slander ads would be insane. Like the entire country and its voting apparatus would be pretty much coming against me at that point to make sure that I would not win. Like that's how it would work. So I hope that we are able to make it into the presidency, but that might be a bit of a pipe dream in reality, but I'm still going to go head on into it and see. But still, thank you once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Halligan218, who puts in the 10 and says, fantastic monologue this evening, and it helped remind me I wasn't losing my mind watching things go down today, and great job running the news, and one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words, and we will take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one goes to Dank Matter, who says, do you think the vice president sabotaged the meeting?
I think that was a planned ambush. I think that was actually pre-planned in advance how that went and what they did. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for sponsoring the live chat, and we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to 69 Manny NJ, who puts in a 10, and thank you very much, Manny, for that support. He said, thank you for that rant tonight.
And thank you so much for enjoying it, and thank you for the support as well. And so with that, Matthew, before we move on, how many more do we have left?
We have about 50 left.
Oh my God, dude! It feels like we go through so many of them, and then we have still so many more left. It's like there's more than 100 of them. It's
I'm
crazy.
telling you, it's gonna be a marathon.
Oh man, we're gonna have to speed it up, Sally. I'm going through them really quickly even now, but sadly we're gonna have to speed it up a little bit more. So I'm gonna have to go into hyper mode. I'm so sorry for that, everyone, but I do hope y'all understand. We want to get to all of y'all and address your super chats and get to some live chats. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bob Anon, who puts in an $8 donation. Thank you, Bob, for that support. He said, based on the current diplomatic trajectory, how long do you think it'll be before the U.S. starts selling Bradleys to Russia?
I don't think they'll ever sell Bradleys to the Russian Federation, but I do think that we'll most likely cut off military support to Ukraine. So with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to DJ, who puts in a 7 and says they don't like the president. And the vice president wants out of NATO and wants to leave the West. And what do you think?
I think that would be an incredibly bad idea that would end up boding incredibly poorly for the United States and the Western sphere in the long run. But nevertheless, that's what they're going for, and I don't really think I'm a big supporter or fan of that. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 here from DJ once again, who said Ronald Reagan would be turning in his grave today as the president makes us look like foreign policy clowns, but loves the dictators.
I would have to agree. I think that really every single president at this point is spinning in the grave, or the ones that are living or not. They're probably spinning asleep because no one can believe that this is going on at all. This is absolutely insane. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed that probably well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Uncovered Cube 7, who puts in a 5 and says, I'm kind of glad I had the flu in bronchitis because it's felt like that fever dream.
Yeah, it kind of does. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed it incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And LSA Sergeant Figment puts in a $5 donation, and thank you very much, LSA Sergeant Figment, for that support, and also helping to keep us running. He said, it's a dark day for the USA, and call your representatives and voice your opinions. And LSA, smack the like button. That is an order.
I'd strongly agree. Call your representatives and let them know what you think. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed it incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have one from Eric Horner LSA, who puts in a $5 donation, and thank you very much, Eric Horner LSA, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. And we also have a 5 from John Kokoza, who put in a $5 donation, and he put in some stupid words, to be perfectly honest with you, and he bashed us for saying we were political. So thanks, John, for that, but thanks for the support. But anyways, moving on from that one. Oh my God!
Wait, is that John Underwood?
No, not John Underwood. No, it's John Kokoza.
Oh, I don't even know that guy. Yeah, I know John Underwood. I was like, wait, is that John
This
Underwood? I was like, not John.
On us, man.
Oh wow, like in the super chat or just in the live chat?
Yeah, he went off into super chats. I think he put in 2 super chats. I had to ban one of them earlier because he said something crazy, like insulting us.
What did he say?
He said, "Get ready for Enforcers 2 for Zelensky. America bad, Orange Man bad, Zelensky hero."
Oh, what a goof! Like what a goof! anyways, that was a fun one. That's nothing new. Like I've heard that for 3 years. On the other side, back when Biden was president, the people that were Republicans were bashing us, and now the people, the people who were liberals were bashing us, and now the Republicans are bashing us. Nothing new to me. We've been around this before. But anyways,
what's the thing if we are that punching bag at like the bowling alley or something like that? We can like put $1 in and take a punch at it or something. It's like, dude, you paid like $10 to take 2 jabs. It's just like, I mean, thanks for the support, but it's like, you just got banned.
Man, it's like, hell, it's like, and on top of that, it's like, thank you for the support, but kiss my ass. I'm not here for you, buddy.
Dang.
I'm here to run the show. You can either like it or you can leave, and I guess you supported it and then left. So thank you for helping us to keep the lights on, so we can keep saying the stuff you don't like, but at the same time, get the hell out of here. Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
The next one goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for the support. He said, wow, today was tough. And the question about the suit should make all Americans embarrassed. And Slava Ukraine. And God bless America, especially today. And LSA.
Why aren't you wearing a suit? Why isn't he? Wow. Big crowd. But beyond that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to the Free 84, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much to Free for that $20 support. We appreciate it. They say, keep up the good work, gents, and long live Ukraine from the USA.
Hey, and long live Ukraine from the good old US of A. Hopefully we'll make sure to back that up and support that in the future. And thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to 4D Modding, who put in a 5 and had some choice words about the vice president.
Well, I mean, like, I can't really say that I don't know where you're coming from on that, but at the same time, we usually like to keep it, largely just disagreeing with their policies and not really trying to go after them as people. But I will say that a Hillbilly Elegy book was written on full-on bullshit because his town isn't even in the Appalachian community region, so, like, what was he even writing about? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the B Knight 3, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, B Knight, for that support. They said it seems no one remembers how the USA Lend-Lease worked in World War II, who received what, and who got taxed when we were recovering from the Great Depression.
Yeah, no one ever thinks about that, like when we were giving out all those arms to support in World War II, or to Vietnam or Korea in the Vietnam and Korean War, or to anyone else. We never asked him really for any kind of a repayment or anything like that. We just gave it to him. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. I think it wants to give us support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And we've got one from Kachulian343 who puts in a 5 and says, I can't believe they had the gall to say he was being disrespectful when this was clearly in bad faith from the start and rude out the gate to him.
Hell, I don't even know why they were calling it disrespectful, because didn't he just do that very same thing he claimed Zelensky was doing to him, to the governor of Maine, just like 3 days before that? It's like, you can't sit there and have rules for thee, not for me. If you want to put people on the spot on national TV, then if someone puts you on the spot on national TV, you just got to say touche. You can't be a jackass, and then when people you claim are being a jackass back to you, then cry like a bitch. We deal with that on YouTube all the time, like we have in the past. Like, people will say shit about us, and then we'll say something about them, and then they go, they're attacking me, and it's like, shut up, dude. It's like, you started it, and it's like, if you're going to say, like, nasty stuff about us, and then we finally shoot back at you a little bit, it's like, you can't sit there and whine about it. It's like, you just kind of got to take it in stride, People are stupid with that these days, and people don't even see that. It's like, you gotta, if the heat in the kitchen, if you sit there and get the oven hot, and then the heat in the kitchen's too hot for you, why'd you get the oven that hot? That's a little stupid, Like, that's my opinion on it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it well. Thank you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Hugo, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Hugo, for that support. He said, you guys did not want to get political, and many of your viewers ended up voting a certain way. Well, first of all, we don't tell people who to vote for. That's first of all.
Yeah, we don't do
But
that.
they said, Slav Ukraine and LSA.
And thank you for the support, but we don't tell people how to vote. I think, I shouldn't tell y'all how to vote. Y'all need to come up with your own opinions and your own mind on who you think is best for you, and go vote for them. That's not my job to tell y'all how to vote. Like, I'm never gonna put myself in that position. I'm never gonna do that, because that's y'all's right. It's your vote, so you decide who you want to vote for. That's not my job to try and sway y'all. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kachulian343, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Kachulian, as well, for that support. They said they spent half the meeting yelling at him, and anytime he tried to reply, they just got louder, and it was public verbal abuse of a world leader. It's sick.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, it was. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Tom D. Orazio, who puts in a 5, and says, keep up the good work, Enforcer Matt, and thank you for being the voices of reason. And thank you, Tom.
And thank you, Tom, for enjoying that, and thank you for the kind words. And so with that, thank you once again. Hope that does address that well. We are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I'm typically suggesting to the enforcer, advising that we typically don't take comments like this. But honestly, I'm getting a little bit tired, and I feel like taking this one, so I'm going to take it. But anyways, this one goes to Mitchell Hatmaker. He said, I thought you guys used to say you wouldn't be political and choose sides politically. I'm not choosing a political side, by the way. I don't ever say who I vote for or who I have voted for. And I don't say who I will vote for either. So I'm not choosing any side. But I will tell you this, though. If a stupid decision is being made by any political leader, regardless of if I voted for them, if I didn't vote for them, regardless of what party they are, then I would be a fool. And also, I'd be anti-American not to call that out. Because it's our job as Americans to scrutinize and make sure that we're holding them accountable for whatever actions they're making. Because remember, folks, those people represent us. They're not representing themselves. And the moment they start thinking they represent themselves, something has gone very badly awry. So no, I'm not picking a side, but anyways, we're moving on to our next super chat, which goes to, say what?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard something. It was a ghost. But this one goes to McDaff, who puts in a 5. And they said being a USA citizen has been devalued by a $5 million gold ticket.
Yeah, I heard about that. I don't like that. Like you ought to be able to work to become a citizen in this country like it is for every other. Buying your way into citizenship sounds really bad to me because we don't even, like, these people don't even have to have any American values or understand anything about the United States or even assimilate slightly to the culture to become a citizen. At that point, you just have to have enough money to pay and then you become one. Like that would benefit folks like Elon, but that wouldn't really benefit the United States culturally as a whole. I think that assimilation to some limited extent is necessary to make sure that there's at least some sort of cultural let's see, what is it called, Matthew? It's like it's some
Homogenous?
some form of a homogenous culture. I was about to say homogeneity, trying to make it sound like, something like make the word make sense, but there needs to be some sort of form of homogenous culture across the United States where people can find common ground culturally across the board. And so assimilation through that citizenship process is a fairly necessary thing in my opinion. And so I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Kachulian343, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Kachulian, for that support. They said, I don't understand how you guys have the stomach to do this job. And I saw one bad video there from the war that I can't unsee. And the same with some of the other footage I saw as well. And I get sick. Honestly, Kachulian, at first, I'll be straight up honest with you. A couple of the videos actually made me feel sick. I guess it's kind of a good, well, actually, honestly, it's kind of a bad thing, really. We've gotten desensitized over the course of the war. So we see the footage all the time. It doesn't cause us to have the same reaction anymore, which is probably not a good thing. But it is what it is. It's part of the job. And we got to, unfortunately, see some of the footage on the side. We try to limit that, but sometimes you can't help it because you got to review all the footage to know what to put in the stream and what we can't put in the stream. But thank you for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I know I'd have to agree with that. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Flowers, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Flowers, as well. They said that this is the Munich moment for the administration. Either they will stop Putin or they will be Neville Chamberlain.
They're probably going to end up being Neville Chamberlain on this path, which would be very unfortunate. But still, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to, let's see here. This one goes to, let's see. Don't freeze up on me. This one goes to Jeff, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Jeff, for that $5 support and helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 5 from Simon Condon, who says, thanks for saying the things how they are. And I was enraged watching that meeting, and Slava will be to Ukraine regardless, and LSA.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible what went on. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and say what we want to say. I've been seeing some bots coming in here, like towards the end. People like Tammy LaJoy sounding awfully political tonight. Look, if you can't handle it, I'm going to say this again. Can't handle it, you just don't need to be here. Like, I'm sorry. Like we criticize presidents when they make bad actions that are not in American interest. We did it to Biden, we'll do it to Trump. Like, if you don't like it, you got to go. Sorry. Like I know you're only having a problem with it now because you like Trump, and I'm talking about him. You didn't, like, these same people didn't have a problem with it when I was doing that to Biden, because he was a Democrat and y'all didn't like him, and then the Democrats weren't happy because we were bashing a Democrat, but now it's the Republicans' turn, and now y'all don't like it. So, like, if you don't like it, this probably isn't the show for you, because we bash everyone alike. If they do things that aren't within American interest, you usually get the hammer here on this channel. Like, we lay down if it's not good for America. So if you're
man, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, like, if you address it neutrally or not. I've come to this determination. Obviously, we're not going into domestic politics, but today on the short war video that I did, I was getting like some heat in the comments down there, and I addressed that stuff like as neutral as possible. Like, I've gotten 10 times more opinionated on the stream right now than I was in that video, and I was still getting heat of people talking about as being political. It's like, okay, so apparently being political now is having an opinion. It's like, I'm not being political. Being political would say, I don't like X party for X reason because of blah, 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 blah. That's getting political. I'm not saying nothing about parties. I'm talking about actions. It's like, do we really have to get down to which party said it? It's like, it's an action that somebody made. That's all that's relevant.
Yeah, you can't win these days. And what's even stupider is that what if, let's say this hypothetically, what if when Biden was a president, I was a Democrat? Like, so if I disagree with his actions, I'm now a Republican MAGA extremist because I don't like what the actions of that president was when I voted for him. Like, let's say this, because I'm not saying I voted Democrat or Republican either way, but let's say that I was a Democrat voter and I voted for Biden in 2020, right? And I voted for him because he said that he was going to cut down oil production here in the United States, and that was going to help out with cutting down emissions. Well, he actually gave more drilling rights than anyone ever did, and oil production by the time he got out of office was the highest it's ever been historically in the nation. If I criticize him as a Democrat that voted for him at that point, does that now make me a Republican far-right extremist because I said I didn't like that? Or better yet, with Trump right now, what if I voted for him and I'm a Republican, and because he's doing something that I didn't really think he would do, or I think is not in America's interest, if I criticize him, I'm now a liberal snowflake? Like, this stupid bandwagoning bullshit doesn't even make any sense, because it doesn't even give room for the constituents that voted for these people any room to criticize the people they voted for because they thought they would do something that they wanted. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. That's stupid. And that's why I don't like those people being around here on this channel, because those kind of people are mentally deficient to the point they can't even reason properly. Like, that just doesn't even make any sense. Anyways, oh, by the way, someone said, if you live in Birmingham, you're this. No, that's not true. Like, we went to Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is known as being, liberal. We ran into a decent amount of conservatives and liberals in Los Angeles. I mean, it was honestly like an even split from what we ran into. Same with Alabama. Like, you can find a decent amount of liberals and Republicans in Alabama, and, like, it's just how it is. Like, you really cannot, like you can't sit there and really like categorize a whole place or a whole group of people because of something like that. And that's why I say forget that all. And when I talk about Americans, I'm talking about Americans. I'm not talking about Republicans or Democrats or anyone. I'm talking about Americans because at the end of the day, everyone's living in the same place. Your neighbor might vote differently than you, and so if they're winning, you're winning. So you just got to look out for the whole team, and you got to look out for everyone's success, because if you start to try and categorize and screw over the other side and benefit yourself, all you're going to do is end up screwing everyone over at the end of the day, including yourself, and no one's going to have nothing to show for it. Oh, by the way, Alabama Dreamer, sorry, I didn't know you were joking there, but I took that seriously. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ryan H., who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Ryan, for the support. Hey. He said, POTUS and the VP should be ashamed for disrespecting Zelensky. I'm equally ashamed of the politicians who supported him until today, when it suddenly became politically inconvenient for them. Honestly, Ryan, I think there's a lot of people out there that would like to say something about it. But the honest to God truth is, they're putting their careers at risk by doing that. And these days, it seems like the politicians are prioritizing themselves over all else. You would think that maybe there'd be one or two that would say, well, if I sacrifice my career over this, it is what it is. The good of the country is more important. But these days, universally across all party lines, politicians seem to value their careers over all else. That's not unique to a party. That's just the way it is all the way around. So if there is somebody in there that thinks that what's happening is wrong, they certainly aren't going to say it. You saw the Secretary of State today, the facial expression on him while the meeting was happening. Oh. He clearly was not happy about it, but he hasn't said a word. So, it is what it is. When you have a job, you got an employer. Sometimes these days, it doesn't mean much to some politicians. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with that largely. And so with that, Matthew, how many super chats do we have left?
We have about 35.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not even joking.
Oh my God.
I'm not even capping.
How are we not making any progress? Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. We're going to have to take no time for asides. We're just going to have to knock them out because at this point we're going to be here for another 40 minutes probably. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Turgenev, who puts in a 5 and says, I can't afford much for this, but I really want to ask, why are we not discussing all of this as active sabotage?
I thank you so much for the support. Acts of the president in terms of foreign policy like this isn't really sabotage, but some of their actions can be incredibly bad. So that's why we don't discuss it that way. But still, thank you once again. I hope that addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jesus Tales, who puts in a 5 and says, why did one senator say, I told him not to take the bait, it was a setup? Probably because it was a setup. That's probably why I said that.
Yeah, probably because it was. But still, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Mamba Mentality, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Mamba. They said, embarrassing what happened today. It looks almost pre-planned. And Poland and France president need to invite Zelensky and show what world-class he is.
Oh, it was pre-planned. I'm entirely sure of that. But they pretty much have invited him. He's going to be going to a conference in London, and practically the entirety of the European Union and Britain will be there. So with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Mulder's Channel, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Mulder's Channel, for that support. They said, Enforcer, best speech of truth ever.
Hey, and I thank you so much for appreciating it, and I thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jared Norris, who puts in a 5 and says, have you considered that this was a planned stunt by both the U.S. and Ukraine, and Russia's already stepped away in an attempt to get them to maybe come back?
I don't think so. Nah, nothing like that happens in that category. That would be high class drama right there. You would have to have an A-list actor to pull that off. And I'll be honest with you, all of them are well, maybe Zelensky's like a B-list or an A-list actor, but the rest of them, oh no, they're not even on the list. But beyond that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a new super chat. This one goes to the Kiwi wife and Finn yet again. He puts in a 50 Australian. And thank you very much, Ari Soini, for the second or third support of the night. They said, thanks for standing up for your country and the world. And why is wrong stuff not getting checked? Enforcer for president now.
Enforcer now, more than ever. Enforcer now. That's about beyond that. Thank you so much for the support. Man, dude, honestly, man, I'm going to be getting into office and I'm going to be breaking into Watergate. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. And also, thank you so much for appreciating our stance here in the United States. And why is wrong stuff not getting checked? It's just the way it is these days, sadly. It's like that on both sides. The Democrats don't check their people. The Republicans don't check their people. And corruption runs rampant because of it. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Jose Aguera, who puts in a 5, along with Professor Snibs, who puts in a 5 as well. And thank you very much, Jose and Professor, for the support, and thank you for helping to keep us running. And we also have a 5 from George Schwartz, who says, it's my birthday. And also, happy birthday to you, by the way, George. He said, I want to finish watching the show, but I got to get my butt ready, or get it to bed for the work, for work tomorrow. And thanks for all you guys have done, and Roll Tide.
And thank you so much for the support, and Roll Tide to you. And I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow, and I hope you get some good rest. Also, before we move on, I gotta address this one. Oh my God, it's ripe fruit for the picking. Someone, Judson Johnson, seems like Enforcer has some personal ties to Ukraine. No. Doesn't he understand the language? No. And why is going this hard spending billions in the U.S. interest? What has Ukraine ever done for the U.S.? That is the goofiest argument I've ever heard at the end. Like, we've defeated that one 1,000 times. And also, I have no personal connections to Ukraine. I don't even understand the language hardly. So I'm just an American that believes in supporting American interest and knocking the shit out of our enemies. So if you don't like that, if you like the Russians as a country or the Chinese, you're not really an American to me. You're a traitor. And so with that, I hope that does explain that.
Let me translate it. Why do you want to support Ukraine when there's nothing in it for you? What's really going on here? It's like, that's novel for some people, that you support the right cause without expecting anything in return. That's novel to some, I guess. We get nothing out of supporting Ukraine personally. We don't. Nothing. We report the news here, and that's about it. And we report world news, not just Ukraine news. But as a personal perspective, it's like, we're not getting billions from Ukraine. It's like, we don't. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's just about doing the right thing and saying what's right. That's all it is.
Well, I would have to be entirely honest with y'all. Okay, I'm going to give you all my raw, unfiltered opinion here. All right, y'all ready for it? It's going to be pretty bold. If an American citizen thinks that, I don't know why I turned German there. If an American citizen thinks that the Russian Federation or China is better than the United States, and they're willing to prioritize Russian and Chinese interest over America's, I consider those people to be traitors. And I believe what they are doing is akin to sympathy to the enemy, which is paramount to treason. That's my actual opinion on people like that, or people who support Iran, or people who support Hamas and Hezbollah. I view them as treasonous and traitors. That's what I think of them. I don't have any good thoughts about those kind of people, because they are willing to kill their own fellow citizens pretty much for their support for a group of people that would kill them all the same, just as the people they're pretty much selling out. I don't like those people, and I think those are some of the most deplorable Americans that exist out there, that think that the Russians and the Chinese are better than us and would sell out our country to them, not even meeting a single Chinese person or a Russian in their entire life. I think those people are shitty. So I hope that puts that out there well, because I don't stand for people who don't stand for America. And so with that, well, I don't stand for Americans that don't stand for America. I want to make that a little clear. Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Mulder's Channel, who puts in a 5 and says, thank you for the honest truth.
And thank you so much for enjoying the honest truth, and thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Warren Zasquatch, who says LSA. And thank you very much, Warren, for that support. And of course, long live the LSA. And we also have another 5 from Mulder's channel, who said, do you think UK-US relations may be affected after this event?
Yes, I actually do think it will be. I think we're actually going to see the UK and the EU start getting into a little bit of a courtship again, and possibly the UK might try and rejoin the EU, because the EU has never said that they are permanently gone. They've always kept the door open for the UK to return, and I think for the collective bargaining reasons, they might rejoin the EU, also with how everything else is turning out. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And also someone said, did Matt ever research the issue of the business deal question that came up earlier? Sadly, I haven't had the chance the entire stream. I will be looking at that, though, after the stream's over, because I'm just curious for a personal thing. I'll be honest, though, I probably won't be returning back to that one on the stream as it gets slightly political. I'll encourage independent research on that one to go check that out. But anyways, jumping on to our next one here. This one goes to 2 hot dog guys and 1 cup of snow, who puts in a 5. And they said it was the comments by the sitting to the reporter that asked what would happen if Russia broke ceasefire, and he responded something about a bomb on their head.
What? I don't know what that means. So, but beyond that, did you think it was?
Oh no. They're talking about that reporter. I think the president said something back to a reporter. Had said something. I don't remember even what the hell the question was about. But the president responded to the reporter and said something about the bomb on the reporter's head or something like that. They're going to drop a bomb on their head or something. I don't even know what the hell the response was. I didn't understand it when he said it. So I don't even know what it meant.
I was just saying goofy shit, but anyways, beyond that, I do thank you for supporting this channel to keep on running. But that's a little bizarre. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Rashid Rashan, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Rashid, for that support. I said, I'm going to be honest. I'm 17, and I don't know how to react to any of this. And is there anything I can do? And I feel like I should do something, right?
Oh, you little whippersnapper. I'm just kidding with you, by the way. I completely understand how you feel, because when I was your age, which wasn't that long ago, actually, I'm only 23, so you and me are not that far apart in age. I think it's about 6 years or so. So I was your age not too long ago, and I remember that I was like, wow, I would love to make a difference. Really, the best thing I can encourage you to do is get involved in really learning a lot. Don't really get involved in saying a lot. Right now at your age, it's actually the best time to really be learning a lot about things. So explore different kinds of countries, read up about their economies, their government systems, how they work, how our relationship with the United States works with them, how the internal domestic political situation works. Because when you really read about it in a clinical perspective, it's really easy to see through it, kind of like we do here on the channel. Like once you actually read up about it a lot, you're like, wow, this really isn't anything to get that invested in, like a lot of people do. Because I would actually say that getting involved in politics, and this would be my word to the wise for everyone, regardless whether you're 17 like yourself or most of our viewers who are in their 50s and 40s, is to not get political. Do not profess a certain political party or a certain political ideology. Look at them and vote for what is the best for you each election cycle. And that might be different every single time. And that would really be the best answer I could give. But beyond that, sadly, because you're 17 and you're not old enough to vote yet, at least right now, that'll change in a couple of years when you turn 18, there really isn't a lot that you can do personally yet. So it's a good time right now to pretty much train and equip your army for the experience that you'll need to be able to conduct the expedition when the time is right, once you turn 18 and you can vote. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Also, really cool to know that we have younger viewers that are here. Usually, our viewers are pretty old. They're like in their 50s and above, crazily enough, these days. Used to be that there was a pretty much decent spread from the 30s up into the 70s, but nowadays, everyone's pretty much in their 50s and above. But I do thank you so much for being one of the younger members of the audience that's interested in this kind of a thing, because folks like you who actually are concerned and actually do care, y'all are the future of this nation, just like I am as well. We're pretty much in the same boat here, you and me. We're in the same generation for the large part. So it's going to be you and me that have to toe the line here for what this country becomes here in the future and what the future of it is. So it's very important for folks like you and me to be well researched and well learned on the topics that actually matter in administration, and how to actually handle this nation and our affairs across the globe. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, apparently the statement coming out of that super chat earlier was referring to some reporter. Some reporter had asked the president, said, "What if Putin breaks the ceasefire agreement if there is one?" And the president responded back and told the reporter, "Well, what if a bomb fell on your head?" Referring to if Russia launched a missile at the United States. So that's apparently what that was. That makes more sense now. When it was said, I didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. I was like, "What the hell did you just say?" I'm like, it sounded like, kind of hostile toward the reporter, but that must be what it meant. And I now have caught on, but thank you for clarifying that in the chat. But anyways, jumping on to our next one here. This one goes to ICO Rich, who puts a 5. And thank you very much for that support. They said, I respect the no politics rule, but the time for that may be over. The survival of Ukraine may now be dependent on domestic politics. Very sad.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We are still going to remain non-political, but I'm not going to hold any bones about it. Just because the current president has some kind of like a cult around him, just like the last one, we're not going to stop criticizing the guy. Like if he does something stupid, it's stupid, and we're going to call it for what it is. And I got to thank you so much for the support and appreciating that, because I'm glad to know that we are able to pretty much be a free agent and call things for what they are without having to worry about political affiliation here on the channel. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does dress that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here goes to 2 hot dog guys, 1 cup of snow yet again. He puts in the 5 and says, I wasn't sure how you'd handle the show tonight, but you guys did a great job, the best job, and pat yourselves on the back. And Slava Ukraine, LLT, LSA.
Hey, and thank you for the kind words and the support. And so with that, actually, we both knocked that out at the same time right there, Matthew. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Philip Fix's LSA, who puts in the 5 and says, I'm leaning hard on the mantras of the LSA right now. Express your discontent and prepare for the next vote. And it's helping to keep the hate down. And love LSA. And honestly, Philip, that's a good point. Like, I just want to emphasize it again, because I think, honestly, people get way too carried away. And when we make our statements, we're making them within the confines of, obviously, democracy and diplomacy and things like that. There's no need to go crazy. Like, just because you disagree with the president or whatever, we should keep everything civil. Don't go profane, like wild and loose, crazy like that. If you start behaving like the people we're talking about, then you're no better than the people we're criticizing right now. We don't want to stoop down to that level, or otherwise, what are we complaining about? So, I agree with you. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with you as well. We never want to, like, being emotional in politics is being brutish and animal-like, and we are too civilized of people in this country to be brutish and savage when getting involved in politics. It's really beneath most people, and a lot of people just believe that that's in vogue, but it shouldn't be, because really it shows that these people have no impulse control. But as far as it goes, of course, if action is bad, it's bad. It's just that we don't have to go, absolutely feral over it. We can just call it for what it is and have it at that. And so with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Alex, who puts in the 5 and says, would the U.S. invade Canada if they tried to join the EU?
I don't think so. I really think the whole U.S. invasion of Canada thing is ludicrous. That's just stupid. Why would we do that? And so I would think that probably won't happen. But then again, this presidency has proven me wrong, and every single time I just said that something wouldn't happen, so you never know. But if the United States detaches itself from NATO and then they attack Canada, they're attacking a nuclear-armed alliance and invading one of its key members. So that probably wouldn't work too well for them. Oh, for us, sadly. Well, not sadly. Well, y'all get what I'm saying. It wouldn't work well for the United States. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. Thank you once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5 and says, it might be a hot take, but I think Zelensky might be the modern day Golda Meir. And I would appreciate your take from a historical perspective in LSA.
I would say that Zelensky certainly is a leader that's in a very unprecedented position. It's actually really hard to find a lot of countries that are in a position like this throughout most of history that have actually weathered it out. Some of the few that I could say would be the Polish Republic in World War II, but they actually got defeated. Like, they actually got defeated, and then they were taken over by the Soviet Union and then turned into a puppet state in the Warsaw Pact. But the thing is, I really like maybe it is the case that those two leaders are similar, but I really cannot think of a single instance where a country has been thrust into this kind of situation where they're dealing with an invading nation that is nuclear armed, like in an actual ground battle. They're resisting successfully for several years, and then their financial backers and supporters, their key one, the United States, begins to chastise them and berate them 3 years into the conflict. I've never seen a historical situation that matched this kind of a thing. So I think that Zelensky may actually be in a league of his own at this point and be a standout leader and the kind of situations he faced and what he had to deal with in this conflict. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Baba Nan, who puts in a 3 and says, is suggesting that young people get educated political. I hope not, because if that's political, we're cooked. But unfortunately, what say you?
If you say, like, in political ideology, if you're like, go get educated on, like, the Democrat or the Republican Party, that's wasting a young mind right there, in my opinion. Young minds like ours, because like that question from one of our viewers who's 17 years old, that's actually very commendable that a 17-year-old wants to get invested in this. Honestly, it's commendable that they somehow have the patience to watch this show, because, like, to be honest, it's kind of boring. like to be honest, it's kind of boring. So I got to give him some huge commendations there for even watching it. He certainly has a mind that's geared toward this sort of a thing, and that's really a gift right there. But for folks like him who are close to our age and are interested in this kind of a thing, I think it's less so important to read up and understand the political landscape than it is to understand the national landscape, which is totally different. So it's much more important to learn about the energy infrastructure of our country, our industries, the major economic engines of the country. So whatever, like, biggest industries and what makes the most money. How our trade relations impact that, people's quality of life from state to state. Things like that actually help out a great deal with understanding what this nation is, what is most important for it, and then it helps you to be able to grow and build your own mindset on administration, on what really would be important for running the country. Because politics should be the last thing that you get to. Really, everything else should be actually learning how the nation works and how it ticks like a clock. Because once you know that, you can really start to kind of sort out everything else and figure out what really matters, what really doesn't matter, and what someone in an administrative position like the office of the president or a representative or a senator should actually know about. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, and I thank you once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, once again, I gotta say a huge shout out and commendation to all of those younger folks who are watching our channel, folks who are similar to us in age or younger, because once again, y'all are the future of this nation, much like we are, and we have to be ready to get out there and make sure that the United States of America continues to be the preeminent power around the globe. There for our allies and there for ourselves. And so with that, we, Matthew, how many super chats do we have left, by the way?
We have about 30, so we got to speed up a little bit.
Oh my God!
So this next one goes to Hatchet000, who puts in a 5 and says, losing subscribers happens, and we will bring more than has been lost, my friend.
And I certainly agree. And thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Alex, who puts in a 5 and says, we have to clean that house.
And I would agree. We have to clean it and clean it well. And so with that, thank you once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5 and says, Mark Twain said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And perhaps we should take this sage words in consideration, and LSA all the way.
And LSA and Otto von Bismarck of Germany said something similar too. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Zach C, who puts in a 5 and says, take a question from someone else. Y'all have answered my questions, and I love your analysis, and I've learned so much. And thanks to y'all. And thank you very much, Zach, for that support. Sadly, I will have to refrain from getting the live chat question, or otherwise we're going to run out for the last segment. So we'll be getting to that very shortly. We're low on live chats. But thank you very much, Zach, for that support. We also have a 5 from Fly My Drone, as well as a 3 from Blazat. And thank you very much to both of you for that support. We also have a 5 from Fabian Heftig, who says, please point out 80% of U.S. spendings are in country investments in the disposal of old weapons while upgrading the disposed stock with modern tech.
Yeah, that actually is a thing. People don't know about that a lot, though. But hopefully we'll be able to cover that more tomorrow. But still, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to CK Bold, who puts in a 5. Let's take a live chat. And thank you, CK Bold, for that support as always. And just like I said to the other super chat, we're going to have to save it because we're running extremely low on live chats. But thank you very much, CK, for always supporting the channel. And we have a 3 from Michael Smith, who says the British are not for this behavior from the United States.
And I would agree. I don't think anyone should really handle this behavior from the United States. It's incredibly rude and churlish. But still, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bob Anon, who puts in a 3 and says, do Saudis wear suits when they go to Washington?
No, but they get away with it because, oh well. But beyond that, thank you once again. Hope that addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to NY Zaliath, who puts in a 2. Thank you very much for that support. And we also have a 2 from John Brewer. And thank you as well, John, for that support. We also have a 2 from Breakfast Sandwich, who says, sadly it's political. I can't read it. But thank you very much for that support, Breakfast Sandwich, and for always being a great breakfast sandwich. And we also have a 2 from Planderland 1, who said, imagine telling the Soviets in 1942 to give up.
I mean, exactly. Like imagine telling anyone in World War II to give up under the same logic. That makes no damn sense. But beyond that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Resist and Deny at the same time, who said LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And thank you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Mike Frazier, who puts in a 2. And thank you, Mike, as well, for that support. And we also have a 2 from Connor Downing, who said, longtime lurker, and thanks for the answer, and peace to you. And thank you, Connor, for that support. And also, I'm glad you liked the answer. And also, thank you for also responding civilly, because I don't think you agree with me, but I appreciate the civil response. But moving on here to this other one, this one goes to Paul Larick, who puts in a 2 and says, I support this channel.
Hey, and thank you so much for backing it up. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Laser314, who puts in the 2. And thank you very much, Laser. They said, remember the tan suit?
I don't remember the tan suit. Like, I don't know which one you're talking about, sadly. But still, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Borealis, who puts in a 1. And thank you very much, Borealis, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And guess what? Guess what, folks? That is our last super chat of the night. We had over 150 super chats.
Oh my
tonight.
God.
That is the most we've ever had in channel history in a single stream. I can tell that confidently. We've never had that many. The spreadsheet is literally off the template. It's that many. We cannot say enough how much we appreciate that support. That is a ton of support. And honestly, that is very, very generous of all of you. We appreciate that very much because it's through that the channel keeps running, and also we can fund projects in the background like the music projects, also everything else that we do for our Patreon and everything like that. So once again, huge shout out to all the channel supporters, and we appreciate that very much. Excuse me. I'm getting choked up about it. But also we got one more, and this one goes to Dunkel X, who does 5. It says, you will never go to sleep, wah, 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 and go to bed, nerd.
And thank you so much for support, nerd. I'll take that. Like, that's probably that's actually fair. But beyond that, thank you for the support, Dunkel X, and we will eventually get to sleep because right now, Adam McLean just put in a 10 and said, "Nope, I'm the very last super chat of the evening," and I think you'll probably be proven wrong here in a second. But still, thank you for the support to both of y'all. And we are going to get on to 3 live chat questions. We're going to try and knock these out quick so that we can actually get off air before the next super chat comes in. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And the Morse code decoders of the night are Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Benu, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, Dave Millsaps, Roy Fluffiness, Airbill Grubbo, Jenny Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said the Morse for tonight says Russia is smiling on the events of today and seeing that they will win. We will stand with Ukraine. LLT, LSA, and great job, guys.
And ding, 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 ding. That's the sound of money, and y'all got that dead on the nail, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine business within American and Western interests. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And 2 more super chats to address. We have a 10 from Ivar Shiva, who said, glad to find your channel, and we're glad to have you here, Ivar China, and thank you for the support. And Dunkel X has said, that's what you think, Adam. And so now Dunkel X is the final super chat of the night. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
All right, so this one is going to go to Robert Martin, who says News Online is saying that Russian state media was there at the White House and live streaming the meeting, even though they did not have press access. And do you know if this is true?
Yes, that's actually true. They actually got in. They just slipped into the White House, Toss did, and they just happened to spot them when they were in the Oval Office, and then they escorted them out then. But apparently they actually were able to stream it. So, yeah, take that information and do with it what you will. So I hope that addresses that well. And also, Ari Sweeney, Kiwi Wife and Finn, threw in a 50 and said, no sleep. And I suppose
no
not.
sleep.
That is now the final super chat of the night. But still, thank you for the support, Ari Sweeney, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
All right, and our second to last question of the night is going to go to Artemis Flame, who says, do you think the U.S. actually wants peace, or do you think they're more concerned about repaying the sunk costs at this point?
I don't know what the hell the United States wants. I don't know if we want peace or to regain our money that we gave to Ukraine. I have no clue. Sadly, I'd have to declare ignorance on that because the U.S. foreign policy objectives at this point are non-existent. We just are doing stuff and with no real goal. So I hope that addresses that somewhat well, unfortunately. And also a big shout out to Kush, who threw in a €5 super chat and said, "Be annoying." I hope that was annoying. I hope that does address that well. We are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is lucky last person to put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that one goes to Christopher Simmons, who said Zelensky said that the long history between America and Ukraine are bigger than the two presidents' opinions, and that the relationship can be fixed. Do you think that is truly the case?
I think it would be the case if we didn't have the president we currently have, but this one runs more so on ego than actual logic, so might not end up being the case. But I have a feeling that there is a way to salvage the relationship. But I'll be entirely honest with you. In my opinion, I don't think the Ukrainians should have to grovel to salvage that relationship because the president of the United States and the vice president pretty much went out of their way to attempt a sabotage of that today. So if anyone is owed an apology, it's nobody, and they should just say, water under the bridge, stuff happened, oh well, and get back to it. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream, and what a stream it has been. It's been 4 hours and 22 minutes long, and to be honest, I'm about as awake at the end of it as I was at the start, really crazily enough. It was a very exciting show tonight, and we were really shocked to see so many people here. We've had 67,000 people here since the start, and we had a peak viewership of 9.9 thousand people, so a huge crowd tonight. And I gotta thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Least Spring Army. The Least Spring Army will never die. Put an LSA in the chat, and good night.
And I can confidently say this is one of the craziest live streams we've had on this channel in probably well over a year. A record amount of likes as well, about 4,800 likes by the time we ended, which is insane, and almost 70,000 viewers. So a huge shout out to you all for joining us tonight. And also be sure to join us again tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for another night of War News streams. And tomorrow, who knows what's going to happen. These days, it's just crazy stuff happening every day. So we're going to keep an eye out and see what's going on. But anyways, we'll see you tomorrow, maybe on a short war video as well, if there is enough news to cover. But with that, thank you all once again, and Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.